Alright, we should be live. Let me actually.
Hello!
Yes, we got an actual woman on this time.
A real woman. Well, I mean, as far as you know, a real woman.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I'm a real woman.
sure. I don't discriminate, at least not openly.
There we go. That's better. 23 seconds in, I've already spoiled everything that we're gonna do, but we got there.
Oh, they heard everything.
No,
The game.
Nice job, Clayton.
no, I had the title screen. I didn't have the title screen over the display, so basically everybody saw the video we're responding to.
Ah,
Well, that's
Nice
fine.
job.
That will give him a little juicy, preview.
Anyway, welcome everyone to the Academic Alehouse Filthy Casuals stream. We are joined today by a friend Caesar managed to somehow convince that we're not terrible people. Well, I believe it's Cedar
Yes.
or cheddar.
or Cheddar.
Yes, I am cedar cheese or cheddar cheese, but without the H. That's how it goes.
Her
I believe hard pressed to beat Zach and Berserker.
her link will be in the description at the end of this video. But at the end of the video once this stream is uploaded. Yes, it'll be in the description. I'll probably pin a comment too if I can figure out how the fuck to do that. That being said, Cheddar, why don't you tell us who the heck you are and what you do?
Hello, I am a I don't know, artist content creator. I just recently started a YouTube video. I'm sorry for the background noise. But I just started a YouTube channel. I have done a couple of critique live streams. I have a new project in the works of a traditional Let's Play of a game called Kenshi. Well, it's a highlighted stream, and I'm making it funny. And sorry, is my boy a little loud in the back? Am I not coming clear over him?
You're clear. We can just all hear what he's saying. Apparently, he soloed something.
Playing Destiny.
Oh, the poor soul.
Yeah, you need to stop playing Destiny.
I will shit, but yeah, no. I'm coming out with a new thing pretty soon. You can see my catalog of streams going over the Dragon Age Inquisition, and also
Dragon Age Inquisition. I mean,
done it.
I've played through all three Dragon Ages. I've actually started Ultimate Origins Ultimate again.
Oh
like
yeah.
The fourth time.
Oh yeah. My friend Hawk, spelled just like the main character of Dragon Age 2.
Nice.
And yeah, go and critique it by watching. Sorry.
You cut out there.
I cut out because he's yelling. We go and critique it. Basically, the whole story of it. We watch just like a cut together version of all the cutscenes and dialogue, and go through point by point why it's shitty. It's about, oh god, looking at it at least over 6 hours long.
Oh good lord.
In live stream. Yeah. There's a lot to say about it. All in service to a video that will come out eventually. Although I think video essays will not be my forte. Also on the side, I am a artist that has gone in commission. I have recently finished a project for good old Caesar over here. It's a little something I did. What'd you think of the project?
Really nice. I like the drawings. It gives off a bit of a spoiled rich kid vibe.
I may commission you for something I need as well. Well, for my own project. But we can discuss that later. That's business. Also, I like Dragon Age Inquisition, but it was, a Dragon Age game, so I was always gonna like it. But I can firmly say that its story. I agree with Arch Arch Warhammer, when he says like Dragon Age is a 40-hour game with about 20 hours of worthwhile content.
I'd say almost even
Never mind, I
less.
don't want-
Yeah, maybe even less. Like there's
I can you like something, but you understand it's objectively it's objective
Yeah,
faults.
it's not great. The story's kind of like starts out weird.
My biggest
and
issues.
never
Well, I guess it's coming up in a video.
like it sort of starts out weird and throws a bunch of people at you, and then you just really don't give a shit about any of them. You never get invested in any of the characters. In some of them you actively hate. Vivienne, I'm looking at you.
Oh my! I've not heard anyone who likes Vivienne. I
She-
absolutely love Sarah though.
I was on you like Sarah?
Loathe her.
Okay, you loathe?
I hate her, especially
Thank you.
because I like to roleplay as actually the warden because I can't accept a rando. I have to re-roll my city elf warden, and she hates her.
I've just I stopped recruiting her.
I hate her.
Told her fuck off.
Really,
She's so
pointless and annoying.
Yes. Her quest line isn't interesting. Neither is Vivienne's, to be honest.
True,
Like,
but Vivienne can at least talk to you normally.
yeah, exactly.
Have you ever played Dragon Age Inquisition or any of the Dragon Ages?
No, he has
Wait,
not.
Were you asking me?
Oh yeah, I was. If you played any of them,
No, I've not played any.
Origins is worth it.
Or Mass Effect.
Dragon Age 2 is mostly worth it. Inquisition is not.
I mean, yeah, I agree. Inquisition didn't need... Like, look, Inquisition just feels heavy when you get down to it. Like, it feels heavy to play that game. To the point
Heavy
where
as
it's
in, like,
overwhelming.
Story dramatic, or that it's so laden with a bunch of random shit.
The latter. Like, you go...
I would agree.
The first location you get to is in New Haven or wherever you end up after sealing the breach. It's like,
Lands. Or
hey.
no, yeah, New.
hey, go find wood and animals and find this alchemist's secret stash. You do all that, and then you go to the nearest town, which is like right outside of Redcliffe.
Oh
And
yeah.
it's like, oh, all these people need this, these people need this, these people need this. You have quests for the Inquisition, you have quests for the Templars, you have quests for the mages. Plus you have breach sealing, other shit that you need to do. Ooh, and I'm just like, there's so much here, and this
It's
is
all
the
boring.
first location in the game.
Yeah, it at least tapers off, but I'm not sure if that's a great thing. But yeah, we go through it. I'm going to eventually come out with like a full, I guess not critique. There's a very specific point I have about the game, and it mostly revolves around the lack of evolution of the Mage versus Templar War, and what the fuck does the Inquisition mean? Because like everyone's gone over the faults. There's just this really specific thing that I want to go after and kind of frame how it was wasted potential, and that's what pisses me off the most. Is I saw a great game in there, but they were either too cowardly or incompetent to do it.
I agree. Like, it's the Mage versus Templar conflict is really just secondary, and it's like
It's not even secondary.
This should be the main focus of the game.
Right.
Like, it should be the Inquisition exists to bring these two factions to the table. But we come into the game, it's like, oh, these factions were already at the table. It's like,
that's one of the points we're making it when it first opens. They were like, well, I guess that is resolved, but
I want to see someone make a video of basically telling people, well, Anders did nothing wrong. Anders did what was inevitable.
That's pretty fair. I honestly,
Like-
I never kill Anders.
Like, I don't get how people can be like, what he did was awful and wrong. He killed a bunch of innocent people. I'm like, did y'all not
They're really that innocent.
pay attention to like the previous 2 games? Like,
Oh, okay. Dragon.
everything surrounding the mages and Templars, the inevitability of something like this happening.
Right.
It's all there. You just have to look at it for 2 seconds.
I would, if you're super interested in the topic, recommend watching over the VODs. It's very good. My 2 friends make a lot of really great points. Sometimes Zach Reeds comes in and talks about the historicalness of armor and swords, which is sometimes pretty interesting. But yeah, that's what I do. I also at some point did a debate that went very unwell and does now not exist on the internet anymore, which I'm super grateful.
Oh, who was it up against?
It was up against Uncompetitive. And I did not fare well because I did not realize how easy it is to distract me. He's the master of tangents, and I am the master of digging deeper into rabbit holes.
The name sounds familiar. What has Uncompetitive also done?
Oh God, he hasn't done anything. He's just a punching bag, but yeah, he was like level -5, and I didn't do that great against him.
There are people who aren't debaters, and
I am not one. It is definitely a rhetorical skill.
All right, so
but
we've
that's
been going
who I
at
am.
this for almost 15 minutes. We need to get started. I'm sorry. Anything else you want to say, Cheddar?
I'm open for commissions. That's it.
All right, so let's get into this. We're if y'all remember 2 weeks ago, by the way, we missed a week because last week was my brother's birthday, so I was away. But now we are here, and we are responding to Nell's Rise of Skywalker video, and we did the last one last week, and that was what could be considered torture, but you know.
Any of these like new Star Wars Defenders is torture.
True enough. By the way, what do you think of the Gina Carano drama?
I think it is now socially acceptable to absolutely crucify people for being slightly conservative, and she was the best woman on that show. And so it was a crying shame. She was thick and buff, and was the only one that actually looked like she could kick anyone else's ass. I absolutely hate the female Mandalorians and how they look like fucking twigs, and I want my Canderous Ordo back, please.
Honestly, the girl who played the woman who played one of the female Mandalorians, the only one to take her helmet off.
Oh yeah.
She's ugly. She's ugly. I'm sorry, but she's not attractive. She's not.
I don't care if she's not attractive. I care that she doesn't look like she could crush a man's head with her thighs, which all Mandalorian women are required to do at some point in their life.
Fair enough.
Like, I always expect them to be somewhat ugly because they're like, they're all kind of semi-masculine.
Yeah.
So it should be, but it's the fact that they look like fucking twigs, that they're like 100 pounds that bugs me.
All right. Anyway, let's get started because we've got 42 minutes of this, and like EFAP, we are going to probably pause every like 2 minutes or so.
See.
Long man bad.
Oh.
We are long men and women. What's up worse than you?
I have a bigger dick than either of you. My boyfriend said facts in the background.
What's going on? There we go.
Let me see them. My parents.
Can everybody hear that okay? Seems low.
It was
Yeah, turn it
me,
up.
Ray.
Hold on.
It was me,
Is this
the
a joke?
author of all your
Stupid.
pain.
Is this supposed to be a supporter?
Remember Star Wars? Most reviewers rush in and cover something while it's still relevant, like amateurs. I like to wait for context to build, for all the pieces to fall into place, and for everyone to completely stop giving a shit. If then by all means,
No, stop.
watch something else.
Cease.
But if you want to give this dead horse one last
What are you
kick in
trying
its
to
dead
do?
horse balls,
Pause
May
the
the
damn
force be-
video.
Okay, it's paused. Don't
Thank
touch it.
God.
Could you not control it?
It kept unpausing. There.
like and subscribe.
Interesting. Well, is this person supposed to be supporting the Rise of Skywalker? Because
No,
this
he
the
supports
beautiful
The
intro.
Last Jedi.
Oh, he supports the Last Jedi.
He's one of those TLJ fans that hates the movie.
Okay, because I'm like, this seems seems like a pretty decent shit on the Last Jedi thing. I'm
Alright,
finding it
hold on.
funny.
Cheddar, your first commission.
Yeah?
If you look on the stream, you'll see our title screen. You'll see like our title. If you could make me like a technical difficulties banner that looks like that, that would be awesome.
Where on
Some-
what?
If you look on the stream, you should
Oh.
be seeing our
Send her the
like
pictures.
title thing. I'm just gonna
it's-
refresh the whole
Someone clip it. I don't
Like and subscribe.
have the
Like and
stream up.
subscribe.
there. All right. All right. There,
we
we're
good?
back.
It was me, Ray. It was me all
JJ?
along.
Is this
The
a joke?
author of all your pain.
Oh, really? Can I come up with anything better?
Remember Star Wars? Most reviewers rush in and cover something relevant, like
Nobody
amateurs.
remembers Star Wars.
I like to wait for context to build,
Nobody.
for all the pieces to fall into place, and for everyone to completely stop giving a shit. If you'd prefer to move on with your life, then by all means, watch something else. But if you want to give this dead horse one last kick in its dead horse balls, may the force be with us. Like and subscribe. One of the most interesting things about the Rise of between
was some-
audience and reviewer
I hate this
scores,
thing.
it's almost the
This
exact
machine
inverse
hates
of The Last Jedi.
That was some disturbing imagery. Why would you open a video like that?
A horse's balls popping? Oh, that's a
Yeah.
good setter.
Jedi, with critics now being the ones lambasting the film and fans praising it. Critics called the film cowardly, an admission of defeat, and a colossal failure of imagination.
True. All true.
All true, but JJ really didn't have anything to work with after The Last Jedi? Because, you know,
He had nothing to set it up with. I think it's a failure from top down.
the main villain, like, for me, the Rise of Skywalker was always going to be terrible, but it got off on low expectations.
Still failed those.
Yeah.
So I once heard that the reason why Palpatine was even in this was because Bob Iger wanted him in there. I don't know if that's true or not.
Who knows?
Bob Iger only intervened because it was so terrible and no one wanted to take over the whole mess Kathleen Kennedy made.
Would you want to take over the mess Kathleen Kennedy made?
Yes! Please put me in charge of Star Wars. You don't know how much I would whore out to be in charge of Star Wars.
I mean, I think almost every Star Wars fan would be like, "Yes, we would. We would gladly take this."
Literally anyone would do a better job. Literally any. Well, okay, maybe.
Kathleen Kennedy, yeah.
No, yeah, Kathleen Kennedy, but Favreau ain't doing a hot job of it, but he's still doing better.
Favreau?
He's doing an okay job. He misses the mark a lot, but with like the Lion King remake, but
Oh God.
Damn. yeah, a lot of bad creative decisions there.
I don't know why they decided, hey, you know all those movies we made in the 90s? Let's make them again, but live action this time. What about
Actually,
the
know
Lion
the
King?
reason.
We'll
Because
make
they're
it
out
a
of
real lions now.
because they're out of ideas and normies just eat that shit up.
My cousin went to see it.
And it reinvested, but the reason they did it the reason they did it photorealistic was because he wanted to invoke the imagery of like live documentaries, like the Planet Earth thing where the guy narrates over animals. So all of the weird camera angles and the photorealism came from that, except these fucking lions are dancing and singing, and even within their own universe, it doesn't make sense. Because when Scar is singing "Be Prepared," suddenly the fucking Earth lifts up and comes to these spires as he's singing. It doesn't make sense even within the animated realm, and they're like, "Yeah, photorealism, yeah."
But it's good for it's good imagery for the animated film. It just doesn't make
Great
sense.
imagery. It doesn't make sense, but I fucking love it, and I think animated series that are musicals should go on the hammy weird shit more often. It's beautiful. That's the joy of the animation, is you can get away with that shit. But yeah, I didn't
want to look up and find this Vox article. I really do. I want to see what the argument is that the Rise of Skywalker is what happens when a franchise gives up.
do it. It's going to be
I'll
retarded.
Be honest, the Rise of Skywalker is what happens when someone tries. When someone tries, but they're basically handed nothing and told, try.
Tried as hard as they could being a JJ person.
Being JJ Abrams, I know.
Yeah, a lot of flash, no substance. And what it really needed was some substance. And the Flash made no fucking sense.
My poor roommate. During the COVID, he watched Lost. All of Lost.
Oh no, what did you think of the end?
He didn't understand it. He was like,
Neither
what
did
the
JJ.
fuck was this? It was so stupid. Anyway.
God.
Moving on.
Unsure of what any of that means, the movie ends with our Jedi hero facing down Palpatine in his throne room. Not a Palpatine-like character, but the...
But we've already done... That's the point. We've already been here before. We don't need to be here again. It would have been more interesting if, Kylo Ren and Rey had... If Kylo Ren had a consistent character line and turned good.
Kylo had a consistent character, Rey had any character, and if they just did the she falls to the dark side thing.
Honestly, yeah, that would have been way more interesting.
And then maybe some Snooki. I don't know. I'm always down for a ham-fisted romance.
Blah. Blah. Reylo. No. Reylo should burn. Burn. Whatever fanfics, whatever fan art exists, it needs to be thrown in a pile and burned.
Oh. I think it could have worked if she went dark side, but I mean, I'm just a sucker for enemies to lovers, alright? It's a great trope.
The actual Palpatine.
You should have been here when we were reading Lily Orchard's list of writing advice.
Lily Orchard and everything that person says. Like, I've heard that list of good writing tips.
Yes.
That's her being angry at fucking
Steven Universe.
She-Ra's trash. Don't look at it. Steven Universe. Okay. I don't know why I keep getting sucked in. Like, if it's on if my sister was watching it in high school, I'd walk by it. I knew it was trash, but I'd get hooked. But fuck it. And fuck Lily Orchard, especially. She's retarded.
That's why I call her Lily Pete.
It's really hard to remember to call her.
Her real name?
Oh no. I have too many trans friends to go around and be doing that, but damn, put a little effort into trying. Like, damn.
The one who died. Why is he back?
Somehow Palpatine...
Who gives a shit? This comes after a gratuitous sequence showing off Palpatine's old throne room with the Return of the Jedi score recycled over it. He beckons Rey to...
I love that soundtrack.
Strike me down. Strike me down.
When she refuses, he opens
That's what I say in the bedroom, ayo.
He can see the giant space battle the rebels are losing against...
I don't understand what he's doing right now. Is anyone following this?
No. The vodka is kind of going off too.
Like it feels like he started talking about how how this was how this movie was cowardly and the death of a franchise or whatever, and suddenly he's summarizing the movie. Like what?
Maybe there's at the end of this. Let's see.
Against the Empire, the one where
There's too many of them. There's just too many of them.
and where our ground crew was tasked with blowing up an antenna.
Oh, he's saying how they're exactly the same, except they're
Oh.
really, really not that similar at all. He's making
No.
very surface level visual changes. This is
I mean, that was what he did last time anyway.
like the Kimba Simba thing. This is what this is the same type of similarity in comparison.
Yes, but worse than you. You have to remember, the expanded universe is no longer canon. It might as well not exist. So this is the only parallel he can draw from.
Give me back Daddy Cander's Ordo, my god.
Give me back the Old Republic.
Yeah, yes.
Darth
Give me back.
Bane, Revan, those themes should be canonized.
I want the Darth Plagueis book back.
I read the Dark Plagueis book and I loved it.
I haven't read Darth Plagueis.
It's pretty good. Yeah. But
Yeah,
fuck
it's
the
a good-
Revan.
it serves as a
The only
good-
good that
good-
comes out of this is the Revan book is non-canon.
Why?
The Revan book. It should be called Scourge and a couple of excerpts about Revan.
That's fair. That's fair. It is primarily about Scourge. But I know,
Fucking
but it got the Revan title because Revan, because he knew it wouldn't sell otherwise. Most likely, that's why.
yeah, fuck him for killing his baby to resurrect a new baby. I know he wrote Revan, but it was really KOTOR 2 that fleshed out what Revan really was and who he actually was like mattered about.
You mean the first KOTOR?
No, KOTOR set him up, but he was mostly a blank slate. He was just like a really intelligent person. It wasn't until KOTOR 2 that he was this devious guy that had everything like put together in a master plan. It really went on about the actual personality of Darth Revan.
Fair enough.
But someone pointed it out to me that it was, if you talk to HK47, he is a mouthpiece for Revan during the Civil War and the Mandalorian Wars and his philosophy about it. That's where all of his ideas come from, is from Revan, because he's his creator.
Anyway.
But this is a cartoon too.
Also, that's non-canon now too. Give me back that. Give me back KOTOR and KOTOR 2. You know, despite the fact that I figured out KOTOR's major twist in like the first 2 seconds.
I knew the twist before it happened, but only because I loaded my older brother's save file right when the review happened, and so I was like, "Revan, who's that?" And then I restarted the game and played it properly, and I knew the twist.
Oh no!
was
Like
11.
I played KOTOR for the first time. Didn't know anything about it actually. Like it was just, oh, this is a Star Wars game. Cool, awesome. I played it for like 5 seconds the first time Revan was mentioned, and how he had basically disappeared after the battle which Bastila confronts him in. It was like, I'm Revan. That's the twist. I see this coming a mile away.
I showed that at the guy I was dating at the time, and I told him to live text me his reaction, and like halfway through, I think he was on the second planet, he was like, "I'm Revan, aren't I?" And I was like, No.
You're not Revan. You're just some rando.
It's OP player character number 2. Alright, let's keep watching.
Palpatine, seduced to the dark side, redeems himself by saving our hero.
I'm sorry, I have to say, when Rey is dead, Daisy Ridley plays her so fucking stupid and gross and weird, where she just stares before. That's not what dead people look like, Daisy. Just close your goddamn eyes.
This reminds me. Have you seen ER's review of this movie?
Actually, I was just watching it before while I was playing Stardew Valley.
Okay, so Okay, so he showed in this video. He shows a clip from a movie theater recording of the movie. It's like right when she kisses Kylo, all the
Yeah.
Reylos in the theater start cheering, and then like 2 seconds later he dies, and there's all like, "No!"
Someone actually yells boo. I remember that part. Oh my god. I saw clips of that before I went and saw it that they kissed, and I was like, huh? All right. And I went to the movie because my family does it, but I had to sneak in 5 White Claws to endure the movie. And yeah, I had to pound another White Claw when that scene came up. Also, I immediately when Rey showed up and she's floating in the air, I shotgun that thing. I popped a hole in it, went, and my family's like, "Why don't you like Rey?"
Wait, she trains now? Ooh,
She
I'll believe it
trains.
when I see it. Oh my god, look at her go! That's
Trains, quote unquote.
that's literally my favorite like Mauler line ever. That or you gormless tit.
Gormless tit. That's pretty Ramsey level. You fucking donut.
Wait, this man thinks Rey can beat Mara Jade. There's so many reasons why that's not no. Why no? No, that's
Really?
not no.
Mess with my redhead tsundere.
I need to read these books. All I know is that she is Luke's wife, and that they, for some reason, never decided Luke got married in this series. Look, Luke was so horny for Leia in the first movie, he can't be not horny for anyone else.
That's true.
I don't know. Maybe realizing that his first crush was his twin sister messed him up in the head a little bit. He doesn't want to take any chances with other women. What if she's also my long lost sister?
Look, if he was Japanese, this would be all fine.
Oh, Ni-chan.
Ew.
God. Oh god, Zach has the soundboard of that. Legit sound. I think he accidentally played it during one of the Smudcasts, and Smud was like, "What the fuck was that?"
I mean, then again, I guess. What the fuck? Okay, well, maybe Rey could beat Mara Jade because she's as
No.
powerful as the plot needs her to be.
No.
Are you saying Mara Jade was a Mare Sue?
No, I'm saying Rey is a Mary Sue. That's why she'd win.
No.
Oh, she's one, yeah. Mara Jade is not one. She's just an Yandere, or however it's pronounced.
Yandere?
No, she's tsundere.
What's the difference?
Yanderes are sociopaths. They will kill. They will literally kill for their boyfriend, or kill any other girl that looks at the boy.
So
Think
Tsunderes are
Mirai-
just the non-homicidal version of that.
Tsunderes they act aggressive towards boys while secretly like bottling up their feelings for him. I mean,
Okay.
you can look it up.
Okay. That's the
The
general
high-speed
gist.
Star Destroyer gets blown up and crashes point first into the surface below. And the good guys celebrate on a forest planet while Luke and Leia's theme plays. And in a moment that genuinely shocked me in the theater, the celebration scenes from the special edition of Return of the Jedi are repeated, just with a Star Destroyer added in. Think about that. This is the second time in some 30 years that the people of Cloud City have celebrated Palpatine's death, because this movie could not come up with anything new.
I don't think.
Here's a
is that
drinking
Cloud-
game.
I guess it is Cloud City.
It was some city, but that'd be funny if it actually was.
But I mean, like, he's not wrong, but he's also wrong.
I don't see any. Well, like, he hasn't made any points. Well, actually, no, he has made a point that they're exactly the same over these visual differences, which is actually incorrect. They're really not the same.
They're not the same at all.
But I'm digging on the shitting on it, so
I mean, I guess. But
I'm also drunk.
his entire point is like, oh, because, but like, he's wrong, but he's also not wrong.
Yeah, I can kind of see he's wrong because he's comparing it incorrectly, but he's not wrong that it's bad.
Yeah.
It's shit. Look at it.
For the alcoholics out there, Watch the behind-the-scenes documentary and take a shot every time someone mentions tying something back to the originals.
Every time you
Watch the original, take a shot every time Ryan Johnson strokes his big dick. You'll die. Spoiler.
Little dick.
turn around, you're gonna see the blockade runner.
Was trying to link this last film all the way back with the very first film.
This remote droid is moulded from the original mould from A New Hope, of the one that they used then, so that is exactly the same as...
Bring out the member
These
berries.
grandchildren grappling with the same things that their predecessors had dealt with.
Wasn't the first desert I'd been in.
We knew that there was going to be a moment in the story when we're going to see the Death Star.
JJ was really keen to be faithful to the originals and to have nice callbacks to them. But you
He's
want to
supposed to be
try
taking
and
shots. That's way too big to be a shot glass.
He's all like, also these whole behind the scenes thing. It doesn't matter. JJ wasn't handed anything decent to work with. Like, there's no quality here. He's been handed a pile of shit and told to make a movie out of it.
The Last Jedi was a final movie of a trilogy anyway,
Exactly.
despite there was no previous trilogy, but I tried to make like an Indiana Jones movie into a Star Wars, which I mean the genre would work, but he didn't do it at all correctly. I wouldn't have mind MacGuffins. I mean, Star Wars is a fun romp, but it was so illogical.
get that same callback with Rey looking in.
It didn't have a blaster hole in it the first time.
We thought we'd finish off Star Wars exactly as it's supposed to be. Tatooine, the whole thing.
We thought, well, maybe this is the way to bring it full circle.
I appreciate that.
So
that's
then
funny.
to get this call,
Yeah, I'll
it
admit
was
that's funny.
once again a third
I'll give that to him.
time.
I don't know this as a fact, but I assume that most fans would agree that Disney fucked this trilogy up in some way.
Yes.
Really?
The Last Jedi way.
Some way, every way. Every way to Sunday, Force Awakens. JJ, you fucked it up yourself, you fucking mystery box sham man.
JJ fucked it up with Force Awakens. It was too close to A New Hope and relied very, very heavily on coincidence.
And Mystery Box.
Mystery box was the biggest issue. It could have been fine with the fact that the mystery boxes were empty. Writing on A New Hope was like a marketing strategy, kind of like there was so little faith in the prequels, they wanted something familiar. And yeah, sure, when looking at it separate from the time it came out, it's inferior. But for the time that it came, it was the smartest decision. But it still was, it was shit. Like, you have to kind of consider the time period something comes out too as well when looking at it as a whole. And it made sense even if it was an inferior decision. But it was the fact that the mystery boxes had nothing at the end of them because people were talking about it. Who's Rey? What's Snoke? People were interested and it hooked them. It's the fact that they couldn't come up with good answers to these questions
And
that
then
ultimately tanked it.
Rian Johnson took JJ's draft of what the second movie should be, burned it, and said, "We're gonna go with this one. I wrote this on the can. Here, we're doing this one."
I want to do my own thing in an independent film that steals elements from Knights of the Old Republic 2, but have none of the important setup for these themes to land properly. So we're just going to make Luke look like a coward.
We're also going to spend 15 minutes on a plan because of my on a planet that doesn't need to be there because of anti-capitalism and animal rights.
Oh my god, the fucking animal rights thing.
Yeah, it's just it still bugs me to no end that they left the child slaves behind. Like, okay, they are slaves, and they are slaves in charge of the animals. You took animals and let them fuck up the entire casino. What do you think is going to happen to the children? They are going to be flogged. They are going to have all their backs just covered in blood.
But it was worth it to watch the city burn. Hit them where it hurts, except that it won't because they have insurance and they're rich.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, I got a confession to make. I actually don't see Canto Bight as being a jab at capitalism. I think it's just simply just the trope of rich people bad, and nothing more to it.
I mean, everyone projects what they think on that.
Yeah,
it all kind of interlocks with each other.
If it wasn't with The Last Jedi, then maybe you think it was Rise of Skywalker.
No, I'm sorry. I just remembered this. I'm sorry to pause it again, but the biggest issue I have with Canto Bight, despite all of the themeship, is the fact that you do not see one fucking established alien race on that fucking planet. I don't know why Ryan decided that fuck Twi'leks, fuck every other species. I mean, let's not have the sex slave species of the galaxy in a rich place doing sexy dances. Like, you're supposed to be a fan of Star Wars. You played the fucking KOTOR series. Why are there not Rhodians? Why are there not those butt-face people? I know they have a name, but they're always called butt-face to me. You know who I'm talking about, right? The butt-face one? The one that literally has an ass that Obi-Wan Kenobi cuts the arm off in the original trilogy.
Oh, yeah, those things.
Yeah.
They're literally ass faces. They have butts for mouths.
Or Mune, or, you know, like the Mune, the Techno Union people.
The Techno Union's so fucking funny when I really think there's a union that's a
been run by the banking clan. They could have tied that in.
Yeah, a banking. Oh god, I never thought that makes so much sense. The banking clan would probably own this fucking casino planet.
Exactly. Like, there's.
I'm just like, where's the Twi'lek? Where are the sex slaves?
Where are the sex slaves?
Where are the
established? You know.
Where are the Greedos? Where are the all of them? Where's the Hammerheads? I know they're called Ithorians, but I call them Hammerheads.
I say it happened
I think
right
the Darth Bane books established Hammerhead as being a racial slur.
I was just a little kid. I was like, look at the Hammerhead. I love that it's a slur, though. That's another one to add to the belt.
Yep.
Along with the hard R.
The start with Awakens. It's a likable movie that's extremely well executed, but it
no, no, that is no. I mean, visually it's very well executed. I won't deny that, but that's just money. When you really start to examine the story on any level, it just is like, oh my gosh, that's so bad.
I can't even say all of the things it did not execute very well, i.e. Rey. The fact it didn't follow through on Finn. Finn should have been the main character. Finn should have been the main character of the whole fucking series, and they only didn't do it because of fucking China.
Oh yeah, China's racist. I forgot that.
Hella racist.
You forget there. You forget that Asian people are very, very racist, and nobody says anything about it.
I was gonna correct you, but also, I think it's pretty fair.
I mean, is just a new again. There's no point in having such a large saga if it doesn't evolve into new phases. The prequels showed a democracy sliding into fascism. The originals showed that dictatorship being overthrown by a rebellion. Logically, to bring things full circle, this trilogy should have focused on the growth of a new democracy, and that's
yes, correct. That's exactly what it didn't do.
Yeah, it should have done. Wait, let's see what his point is. If it's going to come.
Exactly what George Lucas was going to do in his treatments. He was drawing from the struggles of the new government in Iraq to tell a story about Leia's republic battling against corruption and imperial remnants, with democracy ultimately prevailing and Leia turning out to be the chosen one. There was also Darth Maul with robot legs in there, which is shit. Michael,
I didn't get.
I mean, yes, that all of this should have happened.
I will admit that I like Maul in Rebels.
I never watched Rebels. I thought Rebels was garbage from what I saw of it.
It was definitely lower quality than Clone Wars and the story parts. Oh, well, okay. The best of Clone Wars, Rebels was worse than it. It was still better than the worst parts of Clone Wars.
You mean basically anything Disney made?
Yes, exactly.
Like,
its stakes were shit. They killed off Kanan
back for no reason after her character arc is complete.
Ahsoka in Rebels was fine.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you have to know what happened to her if she survived the purge or not.
She ran away and she hid. So what happened with Ahsoka was that she kind of come in, and the way it was described to me was that she was sort of a Gandalf in her role. The fact that she was too powerful to stick with the crew, so she kind of just came in every now and then for 5 seconds and then left before she dashed too many stakes. Do I think it was very successful though? Not really. I think it was more fan service that she showed up. I don't think it was detrimental. I think her inclusion in the Mandalorian was really awful. I think they got a terrible actress to play her.
Yeah.
And her horns were way too short for some fucking reason when they should have been 3 feet long. God damn it.
Yep.
Well, I will admit, actually, I do like her duel with Darth Vader in Rebels. That was really good.
That was the only, like, that was the reason she was brought back, and that was decent. And it was pretty great that she failed until they used fucking magic and time travel to revive her. Even though the Force doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way, Filoni.
Remember, the Force can be whatever we want it to be, as established by The Last Jedi. And this very movie we're discussing right now.
My problem with it isn't so much the time travel. Time travel is almost always bad, but the fact that it made 2D images move on a rock face. That's not how the Force works. The Force isn't magic like that. Sure, it's telekinetic and like spiritual, but it doesn't make 2D images move.
Wait, where was this?
And that okay, so in the episode where the main character goes and saves Ahsoka, yeah, he definitely is, but he opens up a portal to do it, but the way he finds the portal is he's supposed to follow the Lothal wolves, which is fine, whatever, but those wolves are actually paintings. And then when he gets close to them, the paintings start moving and running, and then they open up a portal by circling, and I'm like, this isn't fucking Harry Potter. This is not how the magic systems work, Filoni. Never, ever, ever have 2D images ever been affected by the Force. The Force is physical.
But we can teleport lightsabers and have Skype calls across galaxies.
Fuck you, JJ and Ryan. Eat my entire asshole, like fuck.
If you think that's bad, check out the Ewoks cartoon.
That doesn't exist.
To Ahsoka's return in Clone Wars, how they brought her back for the final season. For the assault on Mandalore, and I was just like, why? Her character arc is complete. Like, she's gone. There's no reason she should be back.
I liked it. I thought the Siege of Mandalore arc was done very well. The previous arc where she's with those two little the autistic pilot and the Cholo sister, that didn't go very well. I thought that was awful.
Yeah, I remember. I've seen clips of it on YouTube. But there was like an unfinished episode where Boba Fett has a duel with Cad Bane.
Awesome.
Yeah,
that sounds cool in theory, but like, what do they have except for that they're two cool bounty hunters?
Fair.
I don't know. I've just seen the clip where they shoot each other. I don't know the full context.
But
yeah.
Honestly, I don't think it would be as good as we think it would be because Boba Fett's a teenager in the Clone Wars.
Kind of a prissy, bratty, whiny.
He
teenager.
is a prissy brat, yes. But it
almost
makes sense that he would be that way. He's a teenager.
I feel like he would be more stoic. I feel like that his father would have taught him to like channel his emotions inward a little bit better than how he acts.
Yes, focus.
Well, to be fair, he's a kid who just watched his dad get his head chopped off.
I still think he would have been more reserved than the way he acts. I think what it would have come out as is like anger and bursts of anger and not like physical violence instead of him going, man, I want to kill Windu. Why aren't you with me? But it's been a while since I've seen him.
Yeah.
I just remember it was not accurate.
He's very bratty.
I think he would have been violent and angry. I don't think he would have been bratty and angry. But that's writing preferences and going in about like mental state and whatever. And I can dig a hole about any fucking character. See, of course he fucking did.
Was taking too long to write the screenplay, so Lawrence Kasdan and J.J. Abrams tossed those ideas in the trash and decided to make a nostalgic homage to Star Wars instead. It was a Mad Libs version of A New Hope, just change the names. Instead of Tatooine, it's...
Okay, yes. Yes, this is all correct. Still not defending that whole executing well part. I suppose.
Oh, dear God, we're only 4 minutes in.
Well, we
Oh.
haven't had much to say. He's not arguing. He's not defending the movie. Nor is he saying The Last Jedi is superior to this movie yet. So, there's not much to say.
He really only made one claim, really.
It's Jakku. Instead of the Death Star, it's Starkiller Base.
My God, how did we could go into there should be a whole video essay on how this should not be a thing. There should be like scores of video essays just about this one element of this film, how it doesn't work from start to finish.
The Star Killer?
Yes.
Well, Clayton, sounds like you got a video to make.
There you go.
Fair enough.
It's frustrating to look through all the cool concepts that were rejected in favor of one-to-one recreations of what we've all.
I know.
I see nothing to argue with.
I want this.
Already seen.
In the Force Unleashed book, and just to give you an example.
You read the fucking book? Damn.
Yeah, I've read both books. I love both books. And I'm playing the game right now. Juno gets a bit more character, which is good. Like, she was a commanding officer. She destroyed the biosphere of a planet. Like, that's how...
Who?
Juno, the pilot. From The Force Unleashed.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
Like, basically, Darth Vader orders her to destroy the biosphere of a planet. So they bomb it so hard that the planet can no longer sustain life.
Glass it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, they glass a planet, and now it's like, oh, the Empire wasn't ever that bad. And I'm like, no, the Empire in the old canon was, like, awful. They literally glassed planets. It's held mass executions of civilian populaces. Like,
Yeah, basically. I don't even know.
And that's one thing, like, the Rebels really doesn't do very well with is putting the Empire in a position where it is, like, they're the bad guy, and they do bad things. They do bad things to our main characters, but they never really go into, like, oh, these people are awful.
They cuck Thrawn so hard.
Oh my God, yes. From what I've heard of the Thrawn trilogy, this man should have been like, oh.
It should have been slapping his dick around.
Yeah, this man should have never have been outwitted by any of their plans. Never have.
Especially Ezra, who's like characterized as being a little bit stupid.
He's fucking dumb. I've seen some of I've only seen clips of Rebels, and Ezra's like, you have made some of the dumbest decisions I think I've ever seen anyone make.
Ezra's just is at the very least interesting because he does make dumb decisions, but he makes a variety of decisions. He makes some good, some bad, and they're kind of. It's understandable in his character why he's making these dumbass decisions. That I don't know. I found it interesting as opposed to I'm just doing the right thing. I'm making the right decision always. I'm never tempted to do anything bad ever.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's good. I'd just say it's more variety.
Most people were fine with this fan service because the fans hadn't been serviced in a very long time. The Force Awakens was seen as a palate cleanser for the prequels, and the next films could do something new. But that's the problem. How do you tell a new story when you've set us up to tell the old one again? Instead of a new phase, we're starting right from the same position A New Hope did, as if the record is skipping. The original.
Okay.
So far, so good. I agree with this.
Yes.
I mean, he's making a fair point. Let's let him play for a little while and see if he comes to a point. Because he is just kind of going off.
Never happened. I'm not going to waste time arguing that The Last Jedi was good.
Because it wasn't, and you will be soundly defeated.
Thanks for not wasting our time, I guess.
I know, right? Thank you for not wasting our time.
I already tried.
a late
The last-
guide to The Last Jedi that no one asked for, so it's really awkward. Sorry. Did we
God,
respond
you
to
knew
this
this
one, or did we respond to a different one?
No, that's the one we responded to.
Okay.
Maybe you should have taken that title that you wrote and realized some things and then not posted it.
But you have to appreciate that Rian Johnson had the difficult job of doing all the dirty work that The Force Awakens avoided. Not
No.
just in-
He really didn't. All he
He didn't
had
do anything.
like all he had to do was answer questions. Like that's all Ryan had to do.
And then you know what he did? He took the chessboard. It was poorly set up. The place pieces were in the wrong spot. He fucking smashed it all to the side and was like, "I actually want to tell this story right now, and I don't care what the fuck you did. I'm going to make sure that it happens." And he was also meddled. I did look up whether or not he actually went with his first draft or like a first draft and then slightly edited. No, that actually wasn't what happened. But it was still pretty raw. So he had original script and it was going through it, and then Disney was like, "Fuck you! It has to match up with whatever more." So he had to completely rewrite it. So it was kind of a first draft, but after he had to scrap something, whether or not that first something was good will never be known. You know,
It probably wasn't.
I'm heading off that being like, yeah, this is what happens when you use a first draft. He actually didn't. It doesn't make what he did good, and he just from the start looks like he wanted to make an independent film that was not a part of this trilogy. And
He was also very much someone that didn't have the. I would say he didn't have the writing cred to get on a project this big. He should not have been considered.
what I heard was, I think maybe it was Mahler that said it, was that he probably politicked his way in. He had critical darlings, even though they were kind of dumb because they did weird things like with Looper and whatnot.
Mhm.
And even it comes out, so I have seen Knives Out, which is his most recent film, and people are like, "Oh, it's great! It's a great whodunit." It's really fucking. The premise of it is stupid.
Yeah, I've actually seen some of Knives Out.
The idea of that woman who throws up every time she tells a lie is so unrealistic that it breaks everything. And then the whole fucking donut hole in a donut hole speech is retarded. It's supposed to be played for laughs, but it's fucking retarded. And I don't know where I was going with this. I suddenly forgot.
You were answering me. You were basically responding to my statement that Rian Johnson didn't have the writing credentials to be placed on a project like this. It should have been someone else.
Yes. Okay. So I was agreeing with you, and I went off on a tangent. Yay.
in terms of finding a new story, but in making sense of the one that we had just heard.
Well, the story JJ told made sense. It was coincidental. Absolutely. It's not great, but it made
Contrived.
sense. Yes, contrived. It was utterly contrived. Basically, everything in the plot happens by coincidence.
By the hand of the writer that looks very obvious.
Yeah, exactly. But it made sense. We get point A to point B, and we understand why we get there.
Yes.
In The Last Jedi, the choices made don't make any sense.
The Force Awakens told us that Luke abandoned his friends in shame and didn't return to save Han's life or to help.
No, it didn't. The Force Awakens didn't tell us anything about Luke. It told us he'd gone missing.
Well, actually, in the Force Awakens, Han does tell him that Luke does tell the main characters that Luke started in Jedi Temple, but then he just kind of walked away from everything.
Yeah, but he never tells us why. Like, so we're left to assume. But basically what he said was Luke actively chose to abandon everyone when that's not what The Force Awakens said. The Force Awakens basically says Luke started a Jedi Temple and was up and then left. We don't know why. And that's why that's part of the reason we're trying to find him.
Yeah, I came up. Okay, no. This is a tangent, so we'll just keep watching, but
Go for it. We got
okay, so The idea was like we don't know why he left, and the solution Ryan came up with was stupid. And so I came up with maybe a reason that for why Luke left that actually would make sense for why he wouldn't really kind of come back into the fray, why he would stay away. And my thought was like she would go to the island, he would be kind of reluctant to do whatever, and then she finds after he's refusing to train her a grave. And so what actually happened was Kylo killed his son, and Luke was struggling with hatred for Kylo, so much so that he's worried that he'd turn to the dark side because family means a lot to Luke. You know, look what he did with his father. And so wouldn't him going over the grief of his son and like the anger and hatred keep him away from being a hero, because who knows if he would befall into the dark side. I offered that to Smudcast. They kind of brushed it aside, but I don't know what you guys think of that.
I would fucking watch that movie.
Sounds better. I think it sounds pretty good.
I would fucking watch that movie.
Kill Ben.
I have like 3 lines of what if the sequel trilogy was good, where my boyfriend and I sat down and like was plotting out what if we took the bare bones of what happened and made it interesting. I think the main idea
character needs to be rewritten.
Yeah, right. Well, they're all shit character,
Rey
but
just
I
needs
think
to be removed. Let's be real here.
in this rewrite, Finn's the main character, but
Okay.
I think the main antagonist we decided was a Starforge type thing. So they're like, okay, the First Order, where do they get all this stuff? Where do they get all these ships and soldiers and droids? And so the easy answer is there's a Starforge out there that they found. And so that's the main antagonist of the series, is the Sith and the Starforge.
I love it.
I don't remember all of it. I have it written down somewhere else. I'll make a video on it.
Oh, before I forget, there's a YouTuber named Cardinal West. He did his own reimagining of the sequel trilogy.
Oh, did he? That'd be cool to go over.
Yeah, in his version, Thrawn is the main villain, and the Knights of Ren are sort of like I'd almost say like sort of like a cult that hates both the Jedi and the Sith.
I could get behind that. I haven't like read the Thrawn books enough to know like how to utilize him. But I'd like to watch it sometime.
Yeah, when she desperately needed him, even though we know he should be able to sense these things happen.
Also, let's talk about this map. This map. Bro,
Doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make sense. Why?
It's like, what the fuck?
Like, how can they not use this map to find him? Is there no, like, you have galactic maps and system maps. Just keep cycling through them. It's gonna take you, what, a day? Maybe 2?
There's a lot of planets in one part of the galaxy, but I hate that it's X marks the spot, me mateys, and it's not coordinates.
Actually, yeah, I never thought about that. It's just, it takes you to a planet, but doesn't tell you where on the planet he is.
Planets are kind of fucking big, bro.
I don't think JJ or Ryan understood that. They're flat earthers.
Well, Ryan, you've seen what Ryan thinks of fucking space physics.
With hyperspace?
Not with hyperspace, with those fucking bombs.
Oh yeah, the bombs.
There's no gravity in space, Ryan. Everyone knows this.
Look, I'm sorry, but the Dreadnought should be big enough to have its own gravitational pull. I don't have an issue with the bombs. It is a
That's never something that's ever brought up.
I know, but in defense of the bombs, the Dreadnought is a large enough object within space that it would and should have its own gravitational field.
I do not think so. It is not anywhere near the size of, say, like the Death Star, which is compared to a small moon. That's something that would have its own gravitational pull by its mass alone. But knowing that Luke and Han were blown away at the size of it, and everyone was, means that no ship has ever came to that size and scale before, which means they will not be big enough to have any sort of gravitational pull. Not also... Actually, no, never mind. That's it. It's not big enough because it's not as big as the Death Star.
I mean, that's not how gravity works, though. Everything has gravity. Everything. If it has mass, it has gravity. So.
Do I have gravity?
Yes. So if it has mass, it has gravity. So objects that are larger in mass have more gravity because they push on space more. And even if the object isn't as large as like the planet, large objects in space still have their own gravitational pull.
Hey, John Rice.
So
Does a mountain pull me in by its gravity? Well, I guess a mountain's a part of Earth, which has an iron core.
exactly. So the gravity. So with how close the ships were, there should be some pull from the dreadnought.
I think that's a bit more. That's floats into the realm of there's no sound in space, which is
Yeah, that's
something
fair.
people excuse, and so I don't think a general audience knows that specific type of thing about space, about gravitation. So it's something that would have to be stated for it to make sense. Otherwise, people know there's no gravity in space. How are these falling? And it falls in that realm. So while it may be more scientifically accurate, if it's not known to the audience, then the information isn't as valuable.
I mean, it's not scientifically accurate. They should the bomb. If it were scientifically accurate, the bombs would have chained explode up into the ship. But
yeah, basically.
But I don't have an issue with how do the bombs fall straight down. I'm like,
how are they
gravity?
floating?
Gravity?
I mean, my first thought was when I first watched it, my interpretation was that the ship had gravity because all ships have gravity, and when it left the ship, it continued its inertia. It continued the same way it went, and that's why it went down. I do agree with everyone's criticisms that it's not displayed in a way that conveys the information so I can see how people are confused. I have a habit of my brain will immediately fill in gaps very easily, and I know that's something about me, and it's not my job to fill in the gaps of a piece of work. That's their job. So anyone brings up this is actually a gap here, there's no information in it, and I was like, oh, I assumed this, but that's just a me thing. So
Pain. It is the future, you see.
It shirked any responsibility for showing us what that Luke was thinking and left his characterization up to the next film. Rian Johnson.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Are you sure you like The Last Jedi? Is this a video about a man coming to terms?
Handled it by extruding from what J.J. Abrams had given him.
Extruding what? J.J. Abrams didn't give him anything. All J.J. Abrams said was, Luke had a temple. Then he left. That's it.
That's a fucking lie. This quote's a fucking lie. You wanted to destroy JJ. What the fuck?
Drawing a straight line from the previous film, in Johnson's words, rather than trying to subvert expectations.
Lies.
Yeah, bullshit.
He's the subvert your expectation line was from his mouth, wasn't it? That's what the meme started.
It was.
It's like people can lie. Especially when they're on a marketing trail and they don't want to reveal their actual intentions because they know it will piss off the audience because they made it intentionally to piss off the audience.
From the Force.
Rian Johnson not only answered the hard questions about Luke, but found
what? Yeah, but he answered them very poorly, to the point where
Did he
this
even
is
really?
no longer Luke Skywalker.
What was the answer?
There's
what was
Rice,
the
there are 6 Star Wars movies. The prequels, you don't have to like them, but acknowledge their existence. These don't need to exist.
Yeah, Rogue One was okay.
Look, okay, I would have been fine if you shipped Poe and Finn together. Just please not this. Please don't mess up my Luke.
It's like, what answers did we get? It's like Luke chooses.
Luke's a coward?
Yeah. Luke
Why? Because he's a coward
Yeah.
and a murderer? That he would murder. I hate people. I think I heard someone's argument that they're like, if Mr. Luke, who saw good in Vader, saw bad in Kylo, then I trust his judgment.
What?
What kind of roundabout thinking is that?
What are you? Do you live on a hamster wheel, sir?
What? I'm glad you believe in pre-crime. Jesus.
Yeah, no kidding.
Found a way to tell his own story in the process, stacking layers and layers of meaning onto the foundation he inherited.
And he died.
Remember, The Last Jedi is an onion. It has layers, people. I'm sorry, I find that hilarious.
Dwan, dwan. Dwan,
Luke's characterization in The Last Jedi is that of an onion. It has layers. You must peel them back.
Wait, did he just say that? I was slightly distracted.
Yeah, hold on. Let me go back.
Left his characterization up to the next film. Rian Johnson handled it by extruding from what J.J. Abrams had given him, drawing a straight line out from the previous film, in Johnson's words, rather than trying to subvert expectations.
You've closed yourself off from the Force.
Rian Johnson not only answered the hard questions about Luke, but found a way to tell his own story in the process, stacking layers and layers of meaning onto the foundation he inherited.
Oh my god. No, he didn't do any sort of meaning. This was all meaningless. Luke was not set up for this arc. This is not Kreia. He was not betrayed by the Jedi ever. The Jedi did not fail the entire society by doing nothing. And then having their followers follow the dark side to do even more harm on the galaxy. Luke didn't do anything.
Yeah. Someone needs to make a meme out of this. Take a green caps from Shrek. Just put Rian Johnson over Shrek and The Last Jedi over the Onion, and then Star Wars fans on Donkey.
Layers.
Yes, like Luke is like an onion. He stinks. No. Or he makes you cry. No. Oh, you leave out in the sun. He sprouts little white hairs. No. Layers.
Oh my god, yeah.
Layers.
Beautiful.
And as hard as he worked to get a nostalgia writing.
Okay, another tangent. I'm sorry, I have to say it because I've never been able to come this, record it online. But the point of him cutting himself off from the Force is fucking stupid. Because I know this is some bullshit that Ryan took from KOTOR 2, but none of the consequences of disconnecting yourself from the Force ever stands. Because it killed 3 Jedi. So when Kreia comes in and you have the big reveal with all the Jedi Masters about why you were exiled and whatnot, Kreia disconnects them from the Force, and the trauma of it killed them. And it's noted several times that the fact that the exile survived being disconnected from the Force did not kill her is noted. And so Luke just casually disconnecting himself from the Force because he's a little coward piss baby that cried about his nephew is so dumb. And it totally, if anyone ever makes the KOTOR 2 adaptation, it absolutely devalues the fact of being cut off from the Force. You're being cut off from life. That's what that means. It's not just you decide to stop using your powers.
It also removes the reason the exile and and a bunch of other Jedi at the time cut themselves off from the Force because of what? Because
of the trauma.
Like Revan caused such destruction to so many people that are sensitive to the the lifeblood, connected to the life force that flows through the universe, through the galaxy, that they literally had to stop hearing it. Like it was like someone came up and screamed in their ears, and just wouldn't stop.
He literally killed the Force in that one area because he killed so many life forms all at once in such a short instance that it killed the Force in that area. Revan did that. It was the exile was culpable and a part of that, but it was ultimately his doing. And so because of that trauma of hearing every single life force from every person, from every fucking plant animal on that planet that died, screamed in the exile's ear, they had to disconnect from life himself to not just perish from the collective pain. And then here he's like, yeah, I disconnected myself from the Force because I'm a failure. I'm really disappointed in myself that my nephew went to
My
the dark
my
side.
nephew's turning into a goth.
I
I mean, that's
my
essentially
nephew,
what happened.
my nephew asked to
turned into a
go.
goth.
My nephew asked to go shop at Hot Topic, so I had to kill him and cut myself off from life. I
Series
can't.
off of the rail.
I really don't like the fact that Ryan decided, hey, I'm just gonna plaster Adam Driver's face all over this movie. Because this is absolutely subjective to me. Adam Driver is not an attractive man.
He has an interesting face. He's handsome in an ugly way.
Look, if you have to say
I'm not
it that
talking
way,
about
he's
you,
not
fool.
attractive.
That's a very specific, interesting type of attraction to women. I cannot explain it now because I am plastered, but there is a thing about Benedict Cumberbatch and
No,
Adam
I don't
Driver
get
that they're
that.
ugly but handsome.
No, I don't get that either. Like,
Well, are you in?
Benedict Cumberbatch
Wait, you are into men.
is awesome.
I was like, are you into men? Wait, no, you're gay.
Yes, I'm gay.
Never mind.
Benedict Cumberbatch I get because he's really like, I like Benedict Cumberbatch. He's an awesome actor. He does very, very well in most of his roles. And Adam Driver, from what I have heard, is a really cool guy. He's not attractive.
Have you seen? Oh, maybe you need to see some of his other roles. I can't remember. There's a movie I saw him recently, and he's fucking funny in it. But I wouldn't say he's handsome in it. But I don't know. I took another drink and I lost my point, so let's keep going.
Rise of Skywalker works even harder to get back on it.
We're going to clear away this slightly more familiar dynamic of the Emperor and the pupil. That's much more exciting going into 9, the notion of now we just have Kylo as the one that they have to deal with.
But now
but that whole thing doesn't make sense.
You've wasted... Snoke had the potential to be a very interesting character, and you chose to just waste him away.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, even more than that. So Kylo and the Emperor are kind of what I like to think of maybe as they're not anywhere near the same, but the Fire Lord and Zuko. So Kylo is kind of a wishy-washy on his allegiances, and so he's not the main bad guy, and he can't be because you can't really trust that he will be the ultimate baddie. So that's why you need Snoke, who is 100% true evil, to fall back on. So it's the same with the Fire Lord. You need the ultimate evil without any shadow of a doubt, without any castings, that they are the bad guy you have to kill at the end. And when you cut that off, now you have a wishy-washy villain, and the stakes drop.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, so and like it persists that in the next movie they had to bring in Palpatine as the ultimate evil that is morally good to kill, because that dynamic persists.
Because
Kylo is not resolved in his evilness.
Yeah, Kylo was never a threat. Like, he's never established as a threat. He's never...
Well, he's established as a threat. Whether or not he actually, the execution is good is up for debate.
Fair. We're told he's a threat. But
we're told.
To be fair, we get to see Zuko as a threat in The Last Airbender. Like,
yes.
Very much so.
He is formidable, for the most part. He's an equal challenge to them.
Mm-hmm.
To the main characters.
He beats them on more than one occasion.
Yeah, they kind of have to, like, finagle a way out of it every time. I think it's... I don't think they ever really head-to-head defeat him.
No.
And... Because, like, the only time that I'm thinking of head-to-head is in the Season 1 finale. Katara goes head-to-head from him. She's able to beat him during the full moon, but the minute the sun rises, he fucks her up and steals Aang.
Yeah, exactly.
And then later that night, she fucks him up hard.
Oh, she fucked him up pretty hard, but, like...
She just raised the snow up and that was it. Raised the snow
yeah,
up.
that was the night before, so that was during the full moon.
No, that was the night after when they went to rescue Aang from Zuko.
Oh no, he does. Okay, no, I'm remembering that wrong.
And the only reason they don't have the same intensity duel is because Zuko's been walking in the snow for like hours.
He's like dying of cold at that point.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, all right, here for a rematch. It's like I'm literally at my probably the weakest point but I'm gonna stand and fight. And Katara's like, bitch.
Katara's just great. Like, so funny anecdote. Someone posted a video about like Rey's actually a great character, and like guys just don't like strong women. And my sister sent me this, and I'm like, actually, Rey's a shit character because she has no ambition, she has no direction. She's good at everything. Just think about Katara. And the minute I talked about Katara, my sister was like, "Oh yeah, Rey's shit."
Yeah, that's just okay. My favorite movie of all time is the second Alien movie. Ripley is an awesome protagonist. If you say that I hate women, I will. Well, I won't beat you up because that'd make me sound like a. But you get my point.
Here,
I'll kick their ass.
like, oh, you hate strong women. No, I have plenty of strong female characters. Kreia, the Exile. Well,
I fucking
basically
love Kreia.
Liliana from Dragon Age. Liliana, Morrigan. Like, there are plenty of strong
Female shepherd.
characters. Female shepherd, who doesn't exist.
Which is the better shepherd. She's the better shepherd, you motherfucker.
No male shepherd.
No, look, Jennifer Hale gives such a better performance and a more dynamic performance. She's the superior.
She's a superior voice actress, not a superior shepherd.
I think
I'm
Caesar,
also-
you have to break the tie. Which is the better shepherd?
I don't play Mass Effect.
Ah, fuck you.
Anyway, I'm not planning to buy the Legendary Edition. I don't need.
Fuck no.
I have a $2,000 gaming PC. I already run my shit in the best graphics it can be.
I just don't need to buy a shit game again. Damn, I'll buy Mass Effect 1 on my own later.
Why would you buy a shit game?
Well, Mass Effect 1 isn't a shit game.
Mass Effect 1 is a shit game. Story-wise, it's awesome. It's a shit game.
Yeah,
its gameplay is awful.
That's the thing I hear about Mass Effect is like the
Fair.
sequels are all bad.
No, Andromeda's bad. Mass Effect 3 is okay if you subscribe to the indoctrination theory.
Which I like, and I'll just headcanon just to suffer through it.
Is that related to the original ending?
Yes.
Yeah,
it's related to the ending.
It's a whole fiasco. There's a whole
I mean the original ending. I heard like the ending sucked. People didn't like the ending, so they re-released it with a new ending.
No, they didn't re-release it. People headcanoned it. They had to explain away the original ending. Oh no! What you're thinking of, the first ending was so bad that they actually did do an update or like a patch, and it only slightly improved the ending, but they're basically the same. That's what
Crisis is worse than you.
What'd you say?
Worse than you posted in the chat saying I've got a 2K PC. You cannot run Crisis. I don't know what Crisis is.
Oh my god, that's a meme at this point. I don't. It sounds like this game was poorly optimized, but this came out in like 2010, and computers today struggle to run it. It's supposed to look really, really, really great. Like, there's a whole engine based off the Crisis games, the Crisis engine. I don't know what other games are on it, but it's memed that, oh, I have the latest technology and I still can't play this 2010 game. It's probably not in 2010, but it's you get the meme.
You say it's uninteresting to repeat the master and apprentice dynamic again?
Well, it's not a master and apprentice dynamic.
That means we're doing it.
Palpatine wants you dead.
We're going to say we aren't.
Serving another master.
No.
Even though we specifically brought Palpatine back for Kylo to have a bigger villain to overthrow again.
Yeah, because he's a wishy-washy villain that isn't pure evil. He's
not a real villain.
He's not a real villain. Character. Yeah, you need a main antagonist.
He is at best, in the most charitable interpretation, Kylo Ren is a neutral character.
He's a black character. He changes so much that he's undefined.
Yeah. There's still so many ways they could have brought back Snoke. I mean, if they had gone with the theory that Snoke is Darth Plagueis, you could have established that he's actually immortal. He survived Kylo cutting him in half.
He was only pretending to be dead.
Yeah, he manipulated the midichlorians, allowing himself to put himself back together. I don't know.
That reminds me of a meme. It's a picture of like Fallout New Vegas, and you blasted a guy's head off, and it's rolling on the ground, and you click it, and it says, "It seems he is merely pretending to be dead, but he's completely decapitated."
Look, we're getting.
That's what I think of Snoke, merely pretending.
The head could probably last a few more seconds.
Oh, I mean Sith magic, whatever. I'm sure it could have happened, but it popped to my brain. It popped to my whiskey brain. I
It's
switched to
outright
whiskey
petty.
now.
The moment Rey cocked her arm back to toss the saber, I knew, oh god, they're going to have Luke catch it to undo that moment from The Last Jedi.
Yes.
Correct. Yes. That was a good thing. Yes. Good thing. Good things. Good things.
It wasn't very elegant. It was a very direct fuck you, and it kind of took me out of the movie because it was just JJ bitch shitting about what Ryan did.
Look, I'm fine with that.
I mean, nothing in this movie really pulled me in.
Fair enough.
And they did.
A Jedi's weapon deserves more respect.
Yes.
I
This
will
is
say
the
it
kind
was
of talk
pretty
you would-
poignant. It's
Ryan
pretty
Johnson,
poignant.
A Jedi's weapon deserves more respect. Yes.
It was a good line in a meta sense.
Expect to see on Twitter, not the silver screen.
Oh. Or you.
Fair. I don't think it fit really well into the movie, but as a slap you or a fuck you to Ryan Johnson, I thought it was poetic.
Chris Terrio insisted that this wasn't a snub, but why return to this specific moment otherwise? After Luke gave his life to become the symbol of hope, did we need to bookend the saber toss to prove that he learned something?
Did he give his life to be the symbol of hope?
No.
I try to remember. I guess he tried to buy the resistance more time to escape.
He tulpa'd so hard he killed himself. Y'all remember tulpas?
Vaguely.
I don't. Can you describe what it is?
Oh, tulpas were basically imaginary friends, but a fancy way of saying it on 4chan. But they would concentrate really hard to hallucinate their imaginary friends called tulpas.
I don't know if I've ever been on 4chan.
My little brother, I learned about it because my little brother was trying to create a tulpa, and I was like, "So you're trying to give yourself a mental illness to have an imaginary friend?" He was a very sad little boy.
The only reason I know what tulpas are is because Supernatural did an episode about them.
Oh my fucking god!
What?
Just Supernatural, and Supernatural got a hold of tulpas, and the fact that tulpas is based in something. Oh god. Just the whole idea of it. Also, what'd you think of the end of Supernatural?
Destiel is canon. That's all I need to walk away from it.
I've never watched it, but I remember when Tumblr blew the fuck up, and I thought it was hilarious. I'm not gonna watch any of it. I'm sorry, dude.
Look, I watched Supernatural up until about season 7 with the Leviathans, and then I was like, all right, I'm out. Bye. I have better things to do with my life. And I come back. We're in season 15 now, and I'm just like, what the hell?
Right.
I saw the reveal that Chuck was God, and I was like, really? We're just we're just sucking fan cock now. I see that. Because it's been like long canonized that it's been long headcanon that Chuck was God.
That's
like
funny.
basically Chuck is like in the series. Chuck is a writer. Like, and he tells stories about basically meta. He writes the stories about Sam and Dean. Like he writes books about Sam and Dean.
Oh, okay.
And like it's been long headcanon that Chuck is actually God because basically because like he's supposed to be a prophet or something. but it's basically he's basically God, and then it's a whole
The
thing.
Trinity is now quadrinity.
Yeah, it's a whole thing.
Jesus, God, the Holy Spirit, and Chuck.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but at the end, it turns out he's a villain, and Lucifer comes back in Castiel's body, and we have alternate dimensions, and Death is a villain, and they for some reason the Death is a black woman, because why? It's not like the other actor, like the first actor, like if you've ever seen like here's a way to know by comparison which Death is better. Look up Death and type in Supernatural. His introduction, like he's one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. He appears in like season 4. Or the original actor is just like, what? Like it's the most epic and greatest intro to a character ever. And then he dies in the show, and the next person to be Death is like this sassy black lady, and I'm just like, where is the subtlety?
Wait, Death died?
Death dies, yes.
God, that's all you need to fucking know.
I mean, basically, yeah. Like, no one dies, no one stays dead. You might as well just accept, like, if no one ever stays dead. No one in the main cast ever stays dead. And you just you either get over it, or it's part of the you either get over it and watch the show because you're a fan, or you move on, or you don't watch the show. Like there's no getting around that. There's not really consequences for characters. After a certain point, it's just like, why the hell am I watching this show? There's no consequences. All the characters are basically immortal. Well, by this point. Dean's death at the end was not okay with me. I don't think he should have died that way. It's very personal. Personally, I found it to be a very disrespectful way to end the series. Like, it's long been established that Dean's probably going to die fighting a monster, but for it not to be, for him either not to go out in like a blaze of glory fighting God, but just some rando zombie or something, whatever they're fighting, it doesn't make, it's disrespectful to his character as a whole.
It seems like nothing can finish correctly these days.
I agree. I very much agree.
We're not even 10 minutes into the video.
We'll figure it out. Let's let him talk for a while.
It's hard to shake the feeling that Terrio didn't understand what The Last Jedi was about.
It was fear that kept me here.
Not really.
Or like,
Ryan
don't give a shit what The Last Jedi has to say. That's the point of the scene.
Yeah, but he said that it wasn't. He's disagreeing with Luke, saying it wasn't fear. It was fear that kept him here. It's like, yeah, it was. It was fear that you would, like, it was fear. He was a Luke in the Last Jedi was a coward.
So I just thought this: if Luke wants the Jedi Order to die, why does he have to exile himself? Just don't teach anybody about the Force.
Yeah, exactly.
You could help defeat the First Order, and then just don't teach anybody. Just go
walk away.
Yeah.
Johnson specifically based his script on the idea that it couldn't be fear keeping Luke there.
What do you mean?
What? Well, let's hear.
I knew, because it's Luke Skywalker, who I grew up with as a hero, I knew the answer couldn't be cowardice. He couldn't just be hiding, and I knew it had to be something positive. He thinks he's doing the right thing.
But
by doing nothing.
What? What sort of mental... Simone Biles is jealous of this man and his gymnastic skill.
What? He has to be positive. He had to think he was protecting people by actively ignoring a threat? Where his presence would have done nothing. There is no setup. There is no time when the Jedi have failed in this universe. They failed to find Palpatine. Oh, a master manipulator who manipulated Anakin.
And
This
the
isn't
entire
that the
Jedi Order and the government itself,
Palpatine was such a cool villain.
and both sides of a war.
Yeah, both sides of a war. This isn't where the Jedi are directly responsible for uprising the villain. They didn't create a Revan. A Revan never happened. A Jedi Civil War never happened. A Sith Triumvirate never happened. There's no reason.
He was not canon.
And even in that case, Kreia is trying to kind of reestablish the Jedi, but along her path. She doesn't think that they should completely die out. They need to take a different form, and that's what the Exile does. So this is completely weird.
Yeah, it is.
It doesn't mean anything.
Like, his entire argument rests on the idea that Rian Johnson basically, on his own commentary track, basically said, "Well, I can't say that I thought Luke should have been cowering in fear from the darkness he saw and his own actions and what he did to Kylo. So he'll be there thinking it's the best thing for him." And I'm like, really? That's your argument? That's your stance? That's where you're drawing this conclusion from? That Luke wasn't being cowardly by hiding away on the island? While the dark side just ran rampant across the galaxy? Like, Luke, while you were away, 7 innocent planets died. Hundreds of thousands, possibly trillions of people died because you did nothing. I'm sorry, that makes you evil. That's
it's 5 times Alderaan, and he did nothing. So he's almost
have a big dick.
culpable in their destruction. Like,
Right.
he has to answer for it.
Yeah, there could have been a way to still have Luke want the Jedi Order to die, just like he still helps the main characters defeat the First Order, and then after that he tries to run away from it all, and Rey tries to talk him out of it. Like, it probably still wouldn't be good, but it would at least be better than what we got.
Fear that kept me here.
Rey's parentage was retconned because they thought fans didn't want to be told that their theories didn't matter.
But they basically told us their theories didn't matter. Rian Johnson basically told us your theories didn't matter. Look what I've done. To be told this doesn't matter, correct. Rey has had a force back to her parents, and then their very next day it's told your parents are none of that matters. No, it all matters. It matters because she's so freaking powerful. She's like, and honestly, it didn't matter anyway. It didn't matter to begin with because Rey.
It was resolved.
Yeah, it was resolved.
Yeah, I mean,
So she accepted that it is not what behind you that defies you, it's what lies ahead, what the orange lady said.
Yeah, exactly. And if she was a decent character or had any sort of characterization, then she would have been more interesting in The Last Jedi instead of being like, I need to find out who my parents were.
So what Rey is she's a certain type of Mary Sue where she actually can be a flawed individual. She has flaws, but the fact that the narrative never acknowledges them doesn't make them flaws. So she's brash. She is completely self-assured that she's always in the right, and she makes emotional decisions all the time. Those are flaws. But the only reason that they're not flaws is because she's correct, because the narrative says she's correct. But if the narrative acknowledged that she always believed that she was right, that she was headstrong, she made emotional decisions all the time, then she would have actually been an interesting character, because there would have been consequences for these negative behaviors, but there never were.
Exactly.
So there's like she could have pretty easily in the Last Jedi have been an interesting character, especially if it culminated in her being at the very least tempted by Kylo. So I was actually a little bit tense in that situation where Kylo was like bearing his heart to her and being like, "Come on, let's rule the galaxy together." But when she said, "Don't do this," I knew that she wasn't buying it at all. All attention was released. There was no risk. She would never, ever gone to the dark side and done anything bad.
So they just read the answer.
You're his granddaughter.
Imagine someone pulling this shit with Return of the Jedi.
Is Darth Vader my father?
No. Chewbacca, your father is.
When the mystery of Rey's parentage was introduced in the
I don't see the similarity in.
I don't either.
I don't know what he's talking about, but the Death of Yoda is one of my favorite musical pieces.
Like,
that relates to nothing, but I just wanted to say.
He's saying, like, if Luke had, if we found out in the Return of the Jedi that Luke was that Darth Vader wasn't actually Luke's father, but that's like, no, that if that's not a thing, Luke has absolutely no reason to have any sort of faith in returning Darth Vader to his former self.
I guess I see what his argument was. The previous movie established that Vader was Luke's father, and the new one's like, no, it was Chewie all along.
Yeah, exactly.
Which actually, I'd pay money to see that movie.
But the problem with that is like, oh, well, okay, now I don't have to feel guilty about striking Vader down. He's an evil guy. I don't need to redeem him.
I don't even see the point of his argument.
Like there's not. It's totally dissimilar because one of Luke's main motivation is because he doesn't want to kill his own father. Like that's why he tries so hard to redeem him. It's not necessarily like, oh, it's not that he doesn't see good in him. He does, but it's also, hey, I want to save my father, who has very clearly gone down the wrong path. With Rey, it's just a side moment. Like Luke, Kylo, and Palpatine, and like there's no character motivate. She's not motivated by who her parents' identities are. I mean, technically she is, but only to the point of it spurs her to action, not really, oh, this is something that it is conflicting with
There's no emotional investment in it. She just does. She's a reactive force. She just reacts to stimuli like a fucking jellyfish.
Yeah, exactly. She's not like in the
At least jellyfish are pretty.
In the first movie, finding her parents is an active motivation. Like that's what she wants. In The Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker, it's just like, why do we care again? Like, what does it matter? We've been down this road before. We the audience know it doesn't matter. Rey knows it doesn't matter. Or what are we here? Why are we here?
Right. Let's see. Let's see if he rounds this up to a point.
You probably assumed that she was related to one of the characters we know and that she was left there for an important reason. My lazy guess was that she was Luke's daughter and was hidden to protect her from a villain on the dark side. Because that's the trope, that our humble heroes are actually important people predestined for greatness.
To protect you.
I mean, that's accurate. I thought that's a lot of what people predicted.
Yeah.
Is he saying that's bad?
Luke's daughter, she's gonna be I think a few people said it would be interesting if she was Palpatine's daughter or someone from the dark side's daughter.
And I've heard the theory that she was Obi-Wan's granddaughter.
I was subscribed to that too, even like how nonsensical that was, though, when you really think about it. Obi-Wan would never have some kid running around that he knew of or didn't know of. I do like the idea that maybe he's or she's his daughter, and before he died, he knocked some poor bitch up on Tatooine.
But I feel like he's about to say like, oh, this is realistic because people don't actually matter in this.
Oh yeah, the same.
Yeah.
Like actually, all our heroes aren't predestined for greatness. Well, Anakin came from nothing. I mean, sure, he had a weird ass prophecy that he fulfilled, but Obi-Wan came from nothing. A lot of the Jedi that we like came from nothing, were from random parents.
But further, if the people you're telling a story about aren't important, why are you telling the story?
It's from
Like,
the
if you're-
humble man perspective.
Like, if your heroes aren't important to the history or the of the world, of your world, there's no reason to tell their story. If it's not
Well,
going
they
to
can
change
make
something.
themselves. It can be like a made from nothing type of story, which I guess is what they're wanting. But it's not.
I'm probably heading his argument off before. I'm
Let's
heading
hear
his
him make
argument
it.
off before like he even makes it, but he's saying like our heroes aren't predestined for greatness. It's like, but if your heroes don't matter to the events of the story, as in, or the events of the galaxy, if you're telling like, I have a group of heroes, they're going to save the world. If they don't matter to the world as a whole, why are we telling their story? There's no point. Like on a larger like in terms of meta context, why do we tell the story? Because why is the hero
Why is the
saving
emotional
world?
investment and whatnot?
Yes. Why should I be invested if this is how? Why should I be invested in these people if they're not going to be remembered? They're not going to be celebrated. They're not going to do great things. They're not going to do anything. They're going to defeat the bad guys, but it doesn't matter. Or because they'll be forgotten.
Right. Well, let's see what he says, because
Yeah.
maybe he says something even more retarded.
Both from the Emperor, you were hidden from your father when you were born.
Who was his father?
There was no father.
Rey being no one wasn't about subverting your expectations.
It absolutely was. Please do
Yeah.
not pretend otherwise.
He made it explicitly clear on
mystery
Twitter.
behind it. It was a
The answer-
mystery box. Totally was.
Challenged her to move forward as her own person and showed Rey that her future was not dictated by her past.
No, that's not what it showed her. It showed the rest of us that our theories were bullshit. You shouldn't have thought of them. Bad audio. You shouldn't have thought of them.
The scene didn't make any sense. It just didn't make sense. What was it about? She was like to figure out that she was nobody.
Yeah.
I didn't interpret it on that point. It just sort of cut off at being like, you don't get to know.
Yeah, exactly.
It's I was confused at that point. And this was before I was really against Star Wars, because I was on the Force Awakens hype train going into The Last Jedi, and then The Last Jedi made me feel hollow. It felt very strange because I had like an emotional thing beforehand, like Star Wars was a big thing in my family, and this was like the first time we were going to go see Star Wars with my stepdad. And so I was like, okay, yeah, I know Star Wars will make me feel better. And so I go to it, and I was hollow. I felt weird.
Oh yeah, The Last Jedi. Yeah, that was very, very hollow. Blade and
I was
together.
Yeah, I always thought it was like, oh, maybe it's because I'm feeling weird because of the weird emotional situation in my life, but it was the movie.
Yeah.
It didn't help. It was supposed to connect it, and it didn't bring me the catharsis I was looking for. It didn't bring any catharsis. The movie didn't.
His whole argument is like, oh, it wasn't to subvert your expectations. It was to motivate her character. But her character doesn't proceed beyond this point. Who are Rey's parents is like a defining point of her character for the whole trilogy. But it doesn't matter because who Rey is never defined. Like, she's entirely defined by this one thing, her search for her parents. But in the first movie, it's like, oh, whoever you're waiting for, they're not coming back. Move on. You have new family.
Fuck you. That's what it's saying. Like,
Oh,
those
that's
people
so-
fuck you.
Yeah, in The Last Jedi, Ryan Johnson basically goes, well, you all put work into into fan fiction and fan works and theories and video essays about who Rey was and who her parents were and collected evidence and stuff. Fuck y'all.
Fuck y'all's passions.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, is my background noise a bit too much?
You're good. I'm ignoring
Like when
him.
I'm speaking. Yeah.
No,
I'm
when you're
sorry.
speaking, he's not bad.
Okay, you know.
We can all hear you clearly. We can also hear him clearly, but we can hear you more.
I'm trying to yell over him.
It also tied into the theme that anyone can be a hero, and that bloodlines and destiny don't decide who's important in the story.
Yeah, that's fair. I would be fine with that if it bothered to, put some effort into Rey's character, into Rey as a character, not as a plot device. Which is what by the end of the trilogy she essentially is, a plot device.
Tapping into the story in yourself and having I like the idea of disconnecting that from lineage. I think that feels in a anyone can be president type way. For Rey in this movie, if someone had told her, yes, here's the answer, you are so-and-so's daughter, here's your place in this world, here you go, that would be the easiest thing she and the audience could hear. This is
But she's supposed to determine. She's supposed to carve out her own place. That's what a protagonist does. But she's waiting for other people to tell her what to do. When
I can barely hear you.
I wasn't going to say anything till after her rant, but yes, we can barely hear you.
I'm trying to mess with the sensitivity. I'm trying to mess with the sensitivity and yell over it. But a protagonist is supposed to make their own way. She's waiting for someone to tell her in every single movie who she's supposed to be, and so she's a passive protagonist rather than an active one.
Exactly, which is, fine if you can make her interesting, but other than that, no, bad.
is going to be hard, and I have to stand on your own 2 feet.
Rey with the shark teeth.
And define yourself in this story.
It's no accident that the film mentioned the Skywalker lineage so often.
Are we... Yeah. It's called The Rise of Skywalker. Technically, it should be called The Thief of the Skywalker lineage. But I didn't get a say in title drops.
The potential of your bloodline, with that mighty Skywalker blood.
It left interesting suggestions about Rey's power that didn't need to be answered. Maybe the Force was balancing itself through Rey, or maybe she just had the right spirit and determination. Nope, it's just Palpatine DNA. Look at those midichlorians go. Sheev genes, baby!
Something
Palpatine's genes.
inside me has always been.
It's just DNA. Behold, the full power of my midichlorian count!
The film doubles down hard on the idea that
It's not like The Last Jedi provided anything that was better. Oh my god. I forgot they made a toy about it.
Did they make an evil Rey toy?
Yes, they made an evil Rey toy with the hinged
Unfortunately, it doesn't
lightsaber.
come with- Unfortunately, it doesn't come with shark teeth.
No, you gotta be a psycho kid and carve them yourself.
Just the hinged lightsaber. Hold on. Let me put this.
Remember, kids, when you're writing a series, make sure you prioritize.
Look at
make
this.
Sure
You can see the hinge of her lightsaber.
Remember, kids, when you're writing a story, make sure you prioritize practicality over style.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you get Disney Star Wars or the Fate series.
Law, are those trash?
The Fate series? What?
Yeah, are the Fate series trash? I always want to watch them.
It's okay. I mean, being a fan of history and mythology, I have a very strong love-hate feeling for it because it really feels like historical revisionism. Like, if they had just left it at King Arthur as a girl, I'd be fine. But they pretty much just everybody is turned into a waifu, a pretty boy, a loli, or some shit like that. And they look nothing like they look nothing like where they're supposed to be geographically.
Well. That's
Well,
another
War
topic,
Table's
though.
over.
The Force is exclusive genetic.
My mother was the daughter of Vader. Your father.
Also,
was
just
son
the
of
designs are very
And
unpractical.
they must have realized this halfway through writing because they
Yeah.
I mean,
gave Finn a
so
disposable.
like King Arthur, like the girl King Arthur, she fights in a dress, like the skirt like covers her ankles, and you expect her to actually fight like that.
It's anime, don't question it. Like,
Oh, I'm questioning it. Okay, keep going.
Disposable moment was.
The nav signal is coming from that command ship.
How do you know?
A feeling.
God, the way to pull your way out of that one, JJ. It's not like we don't have scanners that can detect the signal or anything like that. That would just be, too much.
See? Anyone can still use the Force. You just, won't be important.
What would I say to Disney that is do not bring out a black character and market them to be much more important in the franchise than they are, and then have them pushed to the side? Yeah. I would say that.
Yeah, it would have been interesting if Finn was also Force
Oh, did
sensitive.
we lose?
Him and Rey trained together.
Hold on, it looks like we lost Cheddar.
Oh, we did. So how was your day?
So far, it's
Never
been
mind.
good.
Welcome back to the world of the living, Cheddar, Cedar, whatever.
Can you hear us? If you are speaking, we cannot hear you. Ah. Okay. So we'll continue on then.
Important. You'll sit on the sidelines and watch the royal family members do royal person stuff. Whatever drama Rey Palpatine was supposed to generate was based on it being the hardest answer for her. But Rey being hidden to protect her from evil isn't the hardest answer. That's exactly what she wanted to hear all along. That her parents loved her and left her for a reason.
You had a father who loved you. He gave a damn about you.
This desperate retcon was apparently decided after filming began.
Did you know about the parentage?
No. At the beginning, there was toying with like an Obi-Wan connection, and then it really went to that she was no one. And then it came to episode 9, and JJ pitched me the film and was like, oh yeah, Palpatine's granddaddy. And I was like, awesome. And then 2 weeks later, he was like, oh, we're not sure. So it kept changing. So then even I...
She's very creepy.
filming, and I wasn't sure what the answer was going to be.
And it demonstrates the absolute refusal.
Speaking as a straight guy, yeah, I don't find Daisy Ridley that attractive.
Anyway.
Of this script to allow anything interesting for The Last Jedi to stand.
Nothing of value was lost. That is all I have to say. The fact that that the fact that The Rise of Skywalker basically ignores anything The Last Jedi has is to say it means nothing of value was lost. There's nothing interesting about Rey's character at the end of The Last Jedi. It answered a question we already had an answer to. Cheddar, are you here? Can you speak? You're good. Alright. But, like, we already got an answer in The Force Awakens, Ryan. We didn't need a second answer in...
can you hear me? Okay, there we go. There was the
yes,
issue.
I can hear you now.
Okay. Fuck Daisy Ridley. That's where we're on, right?
No, he basically said the Rise of Skywalker's inability to keep anything interesting from The Last Jedi.
There was nothing interesting from The Last Jedi, so I don't know how I could keep it.
Like, that's what I said. Nothing of value was lost.
Yeah, right.
Like, the Last Jedi answered a question we already had an answer to, and instead of, you know, being good and writing a character, Ryan said, no, we will make new character.
Right.
Even if we've got our ideas, we're checking those fan service boxes.
Related to...
I don't even... What is he talking about? Okay.
We should start playing the intermission music from Monty Python and the Holy Grail. I guess I'm the only one here. Hey guys, how y'all doing? Welcome to the Caesar Show. Clayton, Cedar, are either of you guys there?
Yes, I'm here. Y'all could have gone on without me.
Oh, I thought Cedar was gone too.
Oh.
I don't do improv very well.
I was just...
Yeah.
I had to let my cat in and give him some water, so...
It's okay. I died because I switched to go to my laptop outside, so I don't have my boyfriend in the background. Our setup is not optimized for me to be on the microphone.
Ah.
But
anyway, so
yeah.
Let's keep going because we've already hit this nail about as much as we can.
At this point, I have to apologize and make a retraction because...
Wow, that's impressive. If he got it wrong, maybe he'll admit The Last Jedi is a garbage movie.
Let's see.
Just before the movie came out, I said this. But there was an arc set for the trilogy, and JJ said he loved Ryan's script so much he was jealous he didn't make it himself. And after seeing Rise of Skywalker, there's no way either statement is true.
Well, of course he's gonna say that. It's good.
Yeah.
It's for PR.
Yeah, it's publicity and what they say
And Disney.
with the Disney whip behind
Yeah.
them, you know?
Like Mark Hamill basically said it.
Yeah, I mean,
Said like,
if you want to,
yeah, I can't say anything bad about this movie or any of the other movies, or my real opinions on this, on anything that happened because of Disney. Because Disney.
It seemed plausible at the time. Even if you take Abrams and Terrio at their word that they were genuinely trying to embrace what Rian Johnson did, their every attempt at complicating The Last Jedi led to a less interesting plot than what he left them. And
No, it led to an actual movie.
What? What he said.
You didn't hear what he said?
I didn't. I guess he said it in such a weird way I didn't comprehend his point.
refusal of this script to allow anything interesting for The Last Jedi to stand.
Nothing interesting remains after The Last Jedi.
Even if we've got no better ideas, we're checking those fan service boxes. At this point, I have to apologize and make a retraction, because just before the movie came out, I said this. But there was an arc set for the trilogy, and JJ said he loved Ryan's script so much he was jealous he didn't make it himself. And after seeing Rise of Skywalker, there's no way either statement is true. It seemed plausible at the time. Even if you take Abrams and Terrio at their word that they were genuinely trying to embrace what Rian Johnson did, their every attempt at complicating The Last Jedi led to a less interesting plot than what he left them.
You mean to tell me that a Hollywood person lied? Imagine my shock.
Their every attempt at complicating The Last Jedi? What? What does that even mean?
Now I'm like, what?
Yeah, like...
What do you...
There was nothing complicated in The Last Jedi to begin with, number one. But number two, how are JJ and... How is he complicating it? There's nothing to complicate. Like, what do you mean by complicate?
I heard what he said. He was speaking English. I was following him to a point, and then it's just like, what? He thinks that okay. So here's what I understand: is he said that originally he thought JJ was jealous of how great The Last Jedi was, but the movie, The Rise of Skywalker, proves that statement false because it complicated everything in The Last Jedi?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think he's made a point yet, but that's just such a weird way of phrasing that.
That redraft, my friend. You could probably benefit from a second or third draft, and maybe reading these aloud to yourself and realizing that the sentence structure is bizarre.
And one that managed to commit a lot of the mistakes that fans accused his movie of making.
Wait, what mistakes? Like So JJ made a lot of mistakes the fans accused Ryan's movie of making, but most of the criticisms of The Last Jedi are pretty legit. Like, they're legitimate criticisms. They find there's many issues with that story, with the plot, with characterization, with execution of certain scenes. There's a lot of problems with The Last Jedi. The same could be said of The Rise of Skywalker, yes.
Yeah. I
don't understand.
Let him run for a bit. I don't. Maybe he's setting up something in a second.
Luke dying for reason was a common one, but he died overexerting himself, performing the most in The Last Jedi to stand. Even if we've got no better ideas, we're checking those fan service boxes. At this point, I have to apologize and make a retraction, because just before the movie came out, I said this. But there was an arc set for the trilogy, and to take Abrams and Terrio at their word that they were genuinely trying to embrace what Rian Johnson did. Their every attempt at complicating The Last Jedi led to a less interesting...
What?
Oh, okay, I think I understand. So, he's saying... He was saying that they weren't actually trying to take what The Last Jedi did. They were trying to... Their every attempt to complicate what The Last Jedi did made for a boring movie. That's wrong, because they weren't trying to complicate anything. They were trying to destroy what The Last Jedi did.
resurrect
was
a
already
movie that was already
complicated.
destroyed.
Yeah, they're like, oh, they're trying to destroy a movie that was already destructive in nature, but
Like
it's no, like they didn't complicate The Last Jedi. They retconned it. They said, fuck it, swept it aside.
Like by the end of The Last Jedi, we have no stakes. We have no good versus evil. Well, the good side is basically down to 20 people and a prayer. The bad side
Right.
has won. There's no stakes anymore. We don't have a big bad. And Kylo Ren doesn't count because he's at best a neutral character. So we have to actively retcon stakes into the next movie. And because of that, we basically have to ignore the last movie's existence to a point.
Mm-hmm.
Plot than what he left them, and one that manages to commit a lot of the mistakes that fans accused his movie of making.
No. For all its flaws, The Rise of Skywalker is at least competent in its scripting. Not good. Doesn't make pacing is breakneck and entirely reliant on contrivance. But the story is passable.
Are you sure about that? Do you really want to die on that hill?
I'm not. This is not a hill I'm dying
competent. It's competent except for all the things it does wrong, all the basic fundamentals.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's better than The Last Jedi, which is very clearly 3 different stories that are all mashed together into one. The Rise of Skywalker tells one continuous story as, not well thought out and
yeah, well, that's a whole other debate about which of the 2 movies is the least bad.
What a pointless debate. They're real bad.
I mean, it's been a while since I've seen either 2 movie, but I'd say at least The Last Jedi is the better movie, but Rise of Skywalker was the more enjoyable movie.
No. That is very much wrong.
I guess I wasn't angry during The Rise of Skywalker, but okay, so the difference between the 2 by the type of bad is that The Rise of Skywalker was incompetent, breakneck, and just a fucking mess. So it just was like, you watched it and you were like, what the fuck? The Last Jedi was actively insulting. It sought out to piss me off. And so all I have is negative feelings towards it. Well,
but
The
more
Rise
so,
of
I would
Skywalker
say
is
that
like, what the fuck?
on an objective level, The Last Jedi is worse because it has a less cohesive script, a less cohesive story behind it. There are a lot of things that if the script had probably been rewritten a couple more times, wouldn't have made it through. Canto Bight probably would have been cut. There are a lot of things that don't need to be in The Last Jedi, or mistakes that don't need to be there that would have been corrected. I feel like The Rise of Skywalker very often is fairly decently scripted. It's just working from it's just written by a hack writer who doesn't understand how to make a story, how to end a story.
Yeah. I just remembered. Remember how at the end of The Force Awakens, Kylo just slices Finn's back open?
Yes.
Next movie is fine. He just had to lie down that med bed for a little while.
Oh yeah.
Luke died no reason
had
was
like a cybernetic implant or something, but I guess not.
a common one, but he died overexerting himself, performing the most extreme use of the Force seen in the series.
That's arbitrary.
Yeah, it's arbitrary, doesn't make any sense.
It's an ass pull. Why does it take so much? Then it doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't mean anything. It's just pointless. It's such a pointless His
It-
gesture.
Like, I guess it's established, but it's told. It's one of these show don't tell things, but they told us. They told us it was going to kill him, and it killed him. And so it feels like an asshole. I've never seen anything like this. What the fuck? I mean, Kylo showed up. I know it's Snoke doing it, but it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
It's so poorly put up. It's aggravating that people think this is a legit thing. Like, oh yeah, no, they told us it, so yeah, it's true and it's good. I'm just repeating myself.
In this, Rey actually dies for no reason, unless holding up those lightsabers required the Force.
I'm as powerful as infinity.
I'm as powerful as infinity plus one. Fuck you!
Okay, but
If only Windu was using 2 lightsabers.
yeah. Or you know, but like, but if he's going to argue that Rey in this movie is like, oh, Rey in this movie is kind of childish and lame and sort of infinity plus one and kind of thing. Like, does that not her did JJ change her character between movies? Did that happen? Did we retcon Rey? Like, is that
Was there anything of Rey to be retconned?
Like he's very clearly criticizing the Rise of Skywalker for Rey dying here, and a seemingly utterly pointless thing, but like that's perfectly in line with her character. The Mary Sue always dies at the end tragically.
Mm-hmm. That is
to defeat the villain. Like, that's a trope.
Yeah, that's one of the main tropes too. That's like a Mary Sue bingo, almost free space.
Yeah, isn't that what happens to the namesake Mary Sue?
Yeah, she dies in a Christ-like way. Which
but does she come back like Christ?
I don't think she comes back like Christ, but it is the thing where they die sacrificially, you know, whatever. I haven't read the actual story. I mean, the original Mary Sue story was satire. It was a parody of a common trope in the first place. Yeah. So I don't think the author ever resurrected Mary Sue.
People thought The Last Jedi faked them out with cheap moves like Leia being blasted into space.
It was a cheap move.
It was a cheap move.
What did that bring except it just knocked her out of the narrative for fucking Ryan's...
You can't claw my bed.
Idol.
Stop.
Is that your cat?
Yes. I mean, he's 6 months old, so, you know. He's just
that's cute. I have a 16-year-old that likes to not clean his ass and then make farts that smell like, sewage.
Right. But yes, that it's an ass pull. No. No.
You want a toy of Juno's Han Solo?
No.
What the fuckery? What even is this?
No! It got worse!
Oh, Christ.
It somehow got worse! But no, it's just to remove Leia from the narrative so Holdo can take over.
Yeah, that's all it is.
You know, there's
Ryan thinks she's hot. That's the only reason he cast her. Is he likes MILFs and he's hot for. I think that's what it was. It was some like talking about how like sexual old ladies were and how they were like attractive and always had a crush on Laura Dern.
Wait, what? Start over. What's this about MILFs?
So the reason Rian Johnson knocked Leia out was because he liked Laura Dern and had a crush on her because Holdo, who's played by Laura Dern, and That's why she's in the dress and she's all pretty and she doesn't look like an admiral. And so I was saying that Ryan Johnson is in the MILFs.
That's I mean, he's a middle-aged man himself. To be fair.
Yeah, so it's strange why he's into 60-year-old women.
That's a possibility.
It's just a thing that he had a huge boner for Murder, and that's why he cast her. And that's why she had purple hair and a dress on.
I'm sure he's about to be like, oh, but you're ow, ow, that is my hand. Anyway, he's about to be like, well, Leia's death in The Rise of Skywalker was just as disrespectful. I'm like, yeah, that doesn't... Absolutely, it was.
The fact that they puppeted her fucking corpse around was disrespectful.
Yeah, exactly. Like the whole thing, her whole existence in The Rise of Skywalker is very disrespectful. But
and terrifying. But what were you saying?
But like, there's no difference between the two. Like both are equally as disrespectful.
Yeah, equally disrespectful for different reasons.
Yeah.
Like.
All right. Yeah. So going back to Holdo, I remember Anna, that Star Wars girl. She's talked about Holdo before. She like kind of says she said like how the way Holdo talks down to Poe is reminiscent of something that happened to her in real life, where she had a boss that would talk down to her, but do it in a very flirtatious way. So it makes me wonder if like the Last Jet, like Holdo is just Ryan Johnson trying to project some kind of kink.
I don't know. I can kind of see that.
But Leia's survival didn't render that scene meaningless.
Yes, it does.
Keep playing. He's about to say something else.
Put Leia in a coma and set Poe off on his arc to become her replacement. Here.
And that's what made it not meaningless? No, he could have had the same arc and had her
as a mentor figure.
He could have had the same arc against Leia. Maybe he was questioning Leia's authority or whatever. Like going against the grain. I mean, you wanted to paint Poe in a bad light.
Put him up against, a character we actually like.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe he's trying to see his own. If you want to show the trope of Poe not respecting female authority or whatever, then do it against an authority that we like. You just wanted Laura Dern to jack off to, Ryan. Shut the fuck up. No.
Chewie's non-death pretty much is meaningless.
Yeah.
I'm glad you know that.
I'm glad you know that.
I'm sad you can't carry this over to The Last Jedi.
As is C-3PO's minutes-long memory loss. I don't know why the film builds this up into some powerful moment, because it's happened before.
Have the protocol droid's mind wiped.
What?
And they undercut any dramatic weight it might have had by making it clear that R2 has data backups.
There's an R2.
Yeah, I mean, that was a whole failed thing, but the problem is that these new movies treat droids like people.
Yeah.
When before they have never ever done it, it was more of a kind of a dissonance between the narrative and the audience, that the characters did not treat these droids as people, but we love them as people. Maybe it commented on something, I don't know. But the emotional distance was at least interesting. And here they're just treated as people, but then also not, because they don't give a shit about C-3PO dying.
Same.
So it's so disconnected. Yeah. I'm like, it's total whiplash, that's what it is.
To back up your memory?
Which are used minutes later.
Remedy restoration complete.
So, fuck it. What are we even doing here? We're wasting our time.
I'm glad you understand we're wasting our time.
I understand that. Let's turn our eyes to The Last Jedi.
It's almost like this whole ride was meaningless.
Just breathe.
Meow.
This is already really negative, and I don't want this to just be a tired and abrasive rant. So let's take a positivity break to talk about all the things the movie has going for it. It looks great.
Shut the fuck up. That's money. Disney has fuck you money. That does not mean anything. I mean, I guess it takes some talent.
Scene that looks really great. You might as well just like play "I Make It Rain on Them Hoes" over it.
Mm-hmm. I think the only time where Disney's amount of money made something look worse was the live-action Lion King, and that stemmed from a really bad creative decision from the earliest part of development, which was Favreau saying, "I want this to look like a nature documentary, so we're going to make this look realistic," and then everything from then looked awful. But otherwise, barring that, it's money. It looks nice.
Make it look like a nature documentary, even though the animals talk and they have
dance and sing
and they have a government structure. Like
it was
the emphasis on practical effects in this trilogy continues to pay off.
I always like going on location. It gives a much more of a real gravity to the scene. I understand it more.
And I know when seeing sequences like the Pasana Festival that these would have been CGI back in the prequels.
Okay, so what?
So, yeah.
This looks epic. Even if it is CGI.
So the reason it looks epic is because there's an emotional backing to it. This is the scene that the Republic went to war. It's the heralding of what has become of the once peaceful Republic and then a war starting. That fucking dancing with all the puppets in this thing doesn't mean anything. It's just a location. It could be any other location. If that planet meant something to the characters, that would be an epic shot. But since it doesn't, it might as well be CGI. For all we give a fuck.
But here, they actually had an army of real actors out in the real world. The film delivered.
Okay, what's it fucking do?
It has practical effects, therefore it's good.
Yeah.
I mean, I like practical effects, but
effects in this trilogy continues.
No, let it roll.
No, I want. Hold on.
Wait, hold on. Why is there 5 people piloting this fucking puppet? I have seen more impressive puppets with one person. Why is
going on location? It gives a much more of a.
Yeah, that's a good question. Why it like you can generate complex movement on a puppet without that many people on it.
I'm not gonna pretend I know anything about puppetry.
I don't, but I
don't either.
To the scene, I understand it more.
And I know when seeing sequences like the Pasana Festival that these would have been CGI back in the prequels. But here, they actually had an army of real actors out in the real world. The film delivered.
God, so there. Okay, where is this location? Is this Cloud City? And why is there like? Why do they fly under a mirror? Like you can see it briefly, but there's a There's like another Millennium Falcon. You just have to be paying attention.
Oh. Well, let it keep running.
All the spectacle any fan could have asked for.
Yeah, this whole scene doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Money. It's all this is.
The actors are all doing their best in spite of the material.
No, they're not. Daisy Ridley is not a good actor.
Daisy Ridley is not a good actress, no.
She is charismatic. She wins a lot of people over by being charming somehow, but that does not make a good actor.
No.
She does not carry the dramatic moments. And I mean, I don't personally find her mouth being open a big deal, but she has no range.
I have so many, like, I make a joke of it, but yeah, it's she just doesn't have range.
Material and cement that they were perfectly cast. In fact,
I mean, Adam Driver was perfectly cast.
I agree.
But
had he been a consistent, had Kylo Ren been a consistent character, I feel like this would have been like Adam Driver's biggest role ever. He would be the.
Was the only thing that fucking sold the character, because he did do the intimidating before he cucked himself in the first movie. He was an intimidating character with a good presence, but even I kind of like the fact that he was this intimidating person, but also he was this petulant child, like upset and volatile, and he did that well enough. I liked Poe. He was the swashbuckler Han Solo type. He did that really well. Very charming. Finn, charismatic, looked like he was struggling, but he was honestly a Luke. And I would have gone with those 3 male leads. It's only Daisy that fucks everything up. Also, recognize that Daisy is the only unknown, hasn't really had a role before. John Boyega has had roles before. Adam Driver has had roles before. Oscar Isaac is a fucking legend. I'm pretty sure he's won awards before this, but maybe he should get some of it.
In fact, I would argue that this trilogy managed the most consistently good performances in the saga. Richard E. Grant's character is just a marvelous asshole.
Yeah, it should have been Hux. But Rian Johnson decided to ruin that too.
Yeah, I'll admit I actually like General Pride, but just because he was probably one of the only competent villain in the entire, he felt like the only competent villain in the entire trilogy.
Yeah, exactly.
We've seen Space Nazis before, but this guy looks like he wakes up eager to Reich and roll.
Yes, they're space Nazis. Oh my gosh.
Actually,
Okay, so
that's a little funny.
Hey, so I got a question. So I haven't gotten up to Legacy of the Force yet, but is Darth Kaitis a good character? Is he
No clue.
consistent?
Jason Solo. I only know that because someone made an extended universe trailer. It was like Jason Solo. It's Kaitis now. I'll show you it later.
I don't know.
Leia scenes always feel like out-of-context audio stuck together.
It looks like I'm making excuses.
Because it is!
Yeah, because it is.
Wait,
because this shouldn't be.
Let it run. This is supposed to be the positive section. What the fuck does this mean?
Things look like. Tell me what they are.
But I commend them for finding some kind of conclusion for her.
Or,
No.
you know, having a tasteful funeral at the beginning of the movie.
Yeah, this was not tasteful at all. Like this
having
was
a tasteful funeral, having her not be in the movie, having her have died between movies, anything like that.
Mm-hmm. No, but that was taking skill and planning.
Carrie Fisher's death was a huge blow to the storyline, and it's nice to see that they worked around it without writing her out completely. I like that the Force Bond concept was taken further, and the fusion.
No, this entire thing just breaks all of Star Wars.
It would break anything. This doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
In the immortal words of Han Solo, that's not how the Force works.
Exactly.
Of different settings was a really cool visual. I also like Kylo's exchange with Han.
Yeah, it looks neat.
Oh yeah, and, like,
and
not
this whole scene.
Let's see what he says. Let's see how he
that's
spins
not,
this.
That's not even on. That's just a
because
a voice in his head.
This is a moment that actually feels. I like that the Force Bond concept was taken further, and the fusion of different settings was a really cool visual. I also like Kylo's exchange with Han, because this is a moment that actually feels like it was earned and built towards throughout the trilogy.
No!
What?
The problem with that is that that's the main problem is that that's not Han. It's just a voice in his head. He as I think as Mahler put it, he forgave himself.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. It wasn't built up to. He was fully the villain until Rey stabbed him, and then he was like, "Oh, actually,
I'll be good now."
I'd be good now.
Rey
Look,
stabbed
I'll
him
tell
and healed
myself
him,
that.
and then Rey cheap shotted him, and then healed him, and was like, "Oh well, I'll be good now. I'm Ben Solo now. I've made up. I've forgiven myself for all I have done.
Why did your father give me an honest answer?
I didn't hate him.
Strike me down and
Change with Han, because this is a moment that actually feels like it was earned and built towards throughout the trilogy.
Why did you hate your father? Give me an honest answer.
I didn't hate him.
strike.
What?
Oh, no. What he's showing now is the examples of the build up to this payoff, except that this one, this isn't a very good build up, and two, this is the only build up for anything. This is the only through line for anything. That doesn't make it good. It doesn't make it earned.
Yeah.
It just makes it a fucking semi-cohesive narrative. He got it a little bit right. Kind of, not really.
Me down in anger and
Only if we interpret it in the most charitable way is it a cohesive narrative.
A cohesive payoff, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll always be with you. Just like your father.
Maybe it doesn't make total sense that a memory of Han is appearing like a Force ghost, but it has
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't. Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. It's basically him forgiving himself.
Maybe it doesn't make sense, but I'm gonna ignore that.
really emotional weight to see Kylo relive that moment as Ben this time.
What? No!
Okay, so I hate this fucking back and forth people seem to make up between Ben and Kylo. As if they were like warring people. No. He isn't. He threw away Ben. He's just Kylo, and people try to refer to him, and even like Rey is imposing on him that like, oh, he's Ben now. No, he's one person, and this duality is not really seen. Besides the fact that he is Ben.
Like the whole reason they're doing this is because in the originals, Darth Vader isn't considered to be Anakin Skywalker.
Yeah.
Like that's
the whole name change thing.
Whole thing. And like in Bane, it's sort of explained like because that when Sith take on their names, it's to create that separation between what once was and what will be.
Mm-hmm.
But for Kylo, it doesn't seem to have changed anything.
He doesn't really seem that different between Ben and Kylo.
Yeah, exactly.
Mostly because Kylo isn't very well defined in the first place.
True.
Except being petulant and whiny, which I kind of miss his Force Awakens tantrums. I thought that was very unique.
Okay, so Cedar. So I don't remember this very well, and I don't remember if Clayton does or not. But was there ever an actual explanation for why Ben Solo turned evil?
The explanation was that he wanted to be like his father, and Snoke got in his head early on to be evil. That is the given explanation. It is vague and imprecise because that's exactly how much information they gave us.
And then Snoke is wasted.
Yeah, it's not like, oh, Kylo felt like he had a lot to live up to and couldn't, fulfill the role of what Luke said, of what his mom said, being like a leader. Maybe he was slightly ignored, and then Snoke preyed on those doubts he had to say, well, you have to live up like your father when he was evil and respected, and that's the only way you can get out from their shadow. No, it's just vague.
Yeah.
I know, just like okay. So yeah, with like the prequels, like you can say that it's a bit contrived that Anakin would turn evil so quickly, but you could see like why he would.
He had a motive. He wanted to save his wife. And he wanted power to do it, but then that power to save his wife corrupted him so much that he hurt his wife.
Yeah, not to mention finding his mother beaten and killed by the Sand People.
Oh yeah, well trauma doesn't help that,
Yeah, exactly.
And then when you take, I guess, both Clone Wars series into consideration, he's tapped into the dark side before.
Yeah, the Clone Wars kind of dips in and out of being, ooh, he's evil, but the main point of Anakin in the Clone Wars is the ends justify the means. I think that's the biggest takeaway of his personality.
That's his very much something they hint at. Like, he is very much someone that, to him, the ends justify the means, and that is his justification. Like, and you sort of you see, like, you start to see how Palpatine sort of manipulated that attitude into
Which makes sense, because the Jedi way does not work well in war.
No.
And that's sort of the point of how it changed it. And so him becoming a Jedi in war would push him towards these strategies, which makes him susceptible to the dark side, which is something common that happens. It's the same thing that happened to the Revan and the Jedi that followed Revan. Is you can't really be a Jedi and be in tactical war.
One of my favorite Anakin moments is in the original Clone Wars when he like just kills all the members of the Techno Union. It's the very last guy. He force chokes this guy to death. But he's using his severed robot hand. Yeah.
Yeah. The 2D one. Yeah. I love that one.
And wow, this shit premiered on Cartoon Network.
Yeah, he's a scary force, but you could kind of understand all of the events pushing him there. With Kylo, you don't.
Yeah.
You really don't. Your brain wants an answer, so it will automatically make up something from all the tropes of things you've learned in the past. Like, the first thing was getting out to my brain was getting out from under the shadow of Luke. But that's never stated anywhere.
The best motivation we can come up with that's in the film is that Luke tried to kill him, and that's why he went to the dark side.
Yeah.
That's the best you get.
Yeah, there's not even it realized my fears. Like, I was afraid of him or what. There's no logic between him trying to kill him and then immediately him falling to the dark side.
Yeah, you think he'd go back to Han and Leia and be like, yeah, Uncle Luke tried to kill me. Can I crash with you guys?
Yeah, there's been a lost duckling. If anything, how it should have gone with the idea of Luke betraying him and trying to kill him is now he's alone. He has no support structure. He has no mentor guiding him, so he's completely lost and listless and vulnerable. That's when Snoke slides in and starts mooshing him up to the dark side. But the mooshing up to the dark side happened before that. And he gets almost hit, sliced up by Luke, and then he immediately decides he's a fucking murderer to children. And I really don't know. And neither did JJ.
Proceeding onward. We're only 13 minutes in.
And then he doesn't speak a word for the rest of the movie. Adam Driver as Kylo Ren is one of the most consistently praised parts of this trilogy, and they apparently had no idea what to do with him after his turn. He just ceases to be a character and amounts to little more than a lightsaber delivery boy. He begins fiercely determined to eliminate any threat to his power, but he and the movie alike forget that he's the supreme leader about halfway through, and he seems just fine with random officers supplanting him. There was a lot of gloating about the cast all being together in this one, and that we would have that great chemistry front and center, but it doesn't matter for much when the characters have next to nothing to do.
These are all valid.
This was the positive section.
Oh, Jesus, let's see if he's like, I can't even stay positive.
Their scenes are mostly...
One thing I kind of find ironic is that... So, I mean, as far as I know, in the original EU... so in the original EU, Chewbacca dies, but Han, Luke, and Leia are all still fine. They die of natural causes. But in this trilogy, Han, Luke, and Leia are all dead, and Chewbacca's the only one alive.
Yep.
That is actually kind of funny.
Just hollow banter.
So, bad mood?
Me?
Him.
Always.
When you're sinking in the sand.
Why is
Always? No, he's not. He's not
Why?
a grumpy person.
he's the jokes? He seems to be the comic relief in The Force Awakens,
Mm-hmm.
and then the Last Jedi basically ruins him.
Yeah. And he never recovers, the poor lad.
And you said I never told you.
I'll tell you later.
They'll be waiting for us at the Falcon.
Yeah, they'll throw us in the pits of Grick.
Yeah.
I haven't felt you this tense since we fell into
the pits of Grick.
Yeah.
What?
That's it. No, that's a great parallel. That's actually pretty funny.
Finn is mostly there to shout other people's names, which has been an unfortunate trend from the start. The best he gets is a conversation with other defective.
These are all really fair criticisms in a humorous way. Why does he think The Last Jedi is any good?
I don't know.
So clearly. Like, my dude, this is all. This is.
It's very clear he's examined this film from with some sort of perspective that shows him like these are problems that affect these characters.
And I legit say he's making fun of them in a good way. This is some good editing. So why is all of his points pointing back to how great The Last Jedi was and how interesting is so bad?
Like, I don't understand. Like, this man, Finn, is basically putting up a staunch defense of The Last Jedi, but at the same time saying The Rise of Skywalker was bad. And so the people that acknowledge both movies are bad are like, how can you look at this and say this is bad, then turn to this and say this is amazing?
Like, I don't know. This is still the positive section, isn't this? Oh my god.
We're still in the positive section.
Troopers highlights how much conflict Finn should have about gunning these people down at this point.
Yes.
Yeah. If only that were interestingly followed up on. It should have been, how it kind of was in The Last Jedi for all of, like, the 5 seconds it happens.
Oh my god, I just realized something. With the other trooper lady being black, it kind of implies that they only kidnapped black kid, this whole white First Order. I never realized that.
Yep. We never see another stormtrooper's face. We can easily just assume that all the stormtroopers are black people.
I mean,
God.
It's been a while since I only saw I haven't seen the movie since it came out in theaters, but I know there were other people in her group that were also former stormtroopers.
Mm-hmm. I guess those aren't those weren't all black people, but it does. The only speaking character.
Yeah.
It's what we call not a good look Disney.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And plus, they were all slaves. Settle.
Exactly. Oh my god.
We were conscripted as kids. All of us. All of us here were stormtroopers.
What? Okay, hold on. This is a major thing. Like, this just blasts holes in Finn's entire character.
And he's blank-faced.
Like,
wait, what did she say?
We were all stormtroopers, all of us. Like, we were all conscripted as kids. Like, she basically said, yeah, I'm a stormtrooper. I don't want to be I chose not to be a stormtrooper. Which makes Finn's entire, like, movement in the very first scenes of The Force Awakens questionable, because how do they not all, if stormtroopers if there exist stormtroopers like this that have broken the indoctrination and gone off on their own, how did Finn do it? He was literally being monitored. Like, there should be a system in place for stormtroopers like him. Why is that not a thing? Like,
because that would take talent to do.
I mean, I'm thinking like the best way they could have concluded Finn's entire character was that Or I think somewhere in this movie he would die. However, he would end up inspiring all the other millions of other stormtroopers to just throw their guns down and refuse to fight. So, I mean, they're all slaves just like he was. I think that'd be a lot more powerful for him as a character.
Mm-hmm.
He mutinied at the back.
Blah, 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 blah. Die, motherfuckers!
That same raid scene exposes how little Poe has learned since the last film, where his mission to infiltrate the Supreme Leader's ship failed because of the tiniest mistake and nearly ended the rebellion.
What tiny mistake?
He got got by a droid. There really wasn't any mistakes he made. He just bad roll for perception.
And even so, what does the droid find suspicious about them? Why does the droid detect them as weird? What is going on?
These people smell like main characters. Just look at that Rose's hair, that weird flippy curl in it. That just screams anime protagonist.
Yeah, exactly. The droid just detects them as oh, these are good guys. The good guys are here with infiltrators.
Do they have a full database of every single person? And they didn't even get facial scans.
No, the droid sees them from behind.
Oh my god! Yeah, so it just detects.
So it just basically
the fucking other team.
Yeah.
Wow, way to wall hack, droid.
It's just oh, the two officers walking calmly through the deck. Maybe it's because it was a black and an Asian person. I don't know. There's no reason for this droid to be suspicious of these people.
No, he has every reason because there is a black and an Asian, and they're not the stormtrooper slaves, so they have to be imposters. Because this is a fucking slave-owning.
I mean, even that wouldn't make sense because The Force Awakens showed that a First Order officer they had a First Order officer that was a black woman. And I think The Last Jedi there was also an Asian man.
I know. They probably did. There's no reason.
But there's no reason why this droid should have detected them. Poe's plan should have gone off without a hitch. But we needed Holdo to be right for whatever reason, which makes Poe even more right.
Yep.
So, you know what?
Yeah. I know I said this last time, but I'll say it again. All they had to do was just have Holdo like sometime in the movie. Just Holdo grabs Poe, drags him off, and talks to him in private. He tells him that they had reason to believe that there was a mole that was leaking information to the First Order, and that's
which
why
would have actually solved the whole "how the hell did they track us through hyperspace" thing, without
better than an actual hyperspace tracker.
Yeah.
And it would explain why she kept quiet the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
I know. It's crazy how much these movies can be solved by throwaway lines.
And then if that's the after Leia gets blown out, Holdo takes Poe aside. It tells Poe, "Hey, I'm not gonna tell you the plan. You need to calm down. I have a plan. I can't tell you it because I suspect that because there's a mole on board."
Yeah, she never even says, "I have a plan." She just gives platitudes.
And I'm tasking you to find that mole. To find the mole and eliminate them so we can get the fuck out.
Yeah.
And then you have this whole arc with where basically Poe drags Finn and Rose into it for, because Rose has to be there. She's the character now.
Oh yeah. Fuck Rose, just delete her.
Fine. Rose doesn't have to be there. So Poe goes and Finn wakes up and he's like, "Yeah, we're down. I'm down." And so Poe actually, fuck it, leave Finn out. Leave Finn out of the whole thing. Let this be Poe's story.
Yeah, I mean,
Poe.
I do love Finn, but he should be the main character. Finn should, honest to God, be on that island with Rey.
Yeah.
because they should have both been Jedi. What it should have been is that Rey and Finn should have been Jedi, and they should have gone different ways. Finn should have been the traditional good Jedi because he'd already been on the bad side, and Rey, with her emotional, confident self, should have fallen to the dark side.
True.
That's what it should have been. It would have been so cool. It would have been interesting.
But then you have like the whole Poe's whole arc here, is like
Pointless.
Poe gets
Don't
to
need it.
run around. We get to run around the ship, the main ship, and like see scenes of the ship, like the mess hall and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And see how ships work in Star Wars, stuff like that. You get a lot out of it. On top of that, you can have like epic showdowns where he thinks the mole is this guy and turns out it's a red herring. Like, you can do a lot. There's a big whodunit aspect in there, which would have been really interesting.
It'd be higher stakes than what's going on here, or at least something then.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But again,
the whole base of The Last Jedi is so broken that you could just delete. You could, honest to God, delete Poe's story, delete Kano Bite. It just be about being on the island with Luke, and that's all that matters to the story. I mean, like, it just feels like they wanted to give shit for the other people to do.
Mm-hmm.
Don't.
But again, we're at that point where he's bringing up legitimate criticisms of The Rise of Skywalker, but he's propping them up against The Last Jedi, which is just like, dude, how can you maintain
It almost sounds like criticism for The Last Jedi.
This state of cognitive distance?
They try the same thing again, but without any plan at all that Poe has learned since the last film, where his mission to infiltrate the Supreme Leader's ship failed because of the tiniest mistake and nearly ended the rebellion. They try the same thing again, but without any plan at all this time. They just run into the most heavily...
He just calls them the rebellion and not the resistance.
Yeah, I know.
I see people have given up because that's what they are. They're the rebellion extended.
They're just the rebellion extended, yeah.
Fuck Return of the Jedi.
That's always been my problem ever since I first saw Force Awakens. They should be the New Republic military.
Yeah.
They shouldn't be something independent. They are. I mean, the rebellion from the original trilogy became the New Republic. So naturally, these people would be their military.
But they would be the underdogs because underdogs are always good, and if they're the main power and the bad guys are the underdogs, well, that means that they have some sort of virtue, because in America, the underdogs are virtuous. That's what it's... That's overthinking it, but...
They could have done something interesting where maybe both sides are equal match, but like the First Order uses like propaganda to sway people within the Republic to sympathize with them.
I don't know. That would have been fine.
First
As a
Order
small,
officers...
intimidating force.
First Order officers manipulate colleges and teach all their students that the Republic people are privileged and repressive.
Oh, this sounds familiar.
Exactly.
Ship in the universe.
The First Order were then they realized the Empire were actually the good guys the whole time. Never mind their crimes against humanity.
Oh God.
Never mind that they were oppressive. The Republic are the real oppressors.
Are blasting, which is especially dumb because they have Rey, who can do this.
It's okay that we're here.
Why not just do that from the start and have what you need brought to your ship?
We're looking for a prisoner and his belongings.
Okay, got no problem with that.
Their raid fails, Poe gets shot, and they're only spared from execution because of dumb luck. There's no moment in this film where Poe demonstrates his growth as a leader.
What growth?
There is no... Yeah, he just...
Yeah, he just realized he was... or at least he was led to believe he was wrong, even though he really wasn't.
He was right about everything.
What was that scene in The Last Jedi? A showing of him demonstrating being a good leader, where he says retreat from this mission that this is
basically
a do or die.
Yeah, basically he dooms the entire resistance by his order.
There's no, like, as a captain, you should have been the one to be like, okay, I'll take the bullet. I see what needs to be done. It's a suicide run. I want to protect my men, so I will be the one to carry it out. That would have been leadership skills.
But that would have been Poe from The Force Awakens.
Yeah, because the Poe from The Force Awakens was completely valid and good.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
But he
and
had,
like,
but we had to put him down because he is a strong man, and women are the only ones that can be strong.
they're not even that strong.
The women.
The women. I mean,
The women. But you have to remember the women.
I always remember the women, especially the pretty ones.
Completely freezes in the final battle and just bears witness as Lando is the one that saves the universe. Rose has about as much a role in the film as these 2D storyboard cutouts.
Hooray! Victory
Yay!
for the Rise of Skywalker! They eliminated the most pointless character ever.
You know what so I was still in high school when these movies came out, and I remember my libtard art teacher coming up to me, and he's a big nerd, and he was like, I love Rose because you know what? She feels like not a Star Wars character. And that's what's great about her. And I'm like, she doesn't feel like a Star Wars character in a Star Wars movie. That's the whole point. You're admitting she's out of place.
Yeah.
Motherfucker. And then he explained about how the river was dry because the rich man sucked up all the water from the river. And I was like, okay, I'm done.
Was it, you said this was an art teacher?
Yes, it was an art teacher.
That's about right.
A high school art teacher. I had him twice a day. Right. Yeah, exactly.
Shit, man, you were still in high school when The Last Jedi came out.
Yeah, I graduated college now. That's how long ago this was.
Oh my god.
I'm not old, damn it. I'm not old.
I'm
only 26. I can't be old.
At 26, how old are you?
25.
25. I'm 23. I was like,
I was 23. I think I was 23 when the movie came out.
Same.
Damn. Wait, when did this movie come out?
I meant I was 23 when Last Jedi came out.
Yeah, well, like when did The Last Jedi come out? Like what year was
2017.
it?
2017. Like around
4 years ago. Maybe. Yeah, maybe I was a senior in high school. Yeah, no, that makes sense because I was seeing him twice a day, and I was a senior year, so makes sense. You're still old. Play it.
Terrio explained this by saying that they couldn't successfully integrate her into the footage of Leia, but that only confirms that they never intended to give her anything to do other than stand in the background in the first place.
Well, you say that they're going.
Oh, let it roll.
Yeah.
I feel sorry. I gotta go check something, so y'all can let it roll.
Alright.
Okay.
Yeah, I do sincerely feel bad for Kelly Marie Tran.
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess she was bullied by people on the social media, which happens.
Yeah.
But then they used her as a fucking Christ figure. Look at, you can't say shit because all these people were shitting on Kelly Marie Tran. Not so much what happened to her and her response of leaving, but how people use that as a weapon against any valid criticism.
Well, I hope she does better with Raya in The Last Dragon.
I think she's fine. I think there was also another reason she left.
I'm back. What point?
We didn't play it at all. We were just talking about the Kelly Marie Tran getting bullied off Twitter or whatever.
Yeah.
How it I'm sorry for
her. It wasn't even she got bullied off Twitter. She just chose to leave social media, and then the media, and then every media outlet ever was like, "Oh, fans bullied Kelly Marie Tran off Twitter." And she's like, "No, I just didn't want my life occupied by Twitter."
Okay, actually, did you guys ever see I guess a troll got onto Wikipedia and changed Rose Tico's entire bio?
No, what did it say?
I'll post it. Hold on a sec.
Oh, that sounds... I'm so ready. I mean, Rose is so fucking pointless. Let's see it. Oh, boy. This I can't stare at this fucking Han Solo. Why did you assault me with these images?
My cat is back in my room. Hopefully he will behave.
Let's see. Hail Hitler! And I don't know why I was casted in a good movie like Star Wars. Rose Tico to Finn. Ching Chong Wing Tong is a dumbass fucking character Disney made and is stupid, autistic, and retarded love interest for Finn. She better die in the coma because she's a dumbass bitch. Oh yeah, that coma thing was never actually resolved. She's just awake now. I guess because 2 years went by.
That's funny.
And the
That's
mainstream,
legendary.
the mainstream media just can't take a joke. I got this image off of the Huffington Post. Apparently, it says Kelly Marie Tran of Last Jedi facing racist, sexist comments online.
I mean, that is racist, but fuck, is it funny?
I mean,
yeah, it's very funny.
I mean, yeah, it's racist, but it's a joke. It's
She's not
clearly a
checking
joke.
Wikipedia. That,
I mean,
like,
she
most of
is,
these
so
actors
what?
barely know anything about Star Wars. Like, you talk to these, they're like, what? What's a lightsaber? It's a laser sword. Who? Huh? You ask them anything about the lore, they just read their fucking lines.
They're going on this adventure together.
Yeah.
Does that include everyone we're seeing, including Kelly Marie?
I will say that, how dare you?
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Even if you hate what The Last Jedi did to Luke, it at least gave him depth and an arc to work through.
No, it didn't.
No, it didn't!
No, it didn't.
It didn't give him death. It was just out of nowhere, an asshole for no reason,
Like,
no explanation. And he didn't really work through an arc. What did he overcome? His
Like what?
death?
What changed about his character? What did he overcome? His own
cowardice?
incompetence that was written into him by a hack? Like,
wait, which hack are we talking about right now?
Every hack, but Rian Johnson specifically. Rian Johnson, yeah, his arc in The Last Jedi was overcoming the hack writing into some vague semblance of what Luke was. Not entirely, because the whole thing with Kylo, "You here to save my soul?" No, that's not fucking Luke. Darth Vader did way worse, and he saved his soul.
remember, there's a scene where Darth Vader literally draws his lightsaber on a child, like in preparation to kill him.
It is canon that Anakin murders children. Oh, twice. No, it's twice in the prequel trilogy that he killed children.
Oh yeah.
Not just the men, but the women and the children. And Luke was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna redeem this man.
I'm
Not
going
this
to redeem
fucking
this person."
nephew."
But my
Yeah.
fucking nephew, who shops at Hot Topic and is like has done maybe one who on screen has executed one person.
On screen has executed one person who was only responsible for one minor genocide, while Darth Vader did several major genocides.
Yeah, it's I guess going back to the Sand People thing, it just kind of it bugs me that Anakin just confesses all this to Padme, and Padme still has feelings for him after that. Like, yeah, I murdered an entire tribe's worth of people.
Like, and Padme's coded to be super like social justice, and especially in the Clone Wars, where she's always about like the little people, and she's a bleeding heart. But she was like, "Yeah, this child murderer, I definitely want to attach myself to."
I don't know. Maybe Anakin could do several different things with his robot hand.
Yeah, he has a vibrator attachment to his robot hand.
Yeah, if his fingers extend. Track.
Ooh, I love cold metal and certain places.
Moving on.
I think it's Mark Hamill's performance, and you can glean so much about Luke's mental place just from the way that he looks.
Yeah, I can tell.
He looks
I feel
sad.
like that's Mark Hamill actually being sad that he's involved in this movie at all. I don't think that's acting. I think that's just Mark Hamill.
Right.
Like, if you watched Mahler's critique of The Last Jedi, whenever he shows footage of Hamill, it's just like, this man is very sad.
Yeah.
The man is sad. Like, he looks miserable.
It's so sad because Mark Hamill is Luke. When he talks about Luke, he doesn't say Luke did this. He said, I did this. I was the orphan on the planet. So he ties himself into Luke.
Yeah.
And then they went and did this to him. It's like they're almost, I bet to him, it's almost like they're destroying Mark Hamill's character when they do this to Luke.
Oh, yeah.
That's how personal it is. So it's just sad.
This time,
Because Luke was like Mark Hamill's first ever role, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's an unknown actor.
And in your breakout role, you get to be involved in what would become a media empire, a bastion of pop culture. Like that's
Yeah.
like that's got to increase your own personal investment in that story, in that character as well.
he stands around looking like he's in a bad wig.
Did I? I'm sorry. I don't know if I sound very far away.
No, you just sort of. It sounded like you were saying something, and then it cut out.
Oh, okay. It might have not cut up the end of it, but I was done saying something.
Okay.
With a few lines of official dialogue leading to him becoming a lightsaber delivery boy. After handling The Last Jedi with such professionalism, Mark Hamill...
I mean, yeah. Sure, fine, whatever.
...deserved a better part than this.
I mean, no. He was dead. And unless JJ
He's
wanted
dead,
to...
and that's Brian's fault. So if
Yeah,
you thought he
like-
had a better part in this, guess what? That's the fault of The Last Jedi.
Yeah, that can easily be placed at the feet of The Last Jedi.
Since The Last Jedi established that Force Ghosts can physically interact with the physical world, they should have just. This movie should have just gone balls to the walls crazy. Just have Ghost Luke team up with Rey and Kylo to fight Palpatine.
That would be entertaining.
You'll take sabers to Exegol. You see, that's Palpatine's weakness. 2 lightsabers. Also, I forgot I knew you were his granddaughter.
Who are you?
I made fun of fans for calling everything they don't like
Oh, no, let him finish his point real quick.
fan service last time, but some of these scenes literally are fan service I read online after The Last Jedi. So many people thought Luke should have raised his X-Wing and flown to Crait in person, because everything has to call back to an old moment we like.
No, it would have made sense for the real Luke Skywalker to do this. Like, that's not wishing for fan service. That's basically saying this should have been something the movie should have done if it was written properly.
And fan service isn't inherently bad, especially when it makes sense in the narrative. It's only bad when it detracts from the narrative and distracts from it.
Exactly.
It would make sense for him to take his vehicle and go to Crait to be Luke Skywalker. That's what the arc was, wasn't it?
It's supposed to be.
This was supposed to be. That's what he tries to make it out to be.
It still amazes me that he can. Again, these are like legit criticisms of The Rise of Skywalker, and yet he's using them to defend The Last Jedi.
Mm-hmm.
And this film does it. Hey, did you get the wing back on there? Because you might need that.
Oh no.
It's not hard to rhyme with old moments. Rey wanted to be an X-Wing pilot, now she...
No, I don't think that's ever established.
Okay. I have a question. Okay, you guys are more knowledgeable about Star Wars than I am. Has there ever been any cases of Force ghosts actually physically interacting with the real world in any way, like making things move?
Depends. In
Elaborate
terms
on
of
that.
actual Disney canon, no.
Well, okay, fine.
In
In the
terms
EU,
of
how about that?
EU, yes, but only their dark side force spirits.
Dark side ghosts still do that.
I haven't read as many like EU books as you have, so I've only seen that they only really discuss, and that at most, Sith ghosts are prone to trying to possess people, which kind of implies that Jedi spirits could. They just don't because they're benevolent. But besides looking as if they're sitting on objects or they're standing on the ground, they don't really interact with physical things. They have to go through something, which is a person.
I find the concept of Sith ghost kind of strange. From my knowledge of Star Wars, it kind of seems like dark side users wouldn't be able to become ghosts.
There's a difference.
I guess
where
I'm
the
looking
Jedi, whereas Jedi Force spirits tend to be people who transcend the physical plane and like become one with the Force, but maintain their own sentience. The dark side spirits basically feed on the Force to maintain their own sentience.
saying because since like the Force or Star Wars has a lot of parallels to Buddhism.
Yeah.
So I kind of figured that a Force ghost is kind of like equivalent to achieving nirvana. But if you give in to the dark side, you're miles away from nirvana.
It could go like both ways. I don't. Sorry, there's a bug on my. Kill it. It's really big.
The bug sounds a lot like a Discord.
Anyway. But Rey never wanted to be an X-wing pilot. That's not something that was established.
Okay, you're good.
Like she had an old X-wing helmet. That means she wanted to be an X-wing pilot. No,
Sorry, roach problem.
That was just like.
What? Complete silence and then die, bastard.
No, I was saying like that Rey never wanted to be an X-wing pilot. That's not something she ever wanted.
I mean, she put the helmet on.
But that was it. But the reason she put the helmet on is because it's what remained of her parents.
It was just playing pretend and being something that she wasn't. It wasn't.
With her parents. It was just lying around in the wreckage, or she probably found it somewhere.
It was probably just a childish thing of being pretend of something.
Yeah.
Pretend, anything than nobody.
To be someplace else. Pretend to be
someplace. That's not something that was ever established.
He is one. Chewie didn't get a medal. Now he has one.
Yeah, there's that, which is
that was weird in the original movie. Chewie didn't get shit.
Race.
Yeah,
but you could stitch 1,000 of these feel-good
ceremony was human.
Good moments together, and they would never amount to a good story. Nostalgia can't paper over a movie failing its characters.
The Force will be with.
This same criticism could be applied to The Last Jedi.
Yeah,
Rey is the only.
Yeah, that scene with all the past Jedi talking to Rey. Maybe it's because I'm thinking about the EU. Like I remember the Thrawn trilogy established that the Force ghost is only temporary. Inevitably, you have to become one with the Force, lose your individuality.
Yeah, your energy.
But I mean, eventually there's not a point to you sticking around. Ow. Why do you bite my toes?
Aw, my cat does the same thing.
Like, eventually, like, okay, Obi-Wan, Luke has by the end of the sequel, by the end of the original trilogy, Luke has become basically a Grandmaster Jedi. He doesn't need guidance from Obi-Wan or Yoda or Anakin. There's no point in them sticking around. They have accomplished their goal. The Empire is defeated. The Jedi will rise again.
They do a quick little celebration, and then they're
they can
to Jedi land.
forego the need for a physical attachment. Oh, also Sith spirits, while Force ghosts on the light side tend to be more free, I guess would be the word. They can appear whenever they want, to whoever they want. Sith spirits are very much tied to a location.
Yeah, they're usually bound to something.
They're bound to either an object or a location. Like their closest equivalent in terms of like real life ghost lore would be like a poltergeist.
Yeah, it's more like a poltergeist, while like light side force spirits are the closest thing is coming back to Buddhism is called a
Bodhisattva.
Yeah, Bodhisattva. So they achieved nirvana, but they also rejected it. So they got to the point of becoming one with the Force, but rejected it in order to lead others to wherever they need to be as a guiding force. And so that's why they're so free and also kind of limited to really only being voices of reason, is because they're so at peace.
Mm-hmm.
And ultimately, though, the rules for ghosts are pretty vague and honestly sort of contrived for whatever the plot kind of needs. There are trends, and they're interesting. It would be they're there. They just need to be defined and declared by someone or something as an ultimate authority of this is how that works, which isn't going to happen.
Nope.
Not with Disney at the helm. Not with so many things in the mixing pot. Even with the clean slate saying "fuck the EU," already the Force ghosts are fucking fucked up with.
Yeah, I've heard that apparently John, I think it was Jon Favreau's episode 9, Luke actually would have just come back to life, and we would have learned how Force ghosts actually work in the first place.
One with anything substantial.
That doesn't sound like a great idea either.
No, but probably better than what we got.
Yeah, apparently Jon Favreau already had his script for his Star Wars movie, but then he learned that Luke was dying in episode 8, and he was actually fighting he was either fighting Rian Johnson or fighting his higher ups. Yeah.
I haven't heard that before.
This is what happened. So this is what happens when you don't plan everything out from the start. One of the reasons why Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings works so well is that all 3 movies were filmed at the same time.
Yep.
Say
they
what
all
you
look
will,
the same age.
And hell, same with the Hobbit trilogy. They may not be good movies, but they feel what's the word? Cohesive.
Planned? Oh, they weren't really planned very well. They were cohesive, but there is like hardly any pre-production.
All right, we gotta keep going. We got 20 more minutes left, and this man has yet to make a potent argument.
We're almost at the half point.
It's a rehash of 2 arcs we've seen before. The idea that the hero is descended from the villain worked with Luke and Vader because it was clear, even before the prequels explicitly spelled it out, that Luke's life had a lot of parallels with his father's. Rey has nothing in common with Palpatine. Her life as a scavenger bears no resemblance to anything we saw of his. And her parents, one a direct clone of Palpatine, weren't evil.
Yeah, they stretch
this foe.
That's kind of a, what do we call it? A false dichotomy. Like these 2 things have to be the same. Because Luke and Vader are similar in some ways, that means Rey and Palpatine have to be similar in some way.
Yeah. I mean, he's criticizing it, and I don't see anything. really wrong with what he's saying?
Incorrect here.
Yeah, that's what. There's nothing incorrect here.
Drama thinnest when she gives up on Luke's island.
I'm never leaving this place. I'm doing what you did.
After coaxing Luke out of exile and witnessing his story's resolution, it makes no sense for a character with her perspective on those events to arbitrarily decide to do the same thing.
And you don't think it wouldn't make sense for a character like Luke to do those things?
No, it absolutely makes sense for her to do those things. And I'll tell you why. She thinks she murdered someone. She is, at this moment, under the impression that she killed someone, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yes.
This
movie is weird and breakneck. I don't know what point in the story she's at, because she's burning Kylo's ship, but she didn't steal Kylo's ship until after going to the Death Star wreckage, and they couldn't have gone to the Death Star wreckage without recovering the knife. And they didn't. When they recovered the knife, they learned that Chewie was alive. So shouldn't she know?
Oh yeah. So she's. No, he's right. It doesn't make sense for her to do that. It would make sense for her to do that, after killing Chewie, or, directly after stabbing Kylo and leaving him to die. And
yeah, they go to the planet where they meet the smuggling people that Poe knew. I'm losing my mind at this point.
Yeah. But either way, he's right. It doesn't make sense for her to do this. But it doesn't make sense for Luke to do it either.
Exactly. He's so close to understanding.
He's so close. You can see it, just a little bit of pushing will bring him to the realization The Last Jedi's garbage, but he's just like, no, it's good.
The wheels are spinning.
It's like, he made the video defending it and shitting on the haters. Like, he has chosen to die on this hill. He will go down screaming.
Derided as a supernaturally perfect Mary Sue for 2 films, she suddenly has to hide because she's in imminent danger of turning completely evil.
What, so you agree that she's a Mary Sue?
Yeah.
Is that what I heard?
Are you agreeing that she's a Mary Sue?
We'll see. We'll see if he tries to lampshade it.
Isn't there a trope where Mary Sue is tempted to be evil, but there's no real stake to it?
No, not all Mary Sues are tempted to be evil, but it's the fact that she isn't tempted. Because temptation is a common theme in Star Wars specifically. Temptation isn't a universal thing for Mary Sues. It's the fact that it never works. Because even Luke was tempted in the way that Darth Vader was able to get under his skin by mentioning Leia, and he freaked out and started fighting him with emotion and wailing on him. But for Rey, that never happens.
No.
She's always calm, collected. She's always under control, even when she's crying hysterically. It's whatever the plot needs her to be.
True.
Yeah. So can we just stop to admit that being able to use the Force fucking sucks? It is the biggest curse to have in the Star Wars universe.
Wouldn't that be interesting to explore?
That would.
I would just think about it. Just wanting to be more powerful, or just giving into your emotions, just feeling, just basic human emotions is all it takes for you to turn evil. We all of us get extremely angry at some point in our life. So if you have the Force, shit, man, that's just a gateway to turning into a murderous psychopath.
That's the original point of the Jedi. So with the whole peace and the no relationship, it was sort of based off of Eastern relationship, or Eastern religions, not relationships. And the inner peace was supposed to combat. They have all this power, and if they fall to normal human temptations, what would it bring? But they never, ever since that came up with the relationships and everything, it's been rolled back. But no, it makes sense.
yeah, these people are volatile. They have power beyond belief, and you need to be a calm monk to control these people.
But even then, like in the EU, Luke creates a new order. Luke creates a new order with like an entirely new code, and people still fall to the dark side, but it's much less common. Like it's not, oh, random Jedi number 1 falls to the dark side and becomes a dark Jedi. It's Kaitis basically endures the horrors of war against an extra galactic species that is immune to the Force, and sees his, I believe it's either his sister or someone die, is manipulated into becoming one of the most evil people in the, is manipulated
It was his younger brother.
Like, and then is manipulated by the current dark side leader, I think it's Lumaya, into becoming Darth Kaitis. Like, that's his story arc. He sees the peak of the light and falls into the deepest of the dark.
Mm-hmm.
But the reasoning for that isn't because he bottles everything up and is never allowed to express emotion. It's because he's basically gone through hell and just breaks. Like, he breaks as a person.
Which is like...
Which I would argue is a more understandable reason to fall to the dark side.
Yeah, basically. There's a lot more reasons to follow the dark side. Any reason. Except for no reason, which is exactly what was given to us in these movies.
Mm-hmm.
No fucking reason. Can't even make up one.
You buy it? When you saw this in the trailer, did you think, even for a moment, that Rey might actually go bad?
Yes, and it would have been probably the most interesting thing to happen in this entire trilogy.
No, I didn't. I wanted her to, but I knew not for a second she would ever consider the dark side.
Yeah, I was pretty doubtful.
It was a guarantee. So why is he shitting on Rey now?
I don't know. I thought this was the positive portion of the video.
Yeah, he long transitioned out of that and never made it clear.
Yeah.
This is what they staked the finale of Star Wars on. A laughable pull to the dark side caused by a last-minute feigned genetic connection to a long obsolete character. The other arc that Rey repeats is the one that she just completed, setting aside her past and not letting her parentage define her.
You know, that thing she completed in the first movie, but The Last Jedi feels we need to rehash it anyway.
Yeah, right?
And this movie feels we need to rehash that thing we learned in the first movie.
In the worst possible way. I honestly would have preferred them to stay nobody.
Mm-hmm.
This time, she won't forge her own path. She's just trading one important lineage for the other.
Rey Skywalker.
I think she gave the smarter answer earlier in the film.
I'm just Rey.
There's one other element holding together the fan service and Last Jedi retcons, and that
I thought
let him finish it.
Is absolute filler. A fetch quest consumes half the film, and you can connect Star Wars to Kevin Bacon in fewer degrees than it takes them to find the magical crystal they're after.
Okay. Canto Bite. That's all I need to say. Canto Bite.
Yeah. How is Canto Bite any different?
This entire plot is utterly convoluted, but at least it matters. There are things that end up being pointless, like Finn and Poe being there, and C-3PO being there, but all of that convolutedness matters to the plot. Canto Bite doesn't. It is rendered irrelevant by them getting caught.
Mm-hmm.
It is rendered utterly irrelevant by them getting caught and Holdo's plan working for about 5 seconds.
Yeah, right.
Like, it's...
There's so much of this junk that the film balloons to one of the longest running times in the series and has to be frantically paced to get through it all.
My boy.
I'm here to kill you.
Kill Rey instead.
Okay, hi doggy.
You're my favorite Sith.
Let the doggy die.
An editor named Mike
That was pretty good.
How to tell... By the way, how do you tell that Tommy Wiseau didn't grow up in America?
What, exactly that interaction? I don't think he grew up on Earth.
No, he holds the bouquet upside down.
Really? Is that a non-American?
Yeah, that's a non-American thing.
Do only Americans hold the bouquet up?
Yeah.
You mean
Why?
a bouquet of flowers? Everyone else holds the flowers upside down?
They hold them upside down, yeah.
Why?
I don't know. It's a cultural thing.
American culture is superior.
Exactly. The more you know.
Nichols did a recut of The Phantom Menace and helped kick off a fan edit movement that continues to this day.
Jeff Nichols?
I don't know where the trigger is. Oops, wrong one. Maybe it's this one.
What?
Well, it makes sense he wouldn't know how to pilot this ship.
Why would Anakin know how to pilot the ship?
I know how to drive a car. I don't know really how motorcycles work.
Yeah, like...
I would struggle a bit.
I can drive a car. That does not mean I can drive a truck. Drive a semi-truck.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's no reason why this should be expected for anything. Should be the fact that this is happening for Anakin is not unusual. He's testing. He's running through trial and error.
I mean, it's kind of a dumb situation he's putting himself. Oh.
So
no, he's trying to help
told him
out.
To hide, basically.
Okay, is he using a whataboutism right now?
I guess. I don't think so. He's talking about fan edits of films.
Okay, let it roll for a bit and see what he's trying to say about fan edits.
My boy.
I'm here to kill you.
Kill Rey instead.
Okay, hi doggy.
You're my favorite
Boom,
Sith.
right
Let the doggy die.
Okay.
An editor named Mike Nichols did a recut of The Phantom Menace and helped kick off a fan edit movement that continues to this day.
I'm trying to.
Against characterization, Anakin does not know how ships work.
Yeah, that's what we were just talking about.
Yeah, he
I don't know where the trigger is. Oops, wrong one. Maybe it's this one. Nope.
Why?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that absolutely does not make sense.
But let's see what the point about the fan edits is.
For Attack of the Clones, he cut 40 minutes out of the film using shortcuts like this.
Why would she say that?
Why would she say that? Why would she know that?
To be fair, it is a rough edit.
Fair.
So it's janky. I expect it to be janky.
I think her final words should be her struggling to say Jango Fett.
Yeah, she wouldn't know Camino system.
Before she died.
Yeah, why would she know the Camino system?
The dart that killed me was made in the Camino system.
Yeah.
Yeah, they should have just taken the dart to the Jedi archives and found it, and it should have just been there. And
that should have been where it was, not this.
Yeah.
In line allowed the movie to completely skip over the 50s diner because it was unnecessary padding. That's the kind of hatchet work this film needed.
Dexter Jettster
For example,
awesome.
maybe 3PO doesn't refuse to translate the knife.
It's not that he refuses to translate the knife, it's that his programming won't let him translate the knife.
Still, the same point stands that it's arbitrary.
Yeah.
Wayfinder. Okay, so this is and this might be nitpicky, but apparently the Sith had according to this movie, the Sith had their own language, even though the Disney canon pretty much undoes the whole idea that the Sith started out as an actual alien race. So where does this language come from?
Asshole convenience. There shouldn't be a Sith language in the Disney canon universe. The Sith have been kind of extinct for a while.
Yeah, in the Disney canon.
The
universe.
only in the Disney canon, the only Sith that exists is Palpatine.
Yeah, which makes
He is the beginning and the end of the Sith. And even
Which
when
sort
you,
of makes-
you bring in Darth Plagueis, he was the beginning and the end. There was only one Sith because there was only ever two.
Which is sort of weird when you consider that he's all the Sith, because yes, he's right. He is all the Sith.
All one of them.
All one of them by Disney standard.
By the rule of two. By AU standards. Every standard. What the fuck does this mean?
Like, I mean, unless like he's counting Count Dooku in there, then there's two. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he gets rid of him and replaces it with Anakin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be curious if Rey is able to talk to all the past Jedi. Could Palpatine talk to all the past Sith? He's like, yes, I am all the Sith, and Plagueis is just like sitting there going, "You killed me, you asshole! Fuck you!"
Kill me, your asshole. And Revan's
then-
in the
and then-
background, like, do a flip.
Yeah, and then what was Plagueis' master's name?
Tenebrous.
Yeah, and then he's just like, no, fuck you, Plagueis, and then it just keeps going back and
Down the line, fuck you, apprentice that killed me. That would be pretty funny. No. Revan would be on, would go up to Palpatine and say, do a flip. And then he'd also go up to Rey and being like, do a flip. I'm on both sides, fuckers.
The Amplifier is in the Imperial Vault at Delta 36, transient 936, bearing 32 on a moon in the Endor system.
And while we're at it, maybe Chewie and the dagger don't get taken away. Between those cuts, a full 30 minutes would be freed up, which could allow other scenes to actually breathe. And how many things of value would be missed? Babu Frick?
No, you leave Babu Frick alone. Babu Frick is hands down the best thing that comes out of The Rise of Skywalker.
Okay, if I remember correctly, when I saw this in the theaters, there was like this. I think there was like this middle-aged woman that was sitting next to me, and like she seemed to love Babu Frick. She would laugh when he was on, and when it was revealed that he survived the planet getting blown up, she got all excited.
Point with these Spanish. I think the point is that The Rise of Skywalker was long and full of fluff. I think that's all he's trying to say with this.
True, but The Last Jedi is equally as long and full
The
of fluff.
Last Jedi has 3 endings. It has a full 20-minute ending after the ending, which was when the lightsaber broke and Holdo light speed through all of the ships. That was the ending, and then the whole crate section was an extended ending. It was ending part 2.
Yeah.
Poe was a smuggler. You could stick the Palpatine revelation somewhere else, or better yet, don't relitigate Rey's origin and devote that time to something better. But it works in the film's
Like what? Maybe Rey's character.
service that things are so rushed, because the writing holding all of this together is so poor that any time to process it would undo everything. It's the Three Stooges.
Yeah. How is he breaking down this movie this well?
Thoroughly, yeah.
But still defending The Last Jedi as if it is a bastion of quality filmmaking. Like, I don't understand.
Stick their personality on it, and they can't concede to those basket of deplorables. The fandom menace.
But even still, then, like, I don't understand.
Syndrome, where so
I
many
don't know,
dumb
I guess
ideas
it's
are crowding their way into your head
So,
at once.
Have you
that
ever
not-
seen that? Have you ever seen the Stone Toss comic where it's like the butt fetishists and the boob fetishists make peace with each other, and both of them look over at the feet fetishist with this scowl at him.
Yep.
That's pretty much what this is. Like TLJ haters, TLJ defenders, they just kind of come together and they just hate the Rise of Skywalker together.
Oh.
Hmm.
Throne Stones. Is that what his name is?
none can get through. My favorite character in the series is now Ochi, the Sith. If you follow the story...
What? Is Ochi a Sith? I thought he was just an assassin.
He's a Sith assassin.
I guess. I wasn't aware he was had Force abilities.
Alright, I'll be right back, you guys. Keep going.
Okay.
Does
Once again, a problem with the Rise of Skywalker doesn't define its characters well at all.
story the movie gives you, Ochi was dispatched to find Rey so that Palpatine could use her as a vessel for his spirit. Given that Palpatine was falling apart, one has to assume that this was a high...
Behold, the Tism fingers.
Grody.
...priority job for his very best guy. Ochi finds Rey's parents and immediately flies them off the planet without looking for Rey, which I say because she was actually screaming at him the whole time. How many other 5-year-olds are out in the open desert of Jakku?
By the way, who is holding Rey? Why?
Untar Block, that's who's holding Rey.
Oh. Also, why did Ochi not just kill them right there? Why?
This is a Force Awakens problem. Wait, no. This isn't. This is still a Rise of Skywalker issue because he's recontextualized. Rise of Skywalker is recontextualizing this clip.
This scene from Force Awakens, yeah. Like,
Yeah.
Why did he not kill her parents on the planet that they were on?
That's the question. Why didn't they?
Like, why did he travel to random desert planet number 2?
There's so many random desert. Like, I don't doubt there's a lot of desert planets, but fuck, just keep using Tatooine. This is the 3rd different fucking desert planet with a J. There's Jakku, and then what? What was the one from Rogue One?
I don't remember.
He asks where
moving on.
and they tell him not on Jakku, which he believes.
Damn, she could be anywhere.
He then kills them both without doing any of the mind-probing stuff that's all over the series, because I guess Palpatine didn't teach him any of that. He must not have come from a midichlorian-rich lineage. He then travels to Pisana. I assume he's just searching every Tatooine clone in the galaxy, and gets stuck in quicksand 20 feet from his ship and then eaten by a snake. Ochi, the Jedi Hunter! There's a joke theory about Jar Jar being a Sith Lord, and this is what Darth Jar Jar would look like.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Ironically want a Disney Plus spin-off following Ochi's bumbling adventures. Fuck Obi-Wan, fuck Lando, fuck Cassian Andor, make this one happen.
I don't know who Cassian Andor is.
He's from Rogue One, but case in point, who the fuck is that guy?
The film saves its dumbest for last, with Palpatine's return being every bit the disaster it had the potential to be.
We knew that this has always been a story of Skywalkers and Palpatines.
There was only one.
No.
It was of the Skywalkers and one Palpatine.
Yeah.
The Palpatine.
And the Palpatine got defeated in the Return of the Jedi. So, you know, he should knew Big Bad.
Mm-hmm.
One Palpatine, and he died, meaningfully. We were done with him. Ian McDiarmid is a great actor, and he was one of the few characters to shine in the prequels. The appeal was in watching how precisely he manipulated the other characters. That part of him didn't make it through the cloning process. He instructs Kylo...
He's not a clone, though. Like, this
it wasn't unclear what happened.
JJ came out and said the Palpatine that died in this movie was not a clone. Ever.
Okay. So Voice of God told us that Palpatine isn't a clone, despite the weird grown Snoke's implying he was in EU lore. And
yeah.
Wow, this is a fucking mess.
Yeah, it is.
That's all I can say.
It is. The movie is a mess. But it's like I would Like the
I know,
movie
right?
is a
You
mess,
can't
but
even-
I still cannot see how he can live with the cognitive dissonance. That if these are the problems with the Rise of Skywalker, shouldn't there also be should I go back and look at The Last Jedi and see if these are also problems in The Last Jedi?
No, this is entirely the fault of JJ. Oh, no. None of the same people working on The Last Jedi could have been working on The Rise of Skywalker and made these fuck up.
Ren to
No,
kill
no.
Rey even though his plan requires her alive.
Kill the girl. I never wanted you dead.
Why? He's not testing Kylo for any deeper purpose and seems to have no interest in him beyond getting Rey. Rey arrives determined to kill him.
Going to find Palpatine and destroy him.
And he says the one exact thing that will stop her from doing it.
That is what I want.
Nice work, Iago. He would have had better luck with this move.
I'm too weak. Oh, don't kill me.
When Rey and Kylo team up, he realizes that they're a dyad and decides to level up his clone body with their force power instead. He's really just kind of winging it until finally his spell reflects off Harry's wand and kills him. With 30 years of time, he planned things out about as well as this trilogy. The only thing he really has going for him.
So
Yep.
again, we acknowledge that the trilogy as a whole is bad, but The
Mhm.
Last Jedi is the one bright light among the dark.
Yeah, that's okay. That's something I haven't thought too much about, but yeah, apparently he has the power to siphon energy from other Force users.
That's a thing.
Like,
It's
that
an
is a
EU power,
thing, but
it's a thing.
it's an EU power mostly based off of the black hole or like the holes in the Force. I don't know about other EU. I don't think he's that, and it comes out of nowhere. That's the biggest issue. Is you're like, what? You can suck life force away from things.
It's fine because it's an EU power, but I thought the EU wasn't canon anymore, so all its powers should be locked off.
Well,
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
I'm going to. Okay, how does it work in the EU?
In the EU, basically, it's a power known as Force Drain. So basically, but because the Sith, it's primarily a dark side power as well. So basically, what Sith do is they basically, because everything is connected to the Force, they pull on that connection, and it reinvigorates them. So one of the things with Scourge is like he fights a bunch of droids at one point in the story at the very beginning, and it's within like the first 5 chapters, I think. And he has a lot of trouble. And when he goes back to the Dark Council member he's serving, she's like, "Yeah, I know you. I was watching. You know why? Because when you fight someone, you gorge yourself on their energy, on their essence, on their life. Like that's how you fight. You just sit there and you fight them, and you consume them as you're doing it. So fighting a droid is like basically your worst possible matchup.
So another way of putting it, sorry, my cat. The Jedi, when they use the Force, they're using it in a cooperative manner. They're asking for power, usually to the ends of what the Force actually wants, while the Sith are using it. They are taking it and forcing it to do things to it. So they take one way and they don't give back, and so that's why it's a dark side power to take it from other people and use their energy to fuel their powers. That's kind of what it is, because the Force is life. They suck on life to create lightning, to push and pull things, or to make themselves live longer. Now, more precise answer, at least I'm more familiar with the old EU and KOTOR and whatnot. How it turns out with the Exile is when the hole in the Force, where so much death has killed the Force in this one area, it has also killed it inside of her. And
sort of what it is the Force wants to fill it up, but it just sort of gets black holed into it and into nothing. And it can just suck people's life away out of nothing. And it's kind of like a body horror thing. But there's several different ways of how it works.
Okay. All right. So, okay, I'm not gonna try defending this just because it's part of the old EU. I mean, this raises a lot of questions. Like, it seems like a huge waste to just for Palpatine to wipe out all the Jedi. What he could have done was just have the clone troopers just, sedate them all, and then he could just harvest them one by one.
That's something that happens in the old EU. That happens in KOTOR, where the main baddie takes a bunch of Jedi. He kills most of them because you just can't keep that many powerful people alive at once, and he eats their energy.
Well, it's too bad Palpatine didn't do.
No, I'm talking about Malak.
Oh.
Well, too bad Palpatine didn't try that. He could have been a fucking god by the OT.
Well, originally he probably would have. He probably understood that it was a bad idea. But
it's risky because Jedis are really powerful and resourceful.
Yeah. But he also would have learned that from Malak's records and Revan's records and things like that. He would have learned from that. But in Disney canon, there's no reason why he wouldn't do that.
Well, in Disney canon, Force strength just doesn't exist.
Yeah.
That gorging yourself on the dark side power thing doesn't really exist. The dark side is just kind of fascist intentions.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is.
Itself as a massive fleet.
The Sith fleet will increase our resources 10,000-fold.
And how did the Final Order build a fleet 10,000 times more powerful when the First Order had the advantage of stealing resources from all over the galaxy? I doubt supply convoys were passing through those gravity wells, so Exegol must have some incredible resources. And even if you handwave that question, why did Palpatine announce his plan for revenge before his ships were ready? Almost every time the rebels have been presented with one thing they need to blow up, they've blown that thing up. Their explosion track record is incredible. How is he still not taking them seriously as a threat? Get your ships off the planet, then announce your sinister plans to Fortnite. And even ignoring how dumb all of that is, victory is explicitly tied
the
to
thing that apparently happened in Fortnite. That they actually in Fortnite they played Palpatine's the message that he projected throughout the galaxy.
This vital plot element was only available in Fortnite.
The
where
level of cringe
Palpatine
approaches
announced
maximum.
it really is.
Sorry, but no, I haven't played Fortnite. I'm 26 years old.
Oh my god.
I'm not a 14-year-old kid.
8-year-old. That's the demographic is 8-year-olds.
But again, we don't have much to say here for the three of you watching, because
these are all valid points.
These are all valid points. These are all legit criticisms and examinations of the plot.
trapping the Final Order on Exegol.
Their fleet is stuck here! They're toast! Come on!
But the first antenna is never destroyed.
Then we won't use that tower. Switch over the source of navigation signal to this ship.
Couldn't they just reactivate that one and start again without missing a beat?
Oh, we did it. We did it.
Shit, man, you should be on EFAB.
Okay, fire it back up, boys.
And why does the Final Order have to use an antenna to broadcast the way out anyway?
Nav can't tell which way's up out there. They
But why?
use a signal from a
exactly.
navigation tower like this one.
The antenna can't literally be for telling the ships which way is up, because that's stupid and the crew could do that by looking out the window. I wanted to be fair, so I looked up what the antenna was doing, and Wikipedia confirms that it was guiding the fleet through the wormhole stuff. And that raises 1,000 questions. Rey uses the Wayfinder to leave a trail that millions of ships can easily follow. Couldn't a single TIE fighter do the same thing?
Shit,
The
dude,
Final
like,
Order doesn't...
If you could just convince this guy that The Last Jedi sucks, he'd fit right in with EFAB.
He would. Like, that's the thing. Like,
Honestly.
he's just sitting there criticizing this film, and I'm like, how did you not do the same examination with The Last Jedi? How have you not done this?
It's wild.
have a wayfinder, but that antenna was broadcasting something. They obviously had some kind of data to allow passage through. Why does their data have to be streamed in real time? They can't put it on a USB stick? And why only 2 antennas? They built a fleet of 1 million fully staffed Death Stars, but couldn't spring for even 4 or 5 Sith routers? Enough that the rebels couldn't knock them all out at once?
Isn't the plural for antenna antennae?
Antennae, yes.
Oh.
But like he's not saying anything that's wrong. Like that's the thing. He's all his questioning of this entire last part of the film is like, yeah, why? But why though? But why though? But why though?
And even ignoring all of that, those million rebel ships should conceivably have no trouble following those breadcrumbs again if they want to. The First Order was everywhere in the galaxy. Couldn't they capture even a single one of these civilian vessels and gain access to Exegol again? What's stopping the Final Order from using Rey's breadcrumbs? How did so many random ships manage to tune into that signal in the first place? If there was a secret access code for it, it must have been broadcast to the entire galaxy for this many people to show up. And wouldn't that be easy for the Empire to find and crack? They tracked Rey across the universe using a necklace. I'm sure they can handle this. The film is very vague about how many Star Destroyers were blown up, and maybe they were hoping they could paper over the—
Oh, I read playing in the background, playing the Plated Symphony. Sorry, that's not relevant. I just recognized it.
What song is it?
It is Jupiter from the Planet Suite, which is the symphony that George Lucas was inspired by for the original soundtrack of Star Wars. If you listen to Mars, Bringer of War, the planets, you will hear almost every major theme of Star Wars in it, like inspired.
these plot holes by suggesting that every single ship was destroyed. But even in that scenario, what about the First Order? The Final Order wasn't even a known factor until a few days ago. Destroying this new fleet does nothing for the Empire the Rebellion was already losing to. Also, at least one Sith destroyer is still out there and is more mobile and dangerous than either Death Star was. I guess killing the bad guy again led to all that stuff blowing up really easily. These are fantasy movies, and you have to allow for suspension of disbelief. But this film pushes well beyond the threshold where suspension is possible. It's not nitpicking to tear the plot apart like this.
But you're not going to... Like, the issue isn't that you're tearing this plot apart. Like, I have no problem with that. I have no problem admitting that The Rise of Skywalker isn't a great movie. The issue is you're not applying this same rigorous examination to The Last Jedi. And it's baffling. Like,
yeah,
I don't
these same
understand
issues.
how these same exact criticism can be levied at The Last Jedi and you're willing to defend it. Meanwhile, if I were to tell you, yeah, The Rise of Skywalker's garbage, you'd be like, yeah, man, that's right. I don't get it.
The writing is so bad that the critical plot points don't even function.
Hey, Cedar, have you seen this guy's Last Jedi video before?
No.
We
Okay,
responded
well,
to the
actually,
majority of it 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, both EFAP and Smudcast have done responses to it.
Oh, I bet they have. I haven't been
I'll
on Smudcast in a hot minute, but
yeah, I'll link them. I'll link them after the show.
Yeah.
Function at the surface. The only way to make sense of it is with the thought that they wanted Return of the Jedi's ending again, but even they realized they couldn't do another Death Star. So they fragmented it into a lot of smaller ships, but still wanted the simplicity of that single exploding thing that would lead to victory. But they couldn't find a way to make it work, and did it anyway, and hoped you were too dumb to notice. That's a summary of Rise of Skywalker as a whole. A movie that gave up halfway through doing something utterly unoriginal.
The end of this saga has to feel surprising, but also inevitable.
It wasn't surprising that the movie ended on another callback to A New Hope. The last trilogy ended the same way, but it did feel inevitable that the
What a meaningless phrase. Surprise but inevitable.
Yeah, but further, this is not a call back to A New Hope. This was an explanation of how the hell Luke got on Tatooine in the first place.
Yeah, this is called tying things up in a pretty bow.
Yeah, this is
Not a callback.
This is not a callback. This is tying up loose ends.
It was kind of quick and unelegant, but it wasn't a callback.
The ultimate conclusion saga would be more nostalgic pandering. The ending of a series can have a powerful effect on the earlier movies. The prequels aren't great, but they're slightly elevated once you've seen Revenge of the Sith and understand the full arc.
Correct, but
I'd say that's true. Slightly elevated.
I wouldn't say that the first two movies are on like Rise of Skywalker or Last Jedi level of bad.
Yes, true.
Knowing that Luke is his father in the end adds another layer to their scenes together. Rise of Skywalker does almost nothing but depreciate the films before it.
Yep.
Yeah, but I mean, it's hard to go down from zero.
But they found a way.
Mm-hmm.
It's harder to enjoy The Force Awakens knowing that its mystery boxes were utterly empty, and that its ideas crescendoed into just another nostalgia movie.
But that's the thing, like,
The
Last Jedi is responsible for answering a lot of those mystery box questions.
Yeah, it pretty much I wouldn't say it. It pretty much how to describe it. I can't decide if I can't decide how to describe this. Pretty much taking the mystery box, throwing it, and stomping on it.
Yeah, basically.
It goes without saying that The Last Jedi received a retroactive abortion. And for a movie that leans so heavily on Return of the Jedi, it takes a dump on Vader's sacrifice by reframing it as basically just causing Palpatine to prestige.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
The EU is guilty of this too. But to be fair, the whole prophecy thing hadn't been established yet.
Yeah.
The movie is so bad that, having admonished Star Wars fans for being so negative, I can't talk about it without becoming a total hypocrite. I went in...
So, wait.
You want to do some...
Hold up. Are you acknowledging the fact that I don't... wait, what?
Rewind it.
The movie is so bad that, having admonished Star Wars fans for being so negative, I can't talk about it without becoming a total hypocrite. I went in hopeful and open-minded and tried to encourage others to do the same, never suspecting that the script would be borderline detestable, not because it's poorly written, but because of how wittingly regressive it is.
What? So this man's argument is not that The Rise of Skywalker isn't good. It's that it's regressive.
And also, he's saying that they had a point. That Star Wars fans that were angry before actually were valid because now he's in the same shoes. But no, it's not the same because he's not angry because it's a bad script. It's because it shits on what he loves. It just so happens to also be a bad script.
Like, what? You, like, with the, it made a hypocrite out of me. There was a moment where I was like, is he actually going to acknowledge that The Last Jedi is not a good film? And then he's like, because I was hopeful for The Rise of Skywalker, and that I was hopeful for The Rise of Skywalker, and then it was boring and regressive, and I'm like, and so I have to sit here and be baffled.
Right?
If the movie is this bad, then why do a lot of people seem to like it?
We went through when we saw The Last Jedi.
I mean,
confusion. That's all I felt during that movie is confusion. And kind of slightly bored, especially the Canto Bight bit.
I think he's asking why it's lambasted by critics, but audiences seem to like it.
And no, the movie does not deserve that 86%.
No, it doesn't. But a lot of people were just after The Last Jedi, a lot of people were just happy to have something. Like, again, I said the day we went to see it, this movie benefited from low expectations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty accurate.
So that's what this 86 is. It's just people expecting it to be bad and just erring on walking away knowing, yeah, I expected it to be bad. It wasn't. It was bad, but it wasn't as bad as it could have been.
It was bad, but it had flashy lights,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
that entertained me.
At least it entertained me and didn't kill a character I loved.
Yeah, it jangled some keys in front of my face for a while, and that made me giggle. So, yeah, it was a good movie.
I guarantee you, if we were to look through the audience reviews on there, we'd probably see a lot of the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Reading through the positive audience reviews on Rotten Tomatoes, there's a lot of really good, great, fun.
Lots of nostalgia and tying up of loose plot threads, kind of a popcorn movie, but a really fun finale to the Skywalker saga. I'm not a Star Wars junkie, but I thought this movie was a lot of fun. Like, they're not saying it's good.
Yeah.
Like,
These are
kind of a popcorn movie seems to me like he's being nice and saying, yeah, it's just you sit and watch it.
a lot of people don't know how to fucking rate movies. They're like, I thought it was alright, 5 out of 5.
Yeah.
No,
Nostalgia. Feel good. Epic.
All right, amazing movie, especially the end where Rey says, "And I am all of the Jedi." First of all, it gives you Avengers Endgame vibes, and second, it's just such an epic moment. There's a reason why it's 4.5 stars, not 5. If because of the title, really did not like how Rey just named herself Skywalker, and because the scene is all the way at the end, audiences don't know what they mean by Rise of Skywalker. I would prefer the name The Endgame, Fall of the Fall of the Order, but overall a great end to the saga. Like, again, there's a criticism.
Yeah.
He's not saying it's great. He's just saying he liked one moment in the series,
because
whole movie.
of the emotional payoff of another series that, to be fair, it did earn the Iron Man saying
It did.
thing. Yeah, it earned that moment. That was 10 years of build up. Great payoff. Movie itself was tismy, but
Look, there was only one way it was going to ever, like, I give Endgame a lot of leeway. I do. I can acknowledge that there's problems with it, but I don't think they could have written it better, personally. Fat Thor.
that's like the second time I've heard that.
Like, I have Fat Thor. I loved Fat Thor. I did love Fat Thor. I loved the
liked
Fat Thor
Thor.
reference. But as I've marinated on Fat Thor, I was just like, I'm like, Fat Thor didn't need to be in that movie.
Fat Thor should have just been a temporary thing.
Captain Marvel didn't need to be in that movie either, but you know.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
if Captain Marvel didn't. It just that's the end of it. Captain Marvel didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. For Fat Thor, like, they could have had him for a while, but then once him and the other Avengers learned about the Pym particles and how they can travel through time with it, Thor should have taken them, gone back in time, and just trained for a couple years till he returned back to his original physique, and then he comes back to the present looking like the way he did before for Infinity War.
Yeah.
Honestly, I thought it was pretty brave of him to brave of the studio to keep him Fat Thor all the way through. If that brave choice does not mean good, it just is like, wow, you had the balls to kind of stick with that and not be like, oh no, we can't have Fat Thor, we can't have a fat person in film. Get him back to the physique.
Yeah,
it honestly would have made less sense if he went and trained to get his physique back.
it wouldn't make any sense. There's no way I can parse it that he would go and take the time, except for the aesthetic of it. It would have been apparent to the audience if he went and got his physique back that the reason they had it was they couldn't have Fat Thor.
Yeah, but honestly, by like the halfway point, he's overstayed his welcome. Like by
His
the time they're
attitude,
starting
yeah.
to test the Pym particles, he really should be like a bit more invested in it.
Yeah, he should be taking it seriously. He doesn't take it seriously enough.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah,
something I would say.
You can pretty much, you can potentially undo what you failed to do. Bring everybody back.
Anyway,
Mhm.
continuing on.
Yeah.
Fond mem.
It was an amazing end to an amazing series. I love when good triumphs over evil. Very fond memories since 1977. Thank you, George Lucas.
This
Sounds
is
like
just a person who was emotionally invested and
Yeah,
doesn't
emotional
really care that
investment.
much about.
Sounds like a
Stunts,
normie.
good movie.
Yeah,
There was
sounds
really
like a
cool
normie.
action and stunts. I like this as a really good movie. Yeah, again,
Normie.
really cool action and stunts. Not investment in the story, not good character writing, nothing. Like it's
Yeah, none of these people
It
are
was
even
Star
mentioning
Wars.
characters like, oh, I love Luke.
Star Wars.
Oh.
Enough said. Like
Mm-hmm.
there it is. That's all we need. These aren't.
Fanboy.
Yeah.
Tied together. Ride. Awesome. 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 Action. Awesome. Fun elements you expect. Awesome. Having Leia and Luke. Best movie.
Leia?
Special effects. Loved it. Graphics. I had a great time at the movies.
But again, like there's so many factors involved in like awesome, love Leia and Luke, blah 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 blah. Like
Right.
all of these things are entirely subjective. Like you don't know like this person may had a great time at the movies. What does that tell you? That doesn't tell you anything about the movie.
Yeah, it's not anything about the movie. Like, damn, you should be rating the movie theater.
Like absolutely love Star Wars. Okay,
I'll
so
pop
you're a
into the
fan,
bathroom
Star
real
Wars
quick.
fan.
Fight scenes. Applause emojis. Nice. Perfect. Fitting. I love Star Wars. Along with the expected amount of
Better than The Last Jedi? Yes. So much better than The Last Jedi. This movie understood the Force better, or understood Star Wars better. Actual fan service that was very enjoyable. It's amazing what happens when you make movies for the fans instead of your own self-interests. This was like a bad idea for the mess STLJ was. As the series has been severely damaged, I'd give it less of a score, but there was an attempt to fix the disaster that was TLJ. Like this is the only legitimate like review I would say has anything to do. Like this one right here. It's this was basically redoing The Last Jedi.
of Last Jedi. Never before have I seen such a shitload of nothing. I haven't come across any argument in favor of this movie that doesn't hinge on fan service. I don't want to shame anyone for...
Yeah, correct. Because the movie's not good, and I don't think anyone... The movie's not good. Nobody's going to argue that the movie's good. And even if they do, you can easily point to so many issues with the plot and story that they'll probably be like, oh.
Glaring issues.
Yeah. They're glaring issues, and a lot of the reviews you put up were entirely subjective. Like, and usually related to either the stunt choreography, which, comes down to money, or the scenes or the action being awesome, which probably relates to the visuals. Like, again, and then he pointed out the TLJ hate, and I'm like, yeah, people weren't happy with TLJ, and they weren't happy with how they were treated for criticizing TLJ.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that for this movie, they would go in and be like, well, at least it was better than The Last Jedi.
liking Rise of Skywalker because the one thing it definitely has going for it is that it's entertaining. It is enjoyable to watch if you just stop thinking and let the familiar sights and sounds wash over you. But it's ironic that the film ended up this way, since that's exactly what people were afraid of when Colin Trevorrow was put in charge of 9. Based on the Jurassic World movies, people thought he would end the series with nothing but dumb spectacle.
Oh,
His
was
leaked
it Colin
script...
What was it? Him? I thought it was Jon Favreau.
After all,
I don't know.
I know that there was a third director that did write half a script, saw what Ryan did, and said "fuck it" and left. So
Okay,
That's
it
what
is.
their name is
It is
really.
Colin Trevorrow.
Mm.
I get. I get.
I
that
think-
mixed up.
yeah, I think Trevorrow and Favreau sound kind of similar.
actually seems like it was the more thoughtful one. Want to hear what's in it? No? Fuck you. Rose, Finn, and Poe go on a mission to destroy a First Order shipyard. Yes, Kelly Marie Tran was in this one, and their detonators failed to damage the structure. Rey had been following the mission against Poe's orders and saves them, and a few things are demonstrated right from the start. Poe is actually making decisions
I like
as
the idea
a...
of her having a double-bladed lightsaber.
I
It fits
agree.
It fits considering she used to use a bow staff.
Yep.
Yeah. It's like expecting it, but
leader and believe Rey was too important to the rebellion to risk on this job. Rey has fused
Okay. Yes, that would be a logical decision based upon the end results of The Last Jedi.
Luke's saber with her staff to symbolically make the hero's sword into her own weapon, instead of just pointlessly igniting it after the movie is over. And the effect of Luke's sacrifice is immediately visible as the slaves building the ships recognize Rey as a Jedi and unite to help her escape.
Why would they do
you
that?
know, like should because Luke was a Jedi. Start the Emperor 30 years ago, which isn't
Yeah,
that
that makes
long.
sense.
That's living memory. 30 years is memory. It's the fucking 90s.
I don't know. It's so weird. Like,
The script provides a lot of moments like this to establish how near revolt the universe seems to be.
It's like everyone forgetting who Bill Nye the Science Guy is.
who?
Ray who? Ray Nye, the Science Guy.
But so
Seems to
what?
be.
That this is basically wish fulfillment. This is what you
Yeah.
wish the film was. It doesn't matter.
This is the yeah, you wish the film was. This is the original script. I think it's interesting to see what was.
Yeah, but it's not what we got,
Um,
so it's irrelevant.
Yeah, it kind of is.
Finn is grabbed by a dying trooper on the way out and is disturbed to recognize the face he sees in the broken mask, already doing more with this character than Rise of Skywalker. They board a newly built Star Destroyer,
And last,
and Rey mind tricks the skeleton crew into flying them out. Inside, they discover an arsenal of weapons and vehicles that could be used to launch a major strike against the First Order. As far as heists go, this beats
I
the
dig
shit
the
out of the
teeth
one
on
in the actual movie.
AT-STs.
What?
I said I dig the teeth on the AT-ST.
Luke's role is far larger, with his ghost continuing to train Rey and haunting Kylo Ren. Rey questions the Jedi's concept of balance when it seems to perpetuate a never-ending cycle between light and dark. Later, Lando also acknowledges the apparent futility of everything they did in the originals.
Yeah, that's why the sequel trilogy should have, acknowledged that.
well, they created that. It wasn't futile until the first movie came out
Yeah, exactly.
and undid the ending.
Yeah, and
and the happy
basically undid
ending.
the ending. Instead of being 30 years on, the Republic being a strong bastion of the light with and the Empire being that encroaching darkness. This and our heroes being strong.
Well, I mean, Dark 2 was orchestrated by Palpatine from the very beginning. It was all a manipulation. It wasn't an inevitable turning cycle of the Force. Because
Yeah.
the whole equal light, equal dark is a misinterpretation from JJ and Ryan about balance. Balance is not when they're in equal force. Balance is when the calmness is stronger than the chaos. And that is something stated by Luke
Lucas himself, which is the god of this world.
Yeah, exactly.
I like that the script addresses these things, as it widens the scope of the final episode to focus on the Aeonian problems occurring throughout the trilogies. This is where the second draft splits off from the publicly leaked one, so it's second-hand information from here. Poe is reluctant to fly the very conspicuous stolen destroyer back to the base, but is forced to when it falls under attack from the First Order. They manage to rescue some rebels, but Leia is wounded and dies soon after.
Is this the rest of the video? Does anybody know? Because if it's the rest of the video, we don't need to stick around. We can fuck off because there's no point. He's not bringing up anything relevant here.
Wait a minute, let's skip forward a
This
little bit.
Basically fan service.
All communication in the galaxy. Rey, Poe, and Chewie leave to and they realize that their broadcast art shows Let's Saberblade and kills the leader with an unexpected blast of lightning. This idea seems to have made it into Rise of Skywalker. Rose gets captured and tortured for the location of the stolen destroyer, which is now the main rebel ship, while Finn finds the under weapons and soldiers. Hux detaches the episode to connect. No one liked the prequels being so political at the time, but while the story was not well told, it was prescient of George Lucas to lay out how fascism spreads. A leader doesn't just take over from the top. It's the fear of losing something, the glacial erasure of norms.
All of this is unusual.
Forcefully repeated lies.
The Jedi Council want control of the Republic.
I told you it would come to this. The Jedi are taking over.
And a loss of faith in democracy and its supporting institutions that twist the people into welcoming tyrants in as heroes.
No.
The prequel trilogy was about the rise of fascism. Actually, technically, it was about Bush fascism. That was the direct inspiration George Lucas had about at least Return of the Jedi. No, sorry, not Return of the Jedi. Revenge of the Sith. So this is a pretty accurate.
Bush, like George W. Bush.
George W. Bush, and the election cycle of that is some of the. Well, okay, wait, no. When did Bush come into office?
Depends on which one.
Oh, W. Maybe it was the previous Bush as well, but I recall from one of the documentaries saying that it was the American political climate around the 90s that was fascist in nature that inspired Lucas for Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah, how was it fascist? Might I ask?
Maybe it was. I could be remembering it wrong. I don't remember it strong enough in my brain, so I'm just gonna retract it.
Well, regardless, that's not how fascism rises, by the way.
Yeah, people use the term fascist so loosely.
Yeah, these days it almost means nothing.
But that's not how fascists rise to begin with. It's not. What did he say? Hold on.
Lies?
Liked the prequels being so political at the time, but while the story was not well told, it was prescient of George Lucas to lay out how fascism spreads. A leader doesn't just take over from the top. It's the fear of losing something, the glacial erasure of norms.
All of this is unusual.
Forcefully repeated lies.
The Jedi Council want control of the Republic.
I told you it would come to this. The Jedi are taking over.
And a loss of faith in democracy and its supporting institutions that twist the people into welcoming tyrants in as heroes.
No, that's absolutely not what happens. More often than not, the government itself invites these things in.
Yeah, the only thing is maybe like lies, which is propaganda, which every fucking government lies to you.
Yeah, exactly.
But usually, like, especially with how Germany rose, was that there was a great need in the country. It was economically devastated. And so these people come in with solutions. And with these good solutions, they bring in a double-edged sword of like control and power and kind of placate their people. And then they're like, actually, let's be evil. That's a really bad explanation. I'm so sorry.
No, it's accurate though.
Accurate up until the last bit.
Like Germany, the reason Germany fell to fascism was because because the end of World War One, basically the entirety of Europe basically slaps it down and is like, know your place, trash.
Escaping go to even though it was everyone's fault the war started.
So they try to reform a democracy. It doesn't work because of communist infiltrators. The Nazi party at the time is like, hey, we'll get rid of these people for you. And so they do. And because they're very, very popular at the time, and because they're very popular, because they took advantage of saying, like, look, we're going to make Germany strong again. This is how we're going to do it. And the German people who wanted to not live in poverty anymore basically said, hey, these guys are promising us not to live in, saying we won't have to wait in line for food rations. So let's elect them. And then Hitler and his cabinet and basically everybody around him proceeded to basically begin to control the society. And the first thing they did, it was disarm the populace, because there were people, without a doubt, who spoke out against Hitler, who spoke out at the beginning and said, these are the look at this is what he plans to do. Y'all need to listen, because this is the end game. This is the end result of what his ideology is going to be.
They got free shit, so they're like, whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
It's appropriate then to end the series with the people rectifying their mistake and fighting from the bottom up to win democracy back. To be fair, Rise of Skywalker tried to carry this message, but it was an aside, buried under the cliche of blowing up a thing again. Its big idea to tie the series together was bringing back the guy from the old movies, and that was it. Duel of the Fates ends with Rey finally achieving real balance by accepting her dark side and embracing all of the Force. She starts training a new generation of Grey Jedi that will hopefully avoid the mistakes
Rey training anyone to be anything. Like, she had to fucking...
of the past. This is the kind of finality that Rise of Skywalker lacked. Not that everything needs to be completely settled forever, but in the movie there's nothing stopping the dark side from rising again, or a new Republic from failing again, or even Palpatine from coming back in a third body. But there are major problems with Trevorrow's script that make it clear why it was rejected. The fact that I could summarize it barely mentioning Kylo Ren is a red flag. He has
nothing to do because he doesn't need to be there.
What the fuck am I looking at?
That's a good question.
Nothing compelling to do in the story and is wasted on a quest to obtain some kind of Sith power-up. He still turns good at the last minute and even revives Rey with his life force, but he's an uncomplicated villain with a weak motivation up until that point. As meager as it was, Rise of Skywalker did more with him. This version also needlessly meddles with Rey's past to reveal that Kylo Ren killed her parents. I'd still take this over her being Palpatine Jr., but it's bad. Trevorrow has shamelessly lifted ideas before, and that happens again, with Rey covering her damaged eyes with a blindfold and using the Force to see in the final act. The scene where Rey
oh god. But this is still the old...
This is still basically the fan. This is still... I wish this was the movie.
Past Jedi is here, but it's a little out. It wouldn't make all the difference. In this case, 2 of them still wasn't enough to get there. Disney lost patience with the process, and in hindsight that may have been a tragic mistake, but I don't blame J.J. Abrams and Chris Terrio for failing to deliver, because who could have? Disney's rapid pace and overlapping productions didn't allow time to react to major setbacks.
Fuck! Yeah.
J.J. Abrams...
Management is important.
That's why Kathleen Kennedy should shoulder some of the blame for all these failures. And she did.
No, not some of the blame, 100% of the blame. So it's not that, it's not, Ryan gets 10% and she gets 90%, or even Ryan gets 60% and she gets 40%. It's Ryan gets 80% and then Kathleen Kennedy gets 100%. It's like the blame overlaps because of her role as a leader. Fuck Kathleen Kennedy, that's all I'm saying.
Ended up with 1.5 fewer years to work than Rian Johnson and was forced to edit on set at basically the same time as filming. Is it any surprise they grabbed a bunch of old shit off the shelf and glued it together with chewing gum? In fact, it's kind of admirable just how watchable the movie is considering the awful material. That's not a backhanded insult. J.J. Abrams is a hell of a director for pulling that off. He and Chris Terrio loved the series and they did what they thought was right with the time that they had, which I guess is all you can expect.
Yeah, that's fair. That's, I think, what a lot of people thought would happen.
Mm-hmm. He says that this was, like, unavoidable.
Yeah, like, the way he's... within context, yes, it was unavoidable. But for him to speak of this as if it was unavoidable means he would have to acknowledge that The Last Jedi is a shitty movie.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah.
So
either... But moreover, that Disney declared arbitrary timelines. They're a fucking megacorp. They're gonna lose millions on this if they push it back and give more time. I mean, I guess, but there's so many other things that are propping them up that this is a dumbass self-imposed problem. So I don't even feel like sympathy for it.
Yeah, I agree. Like it, but his position at this point it seems to be like this movie could have been so much better if they had done this X, Y, and Z. But I'm like, in order for this movie to achieve that, you have to acknowledge that there are problems with The Last Jedi. But you're not acknowledging that there are problems with The Last Jedi. So you can't be upset about the movie you got.
Right.
And yet here we are.
Mm-hmm.
It's easy to blame the evil multinational corporation for rushing to squeeze every dollar out of this beloved series.
Which you should.
Which, okay, but
I
why
hear a big
shouldn't I?
butt coming.
Yeah, I mean,
And
it's
he's
not
gonna say the
wrong.
butt.
But I ultimately can't blame Disney either.
How?
What?
How can you not blame Disney? Explain.
This is 100% their own making.
This is all their own making.
Well, let him explain.
Byproduct of their incompetence.
Yeah.
I blame you.
Oh, fuck you!
Okay, here we go.
Off!
The TLJ Defender's gonna blame us for Rise of Skywalker.
No,
Yeah.
sir.
Oh, Jesus. Way to fucking piss people off. Oh, fuck you.
What? So you're gonna sit there and tell me that because I found TLJ to be unacceptably poor in terms of writing, and The Rise of Skywalker, because I am a Star Wars fan and wanted Star Wars movie, Disney had to rush production on all three films, basically meaning that they turned out crap.
I'm sorry. I don't recall putting a gun to fucking Kathleen Kennedy's head and telling her to release this in fucking 3 years, 3 movies in 3 years. When did that happen? I wasn't in that party.
Why was this that's such a weird decision to make too? Especially you would think they would take a hint from the video game industry. You know, how Assassin's Creed and Call of Duty came out every single year, and yet each time they every time they began to lower in quality.
Uh-huh. And no one expected movies to be this way.
This would imply that Disney cares about quality.
Yeah, right.
It's all about just pushing it out, and they know people are going to eat it up regardless of whether it's good storytelling or not.
Mm-hmm. The only reason there's an expectation for these things to come out so fast is because they said it, because they gave us a timeline.
Yeah.
If they had given us a farther timeline, like 3 movies in 6 years, people would have been fine with it. Actually, that's what it was. That's what it was. So not 3 movies in 6 years, but whatever.
All right, so maybe Nerl to some extent has a point. Maybe not for the reason he's saying, just that maybe to some extent it is the fault of fans because they just keep, well, not really fans per se, just average moviegoers for just eating whatever Disney shits onto their plates.
Yeah, I can say that. That is something agreeable. This is not. It's the movie they deserved, but not the one they wanted. The general audiences. Well, the general audiences liked it. It's the super fans that gave a shit that hate it.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not talking about general audiences. He's talking about us, the fandom menace.
What you have made.
Because companies go where the money is, and that's something that we decide. The reaction to The Last Jedi certainly seems to have been a factor in how this movie was written, but the
Okay, so
So, yeah.
what? That doesn't mean Disney had to pump it out the next year.
Yeah, right?
Like
fuck off.
Well, it came out 2
We
years.
don't know production. You know production. You know how to balance it. It's also fucking Star Wars. It doesn't matter. We came back after how many fucking years? We came back after 15 years after the most garbage thing. Everyone decided it was garbage. And we ate it up. We made you billions. We would have waited.
Like yeah, that's the thing. He's like oh, the Last Jedi was awful. The fan reaction to The Last Jedi caused them to rush production out on The Rise of Skywalker. It was like, no, Disney chose to rush production on The Rise of Skywalker because Kathleen Kennedy is somehow unaware of like
Unhinged.
Well, yes, but she seems to be unaware that people have this thing called patience.
Yeah.
Like we would have been
They have
fine.
more of it than you think, especially because it's Star Wars.
Like we would have been perfectly fine waiting for 4 years between the films, maybe even longer.
Mm-hmm.
Or it's not like we didn't wait sequel trilogy prequel The Revenge of the Sith came out in what, 2005?
Yeah.
So it's not like we didn't wait 15 years or a decade for a new film. I'm just hoping it would come out. Like it's such a weird point to make that because people didn't like The Last Jedi, this movie is bad.
He's almost being intentionally inflammatory here. He fucking knows. That's what I hate, is that they know. They're trying to goad you, and then they're like, oh, but look at this reaction. You mad, bro? I only insulted you. Why are you mad, bro?
The bigger problem predates that. Normal movies are becoming a thing of the past. People don't see them. Even Spielberg had a hard time getting Lincoln in theaters.
I think eventually the Lincolns are going to go away and they're going to be on television.
Well,
Because
and mine almost was.
You're not,
Ask
you know,
HBO, this close.
But
We only seem to respond to nostalgia and spectacle. If you're
No, they're only selling us nostalgia and spectacle. We're not offered anything else.
That's all that's come out. Because movie people
It's because
movie
budgets have inflated. It becomes riskier, and so investors want a safe bet. So they use a pre-existing IP with a pre-existing audience, and they absolutely refuse to fund new projects because they're spending 500 billion, whatever. It's obscene. But that's not our fault. It's their fault.
There's no.
People, as I say, and people are willing to still go out and see original movies. I mean, I saw 1917 when it came out.
Yeah. But again, like there's no studio out there that's willing to take the risk because if it turns out to be a bomb, then they lose everything.
Yeah. And that's just how the game is rigged in Hollywood.
Yeah.
a millennial, think of something from your childhood. Is there a movie or show reboot of it? Because I'm hard-pressed to find anything I can answer no to. Within 12 years, Marvel has made 24 movies about CGI superheroes hitting each other.
Okay, so what? That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, this is
Like,
an irrelevant point. Well, let's see if you can tie it back in.
The first Iron Man movie was a huge gamble.
It's a great movie.
It's a great movie, but it was still a gamble. There hadn't been a mainstream superhero movie outside of, I believe, the Batman films. And Iron Man isn't that well known. Like, he's known among comic fans and stuff, but and in terms of like general audience, there's not many people know who Iron Man is. But like that was a major risk.
Yeah, it
And it
was
paid
because like
off.
comic book movies were tainted at the time too.
Oh yeah.
Had a bad reputation. Well, let's see how he ties this in, if he ties it in.
DC has done 20 since the 2000s, with plans for 6 fucking movies a year? We're on the verge of our second Ghostbusters reboot.
Which should be better than the reboot we got.
Is that still happening? What? I don't know.
It should be. I mean, I assume it's more or less done by now.
Well, COVID fucked up a lot of things. So.
Yeah, it did.
I mean,
The
you could
6th
always
Jurassic
release it on
Park.
streaming.
And a diarrhea of Avatar.
I hope none of them happen. Fuck Avatar.
Terminator has been revived 4 times. And the
Sorry, what was that?
I'll take Avatar sequels over Jurassic Park sequels.
I'll take Avatar sequels over live action Avatar: The Last Airbender. Fuck.
I mean, yeah, that's wrong.
The last 3 in a row were failed attempts at new trilogies. If Alien 7 doesn't get you excited, then maybe the hip-fracturing adventures of Indiana Jones will. Remember those cartoons? They're real life now. The list gets pretty depressing as you near the bottom of the barrel. Chips, Baywatch, Battleship, G.I. Joe, Power Rangers.
Battleship's so
and a
fucking
hexology of
stupid.
Transformers movies.
I like Battleship. Battleship is the funnest movie ever.
It's fun because I went and watched it, but the whole idea that they made a movie off of that board game,
yes,
and like when it came up, the whole Battleship premise where they're using the buoys to find the aliens or whatever, I was cheering, I was going whoa, because I fully bought into how fucking stupid it was.
Yes,
it's just hilarious.
Exactly. Like, and it's why a lot of the Transformers movies are okay to me. Because once you just forego the idea that this is to be taken seriously, it's just a fun ride. And that's okay.
I mean, being a Transformers fan, I kind of want more out of the movies, but I digress. Alright, so I've never seen the Battleship movie. Does at any point in the movie, does one of the characters say, "We sunk their battleship"?
No.
I don't say
Not that I
that.
remember.
No, but the strategy of the game of you don't know where the enemy is, and so you're guessing on a pointed grid to find them does come up.
Are the alien ships like invisible on the ocean?
They're submarine. I think that's what it is. They're either invisible or they're submerged. It's been a while, and so they're using tsunami buoys to detect when they move, and then use a giant battleship. Oh, it was an old battleship. I don't know why they had to use an old battleship with a bunch of like veterans.
Why aliens? It could have easily just
Bruh, why everything in that movie?
Yeah, like, why everything? Why is Rihanna a member of the Navy?
I don't know why they decided aliens. Maybe they wanted an easy bad guy, and you can't use Russia anymore.
Anyway, yeah, but like the questioning the plot of Battleship is like is not worth your time because you just sit back and enjoy Battleship.
It's like asking the crazy man in the corner why he's eating his own shit.
It's
utterly just don't.
It's utterly ridiculous. It knows it's utterly ridiculous, and everyone buys into it. Like you can feel. I've seen, like, from what I remember, the only person taking like the movie as seriously as it needs to be is Rihanna, but I feel like even she isn't doing that, going that hard.
If it ever pops up on Netflix, I'd say give it a watch, but never actually pay money for it.
Yeah,
that's the rating I give it.
Yeah.
With more to come. If you went back in time and told...
Okay, that was kind of funny.
Okay, again, this is fairly original. Trolls was, at least, at the beginning.
I mean, it's based on a toy line.
I'd say that's more original. than most stuff these days, which is saying something.
The world that 50% of our movies would be based on.
That's a
They're not
fucking
even that
old
hot.
movie.
Oh, is that? It looks old. Look at that fucking branding.
Yeah, that's an old movie.
As a graphic designer, I could see how dated this looked, but honest to God, I would expect it in 2020 to be that shit.
On toys, they would probably just hit the button and end it. The top 10 grossing films of 2019 were either remakes or entries into established franchises. The same was true for 2018 and 2017 before it.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. I think he's about to get to the point. Come on,
We
boy.
wallow in recycled ideas, and when one gets exhausted, we reboot it and start over again, as if we forgot it even happened before. Lost in the pandering are a lot of cool new movies that nobody bothered to see, or in the case of Blade Runner 2049, a sequel that truly deserved to be made.
No.
I've never seen it.
I've never seen Blade Runner, and even I know it doesn't need a sequel.
No, Blade Runner doesn't need a sequel at all. I've seen it. It definitely doesn't. Watch it while you're high. It's a fucking trip. But you have to watch it sober first so you know what the fuck's going on, and then watch it high.
Lucas and Spielberg envisioned a future where theaters would give up and play nothing but huge franchise movies, with everything else migrating to streaming. It hasn't happened yet, but things are still on
Yes, it
that
has.
trajectory.
It might as well have.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think movie theaters are about to just go extinct pretty soon. But
True.
sadly, I love movie theaters, but COVID.
Everybody loves them. I enjoy movie theaters.
Okay.
Which is a shame because even me and my dad went to go see Tenet when it was in theaters, and yeah, even the theaters themselves do take safety precautions.
See, that's the thing. I don't know why exactly they closed down, but I honestly love the fact that they were doing reruns of movies. Like Hocus Pocus was back in the box office. I think it was #1 in box office. And the strategy of releasing films on the big screen that are really old and people not have seen them or didn't get the chance to see them is like actually a really great strategy. I would go back and rewatch tons of movies that I've already seen on the big screen that I have seen before on the big screen. Like, bring it back.
That motion pictures are going to rule the day at the cinemas. News of the World might be the last kind of like adult movie about people saying interesting things.
Although theaters may just die altogether first. Star Wars has an interesting place in all of this because it was conceived as a serial. By nature, it's meant to unfold in new chapters over time. But the concept doesn't work when we get reruns instead of new episodes. Fans have basically demanded that we get nothing but an endless slideshow of our favorite things, and the only movie to reject that overt pandering is the most intensely hated thing in the series.
Which fans have said that?
Yeah. Who has said this? Who has argued this?
And The Last Jedi takes a lot from the OT. The throne room scene, Crate is Hoth. It is not free of the thing you're criticizing the rest of.
And yeah, I'd like to see something new. I just don't want the new thing to just take a massive piss all over what came before it.
Right.
But again, we're at that point, that weird point, where he can acknowledge that there are like he's spent most of the video acknowledging that there are major issues with the story of The Rise of Skywalker. But The Last Jedi did something new, so it is above criticism. Like, just because you do something new does not mean you are above criticism. Like, this is the thing. Like, Knives Out probably would have made it to theaters if it hadn't been for the coof.
It did make it to the theaters. I watched it in theaters.
Yeah, it came
I think
out
it was
in
right before.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, 2019.
But like,
Mhm.
but again, like, it was original. I mean, it was a whodunit, so everybody's seen it before. But like, it was fairly original, fairly interesting. You know, from someone's
There were no
perspective.
previous IP. I will say
Yeah,
that.
exactly. And it came out and was criticized for the problems with its writing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just because you do something new or away from an established IP does not mean you're free from criticism. Just as equally, if you do something with an established IP and you do something mildly and you do something like The Last Jedi did, I don't know what it was that he's referring to that The Last Jedi did. Something new, I guess. Something new? I don't know. What was new in The Last Jedi?
I don't know. Luke being a sad sack of shit.
I guess that. So the one new thing is something that could be criticized because of issues of previous characterization.
Mm-hmm.
Killing off Snoke was something new. But the problem is we don't know who Snoke was. We don't know how he rose to power.
Well, he just cut off the stakes.
Yeah, we just killed all stakes. So
Thanks, you resolved the conflict. Nice.
like it's not that The Last Jedi did new things and new things scare us. It's The Last Jedi did new things, but did them shitty, and we want quality.
New, interesting, well-executed thing.
Yeah, exactly.
And now they'll latch on to the small, oh, you wanted new things, we gave you new things.
Yeah, but those new things aren't worth anything.
We gave you a green turd instead of a brown one. You said you wanted new things.
It seems Disney has gotten the message. The Mandalorian had the best chance to explore new territory because it was free to detach from the Skywalkers. Oh, it's Luke Deepfaker.
No, that made sense.
What? Yeah, that made sense.
He was in it for 10 seconds to take away the Jedi kid. He was the only Jedi
besides Ahsoka.
Ahsoka isn't really a Jedi, but yes, he's the only other fucking Jedi there. There was no one else.
Like, it was either Luke or the child dies, or there were three things that could have happened at the end of this episode. The child dies. Another Jedi that is a complete rando Jedi comes and saves them, which would be a complete ass pull. Or Luke shows up.
Or they could have just decided he didn't want to give him up, but that also kind of would... That would have made the whole series pointless, so they really shouldn't do that.
That Luke being there makes sense, and he's there for all of 5 seconds. It's not like, oh, this entire series was building up to this entire series was about Luke.
Yeah, no, he just takes him away. He's in it for 10 seconds.
Take the kid away.
Doesn't have any emotional, like, he could be replaced by any other character. It has to be him because there's only 2 Jedi in the galaxy. If there were 50, he could be that could be any other Jedi. But right now there's only 2, so it has to be him.
Yeah, exactly.
After a promising start, the second season collapsed into a string of fan service and Wikipedia name drops.
Fair.
That's fair, yeah.
Where is Grand Admiral Thrawn?
Some people got pretty pissed off at me for saying that fans just wanted easy slop, like Luke kicking ass with his green lightsaber.
Well, Suey! Come get your spot at the trough, you hungry piggies!
If you're the type to get upset over someone prodding your fandom...
Sorry, there's nothing wrong with fan service when it does not break the narrative. When it does not break, impede, or like sour the plot. Fan service is actually a good thing. You want to make your audience happy.
Right. I don't understand what his issue with Luke appearing at the final scene of The Mandalorian is.
People I hate like it, so fuck it. Fuck you.
Like this, I am again not shaming anyone for liking this.
Yes, you are. You called them pigs. You just did it a second ago, being like, "Ooh, wee, pigs, come to the trough and enjoy this."
Yeah.
Motherfucker, don't insult people and say, "I'm not insulting you, you dumb shit."
I know that 2020 was a shitty year and that this was a rare spot of joy for a lot of people. But I'd be more inclined to agree with the people saying this is some profound moment
Hold on, let him finish it.
Anyone for liking this. I know that
Oh.
2020 was a shitty year and that this was a rare spot of joy for a lot of people. But I'd be
Alright. Because I was Luke Skywalker Jedi Master, a legend. It honestly, truly blows my mind that some people don't see or don't want to see how hashtag Luke Skywalker and hashtag Mandalorian connects so beautifully to Luke in The Last Jedi. It adds immense emphasis to so much of what TLJ is.
It doesn't. It fucking doesn't.
Though.
Yeah, he did a good thing. He went and saved these people and rescued a Force sensitive child. The because I was Luke Skywalker, Jedi Master, Legend is a derogatory sense that what he was in this Mandalorian scene was wrong.
Yeah,
or
exactly.
a negative thing, except it wasn't.
Because he
Also,
saved all their lives.
Yeah. Also,
Then-
it looks like that it's part of a. It looks like it's part of a thread. Probably should have played the rest of the thread.
Context? No, we can't show context. That might prove my point wrong.
more inclined to agree with the people saying this is some profound moment if all of the writing leading up to it hadn't been a threadbare excuse for fan-favorite characters to commit massacres.
All right, those are missiles. Those are missiles on the knees.
I think that, yeah.
I
Pretty sick.
didn't know that. I thought those are just
Kneecaps.
little knobs. Look cool.
Oh, there's a lot of little cool things, but I also hated this episode so much.
What,
Boba
the episode
Fett.
where Boba, the sniper, and the Mandalorian kill a bunch of stormtroopers while Grogar basically makes a Skype call?
Yeah. This is where finally I was a Mandalorian defender. Yeah, this episode made me realize that I can't make a video defending the Mandalorian.
Yeah.
At least not the second season. I could probably still do the first season.
I mean, everybody agrees the first season's great, though. Or most people.
Nah, not the circle I run in. Not a lot of the Smud cast people. Oh my god, we had a whole fight. We had a whole fight about whether or not Mandalorian season 1 was a Western or not. And they were like, it's no Western because well, have you ever seen a Western? And I'm like, no, but I know the trope. So I went and watched all the classic Westerns, and they're like, okay, so what do you think of the Mandalorian now? And I'm like, I feel even stronger the fact that the Mandalorian is a Western. It's just not executed very well. But anyway.
I still haven't seen the show.
The Mandalorian?
Yeah, is there a good pirated website where I can pirate it?
Oh, I'm sure you can find it everywhere. The first season's definitely worth a watch.
Yeah,
the second season is worth a free watch just to kind of stay up. There's good parts in it. It just kind of starts falling off the rails at the end. The last episode's pretty good. No, the last 2 episodes are pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's it. Okay.
Star Wars isn't about Boba Fett almost but not quite killing enough people to make up for his embarrassing death.
That his death isn't that embarrassing.
Yeah, it's a little embarrassing.
It's a little embarrassing.
I mean, he does he flails his arms and legs around as his jetpack is destroyed by accident.
He got knocked out by a blind man that didn't know what the fuck he was doing.
Or a CGI Mark Hamill
Boba Fett's
slaughtering
only cool because the fans made him that way.
Fair enough.
robots with all the characterization of a can of Raid. It used to tell a story instead of
Wait, hold
jingling
on.
the thing.
Pause. So he was saying, oh yeah, Luke now is the center of Mandalorian because he shows up for 10 seconds, but it's a bad thing that he has no characterization.
But he doesn't need characterization. We know who he is.
He's not, well, yeah, 1, he's established. 2, he's not important to the plot in that way that they need to know who he is.
Like, these people don't know who he is. Like, none of
He's
the
the
characters
MacGuffin.
react like, oh my gosh, that's Luke Skywalker. Or none of them know who that is.
Oh, well, okay, no, the rebel soldier should know.
She might. Yeah,
She
she should
should.
know. She should know who he is.
There's one Jedi in existence. Not a lot of people know Ahsoka is around.
Yeah.
Everyone should fucking know Luke. Maybe she was just chill, because I don't see her really freaking out.
I don't see
but
it
maybe a little bit more of a oh my god, or like right on, hell yeah,
Yeah, something
see
like
you, Luke.
some acknowledgement of who he is, but none of the other characters should know who he is. So him being there is like purely for the purposes of taking the child.
Groot, yeah, that's the only reason he's there. Yeah, no, the Mandalorian shouldn't really know. Yeah, the Mandalorian women shouldn't know who he is. Main Mando guy, Jin, barely knows what Jedi even are, so he wouldn't really know Luke. Doesn't give a shit. Just knows that some dude blew up the Death Star. Doesn't care. The Sith guy, what was his name? I want to call him Gus from Breaking Bad, but he should know who he is, but it would make sense that he wouldn't say anything. He's just like, fuck.
But like none of like his entire part in that is to show up, take the child. The droids are just in the way.
Yeah. And why not have a cool scene? You were praising the fucking Last Jedi for the cool scenes and the spectacles and the visuals, but suddenly, now that it's in something that fanboys like, it's bad.
Things we like in our faces, like keys in front of a baby. There's nothing wrong with a little fan service or a sequel once in a while, but it can't be all that we live on. If you take anything from this video, I don't want it to be that The Rise of Skywalker is bad, or that—
But it is bad.
But it is bad, and you laid it out pretty succinctly that it is.
I thought the whole point of the video was that it was bad.
I guess we can reverse that hour of our lives and get it back.
Do you want the 5 hours?
Yeah, the 5 hours.
that J.J. Abrams and Chris Terrio aren't talented people.
They're not.
Oh my god, it has been 5 hours.
I don't know about Terrio, though.
They're talented in certain fields, just not in this one.
Because they are. Consider it a—
I would not consider an Oscar to be a mark of quality.
Hey, look at all those channels that you should be subscribing to.
Yeah, look at all those channels that you should be subscribing to.
Oh my god.
a gentle nudge to ask for more. Stop taking a scorched earth approach when an old series does something new that we don't like.
Okay. That's all I can say.
All of these channels are going over news and things like disrespect, like Ryan's reaction to criticism on Twitter. His deeply unprofessional behavior, by the way.
Oh yeah. One of the most unprofessional, inflammatory shit. He is probably the single tipping point actor that created such hate for Star Wars.
If Star Wars becomes nothing
when
but
it comes to
backward...
Ryan Johnson's reaction to fans, I think he's just insecure.
Oh,
he put all this sweat and tears into this movie, and just to have so many people hate it, I think he's just very defensive.
He stated, like in one of those interviews in the documentary thing, that he wanted half the people to exit the theater to be upset. And then he frothed it up. Yeah. And he frothed it up on Twitter too. He was the catalyst for so much, for this vitriol, because he caused it. People were just mildly kind of like disappointed at worst with The Force Awakens. And it wasn't until Ryan that they fucking hated Star Wars. Well, at least hate it as it is.
It will die with the current crop of fans. It can't survive into future generations without evolving.
No, it can. There are prequels and the OT and Clone Wars, and I would even say The Mandalorian, to pull in a new audience. The sequel trilogy does not have to exist.
2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes.
We can do this.
Try to take more chances and seek out things you don't recognize. If something unfamiliar looks interesting...
No. Scott Pilgrim vs. the World is garbage.
I like it.
Yeah, I like that movie. How dare you?
No.
I mean, I won't defend it in any way. I found it entertaining, though.
Go see it. Once theaters aren't festering with disease, I mean. And if it turns out to be good, tell people. I can't count the number of things I only heard about long after their failures. It's the Arrested Development effect.
Please tell your friends about this show.
If we want to avoid a future of fan service slop, then we have to be willing to support new ideas and all the risks that entails.
Support new ideas that are not trash.
Exactly.
Yeah, support new ideas of quality. And be like, this is the thing, Neryl, you can't blindly defend something. Like, if you want new ideas, that's fine. But you have to be willing to say, that didn't work. Oh well.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's a point where, like, criticism isn't bad. Like, that's the thing about this whole video is you have criticized The Rise of Skywalker. You've made it out to be a bad film, and it is a bad film. But you also have to acknowledge that just because The Last Jedi is also a bad film. Like, you have to be willing to say, just because The Last Jedi did something new or took interesting character turns, I say interesting in air quotes.
Yeah.
That it also has flaws and it is a bad film. That its ideas didn't work. If we just sit down and accept that every idea, just because it's new, quote unquote, because originality is dead, there's no such thing.
Yeah.
If you just accept whatever new ideas come along and don't examine them and don't criticize them, then you'll end up with garbage.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, what's happened. That's part of what's happened is that not only have movies gotten riskier, or people in Hollywood just don't take criticism very well anymore.
They're risk adverse and they do not listen to anyone.
Exactly. Like, they don't want to hear that their ideas were bad.
It really is a thing where if something fails, it's not that they executed it poorly. It's, oh, people don't want historical dramas anymore. Like, what happened when the original Ben-Hur failed? Like, oh, period pieces don't do well. No, they do well. You just made a shit movie.
You didn't make a good film.
Same with, like, the Pirates.
Ben-Hur are we talking about?
Old, it might not even be Ben-Hur. Another example, probably what I'm actually thinking about is pirate films. Before Pirates of the Caribbean, they're like, oh, pirate films don't sell because they made shitty pirate movies.
Because they were bad.
Yeah, they're boring.
Treasure Planet was awesome.
But Treasure Planet
can't
wasn't
remember what
a
it was.
pirate film. It was
Yeah, it was.
a Pixar film.
Treasure Planet?
It wasn't Pixar. It was regular
It was,
Disney.
it was straight up Disney. Treasure Planet was great. I love
But
Treasure
Treasure
Planet.
Planet was, but Treasure Planet was still a failure.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about Treasure Planet. I'm talking about Treasure Island, like
Yeah.
God, like 70s old shit.
The pirate movie to come out before the Pirates of the Caribbean, I think, was like, it wasn't Treasure Island, it was something else, and it
Yeah,
came
it was
out in the
something else.
90s and basically killed the genre.
Yeah.
Muppet Treasure Island.
No, Muppet
No,
Treasure
that
Island
saved the giant.
came out before that.
I'm joking.
We're like, no, serious. Oh God, we're so close. We're so close to the end.
I don't know, what about that movie about
new ideas?
So the movie about with Tom Hanks where he's abducted by Somali pirates. Does that count as a pirate movie?
No.
Oh my God.
That's a
no, that's a drama thriller. I don't know.
But it has pirates in it.
Oh, okay. No, that's King of Pirates.
Because this is how cinema dies.
With thunderous applause.
Oh, fuck off.
Die, cinema, die. Indie films are the future.
Oh, thank God, you're fucking over. Bye. Shut the fuck up.
I reserved the whole arcade. You know what happened. Say it. Ah, no one came. I didn't mind. It didn't stop me from becoming the birthday boy I was meant to be.
Thank God it's over. All right.
Yeah, we made it. We did it. We fucking did it.
How did I fucking do that? Oh my god, I'm so... I drank too,
Welcome
and I'm
to
not
Geek Out.
asleep.
Hey,
Yep,
so
we
did
go for
I.
5 hours.
Damn. I know sometimes Smudcast lasts like this, but I'm usually like, bye. No, I had a lot to say. I haven't worked out my TLJ and Star Wars hatred for a while. It's cathartic.
Oh, that was fun.
Yeah, it was. Anyway, thank you so much, Cheddar, for showing up and joining us. I
Yeah.
know it's 2 a.m. where you are. I'm
Yeah.
sorry we ran so long.
It's all right. It was fun. I was having a good time. I had to sorry I had to like switch venues in the middle.
It's all right.
fine.
We always have technical difficulties. No joke. We like 90% of the time we have technical difficulties.
Part of the
Yeah, that's fair. Oh yeah. Well, I needed to move out here for like just the videos I do anyway. I'm just watching. It was a setup I needed to do anyway, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna do it now in the middle of this.
Anyway, yeah, thank you so much for joining us. I'll post your link in the description of the video once it goes live.
All right.
I hope you'll join us again some point in the future. As for everyone else, we'll be back next week. Thank you all so much for watching. Y'all have a great night.
Yeah, take care.